Yo, good morning, fam. How's everyone doing? Looks like PACW played out nicely so far. Watch it like knife after I said that. The Bollinger Bands are really, really tight on it. We're close. Snap off the bottom, maybe. Snap did fill the gap that I was worried about.
Google and Microsoft and OpenAI to create a frontier model forum.
So Google and Microsoft to fuck with OpenAI. Alright. Interesting. Bitcoin trying to handle there. Do the 48. Immediately rejected. Uh-oh, PACW, don't fall on me. It kind of looks like a Head and Shoulders in like early sesh. Same. BNTC. Over how long of a time period? Hey, Mom. No, I fell asleep early last night, and I mean, you know my deal. If I can't sleep and I'm like in front of my screen, I might as well be live. I mean, you definitely just tested daily bottoms and that support. I'm just really, really weird with pharmaceuticals. I'm very, very weird with pharmaceuticals. See, development stage biotech, like, if I wanted a company that was gonna fuck with like DNA, I would just go with the stock DNA, which is Gringo Bioworks. Like, I don't know. Like, look at their cap. Their cap is only $5 million, dog. That's a small issue. Like, if I was gonna be in this sector, this is where I'd be. Ready? We didn't get the gold cross in the daily just yet. But, I mean, it is headed that way. I don't know, I think that's a much more solid chart than the one that you just presented. Or had me present. Well, Nvidia's up another 0.5% on a gap up. Talk about strength. Oh no, sorry, that was I forgot I was on the daily there. Let's see. Yeah. Absolutely smoked that play. Currently still smoking it. Snapchat. Trying the EMAs. I don't think it's going to take it. The bid line isn't moving. Go ahead, PACW. Squeeze those 21% short interest fucking shorts out. Squeeze them right out. Hopefully Bitcoin just broke off that downtrend. It seems to be that we're moving sideways now. Yeah.
CMA says they offers from Amazon addresses competition concerns.
PGY up another 7.3 after hours after going 14 yesterday. Play volume though. What a play though. She's been running. Congrats if you guys caught it. Turk is up 4% right now, pre. Coinbase pretty much unch. Vana unch. Oh yeah, BNTC. Oh, well, The whole thing with BNTC though is just like how low the cap is. It's gonna be very, very unpredictable. What is it? BNTC. BNTC. On July 20th, 87% of all of your volume was naked short. And then on the 18th, it was 82. On the 17th, it was 80. Bitcoin going for double bottom right there. Simultaneously snaps trying to twist up. QBTS only up 3. QBTS looks like it kind of wants to go for more. Yeah, I do. I do. As soon as the market opens.
So just less than 20 minutes ago, until we're expecting earnings from AT&T with a Q2. Estimated EPS of 60 cents and a revenue estimate of $30 billion. Coca-Cola at 6:55 a.m. Eastern Time with an estimated EPS of 72 cents and a revenue estimate of $11.74 billion. And then finally, we get Boeing for the European session at 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time with an EPS estimate of a loss per share of 85 cents and a revenue estimate of $18.53 billion.
I don't know what you're talking about. What app free? Trying to come off the double bottom on Bitcoin. What up, Mr. Cooper? No, Ortex is pretty expensive actually. And mine is actually going to be running up soon, I believe. Go ahead, Bitcoin. Lift for us. Get us out of the gutter, please. Snapchat. I think Snapchat's a buy under that gap. That gap was at 1188. I mean, now it's all the way down to 1022. Now Snap just has gaps to the upside. Go ahead, PACW. Launch. It'd be fucking brilliant if it did. I think that as soon as it hits the options though, shit's gonna get wild. Is TRKA 278 or 268? It might be. I thought it was 250 something. Hold on a second. $252. It wicked up to VWAP. No big deal. No big deal. On trading, no, on trading view 252. Excuse me. Bitcoin trying up off the double bottom. Bear with me a second. Guys, give me like 2 minutes. 1 second. My bad. Might be. 6 a.m. stream. What is this? 2021? Bro. The goal is still the same. To outwork everyone. The goal has not changed. Good morning to you too, though. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Yo, peep snap off the bottom, Sean. Go ahead, Bitcoin. Live for daddy. I have 8 snap. Okay, you have 8 $5 puts for this week. Or sorry, you have 8 snap 8. And you have 5 of them this week. And 10 calls for it. Nice. You might see a surge though on snap. And you might see an IV, like a jump in IV. I wouldn't say that the play's totally lost yet. You need Rivian to go? What's up with Rivian as of late? Excuse me.
In less than 10 minutes' time, we get AT&T earnings for Q2 with an estimated EPS of 60 cents and a revenue estimate of $30 billion.
Big gap right there. Yeah, I know. I'm just looking at it from a overall standpoint. Because there's also a gap right there too. Yeah. I would assume so. I would assume so. I mean, is it even an organic price target though if they base it with the reverse split? 1.25x the all-time high. I mean, you know how I feel about price targets, bro. Price targets are only there just to raise capital. That's it. And fuck with people's minds. You're trying to figure out why they put 175. They could have put like 150 and it'd still be ridiculous. Unless they're looking at the price posted. I think that they are looking at the, that's how I think that they are looking at it, John. If I were to guess. Google down to the 200. Google down. Yeah, if you guys bought this yesterday before earnings, congrats. Yeah, yeah, our narrator told us about that. Pretty dope. Bitcoin price action at the 48. I know. Oh, I need to name him. Oh, what should his name be? Because he's British. Oh, see, we were going a different way. I was thinking Winston after Winston Churchill.
Five minutes ago now to get AT&T earnings with an estimated EPS of 60 cents and a revenue estimate of $30 billion. Remember, Q2 earnings.
Announce a merger with TRKA. Or an acquisition of TRKA. Oh, shit myself. Too cliche? Okay. How about Maxwell? You dig it? Okay. Alright. So, alright, we're gonna go with Maxwell then. Bitcoin's trying above the 48 right now. Hopefully we get some spin in. I still think Snap is at pretty decent levels now that it filled that gap to the bottom.
AT&T's earnings coming through now with an adjusted EPS of 63 cents, a beat on the estimate of 60 cents. Also, with their free cash flow of 4.2 billion, beat on the estimate of 3.77 billion. Mobility revenue of 20.3 billion dollars, a miss on the estimate of 20.45 billion dollars. Revenue of $29.9 billion, a miss on the estimate of $30.01 billion. Adjusted EBITDA of $11.1 billion, a beat on the estimate of $10.71 billion.
This might be a buy.
They still see fiscal year free cash flow at least $16 billion. Wireless postpaid phones net adds of plus 326,000, a miss on the estimate of 397,187.
That might just be a buy.
So just the DPS beat there for AT&T.
That's Maxwell. His name is Maxwell. Thank you very much. But no, yeah, it's basically a bot. Mm. Watch AT&T just go nuclear here. The bid is still down here.
So keep an eye on AT&T shares up 0.7% pre-market after Q2 results.
Actually, they're up 1.3%. Thank you, Maxwell. All right, good. We just filled that gap on AT&T. All right, watch AT&T to the upside. Hard down on Bitcoin. Lovely. I'm waiting until 7 when all the new data drops, guys, and then I'll be able to Ortex and do all that cool, fun stuff. PACW? What are you doing? What are you doing, PACW? Novavax up 1.75%. Finger up another 1%. PRFX, I don't think ever gap filled. Up, AT&T up. AT&T up. AT&T. There we go. Hopefully that fills that gap right there. Bitcoin looks like it's gonna be trying for the 48 here again. AT&T steady up. Super trend on Bitcoin through the 48. Bitcoin coming up on these levels that it has to overtake. Bitcoin up. Oof. Ouch. Bitcoin almost to the drawing. $13 coming up on the 48 there. Coming up on the 48 for PACW as well. This looks like it's about to bust. Give me 1 second. Whew. Bitcoin trying that drawing towards the 200. 13's over the 48. AT&T about to go higher. Come on, don't prove me wrong. You're going up. Yep. Oh, VTNR. Oh, VTNR looks like such a fucking entry. Hold on. Look at this shit. Where is it? VTNR looks like it could be a huge play today. Huge play. Just saying. Bitcoin through the drawing. There's a 40-cent spread on VRM. What? What? A 40-cent spread on VRM? Holy God, that never happens. Interesting. Bid 220, ask 260. Well, I like how that ask is all the way up at 260. If I do say so myself. can't believe COSM's all the way down to 170. Bitcoin towards the 200. B-Bio. Jesus. There's a gap on the bottom side of B-Bio. On the daily. Yeah, just peep the what's it called. Make sure that you're seeing what I'm seeing about the gap being there. It doesn't matter if it's on news. It still theoretically needs to be filled. It depends what news it was. What kind of news was it? It was just positive. It was just they just raised the price target. It's not that big of a deal. It's not like it wasn't a fundamental change. It was just a news change. That should theoretically still come down. I mean, it could power through it. I could be wrong, but theoretically, you would think that it would come down. See the 1 hour? I want to see what you're talking about. Oh yeah, in the 1 hour, it looks nice. Looks like it's curling right underneath that 48. I bet it looks even nicer on shorter time frames. Yeah, like look at the half hour. Look at the MACD on the 15-minute. They won't drop down unless the FDA does some shit. Well, are we really gonna rely on what's it called? Are we really gonna rely on the government? Just be. I see it. Just be vigilant. That's all I'm saying. Be very vigilant, as always. Go ahead, Bitcoin. Take it. I think we might need Bitcoin's help for PACW. I got 8 shares at $28. So I'm green. So just happen to pull the chart. Word. Don't you love that? Like when you just happen to pull up a chart and then all of a sudden you just see like a very well distinguished move. It's like, oh wow, okay, I could capitalize on that. Go ahead, Bitcoin. RSI is a 58.4. It's on top of the MACD. Good morning, Rogue. How about PACW? It's almost as if somebody would have known what was going to happen. Chips may get a jump today. Yo. If you're thinking chips are going to roll today, I mean, SOXL came down 2%. At a potential double bottom right here. Well, extended double bottom. Peru. I actually bought TLRY yesterday. Peru. And I bought it with you in mind, actually. I bought TLRY yesterday and I bought it with you in mind. It's actually really funny that you popped in here to say that. I pretty much bought it without looking at most of their data. I looked at some of their data, but I didn't look at all of it. $1.1 billion. Yeah, I mean, like, look at that daily chart. Like, interesting. Okay. Like, come on. Like, you can't even tell me that doesn't look like a cup and handle setup into a gap. Like, I don't know. Bear with me, Sean. I'll get there. Hold on. Let me look at TLRY real quick. For the load. Alright, wait. You want me to look at fun? Fun 30-minute? Fun. Not fin. Fuck. Fun. Okay, now let me finish looking at the data here. Dropped off a little bit in revenue there. I don't like the EBITDA margin percentage getting worse. Their number of employees is about the same across the board. And then I want to look at their holders. TLRY is 93% utilized with 11% short at the moment. And their holders include, drum roll please, all right, yeah, okay, so Susquehanna's, they own 0.5%, Vanguard owns 0.5%, BlackRock owns 0.3%. I mean, some guy, probably the CEO, he owns just under 1%, and ETF Managers Group owns 1.15%. Although the public sector pension is invested, as is the Swiss National Bank. State Street's in there. California public employees retirement system. Okay, I like that. New Jersey. You guys know I love when states are in shit. California again. Alberta. British Columbia. Credit Suisse. Okay. I mean, I'm confident with the trade. It is what it is. Good morning, Cody. How are you, bro? If you guys don't mind slapping the like as you guys are coming in, that'd be dope. I'd appreciate it. It's not the worst naked short report I've ever looked at. Peru. PACW starting to curl. Okay, I see you. Alright. You told me to look at the fun 30-minute, right? Let's see. Fun 30-minute. Watch you don't double top right there on the 30-minute.
Eastern time, we get Coca-Cola earnings for Q2. Estimated EPS of 72 cents with a revenue estimate of $11.74 billion.
Watch you don't double top on the 30-minute for fun. On top of the Sonic R. Good morning, Gulati. RSI on a 30-minute is a 50. It's on top of the MACD. On the 15, RSI is a 47.9. Potential double bottom off, well, it would be a shortened double bottom off the 200. Again, that's just potential. On the 5-minute, man, that's really, really close to being weak. It is underneath the MACD. Looks like it wants to twist up. RSI is a 48. You're about to get a depth cross on the 3-minute. I mean, basically, you need to push right now, or else you might come down. Those are my thoughts. Like, you need to push it ASAP, or you're coming down to that next support line. You have 200 calls and 191 puts. Oh boy. Strangling and a straddling. VTNR might be an awesome buy today. Saying. Up 7 minutes till I get fresh data for us to look at. Look at Bitcoin. Look how tight the Bollinger Bands are. Also, if Oxy holds trend. Bitcoin bouncing in between the 200 and the 48.
1 minute to go now till we get Coca-Cola earnings.
Look at Riggs daily compared to Oxy's daily. It's the same fucking thing. Same kind of movement. For the most part.
Also, 10 minutes away from the top of the hour, we get the NBA mortgage applications prior 1.1% and the 30-year mortgage rate prior 6.87%.
Look at the trajectory on VRM too. She's been cooking. I did not see MMTLP news. No, I did not. Okay, well, mmat news. No, okay, I did not see mmat news. What's up with mmat? You could call me if you feel like it. If it'd be easier to explain.
Coca-Cola earnings coming through now. So they're raising their fiscal year guidance. EPS of 78 cents, beat on the estimate of 72 cents. So they see their fiscal year adjusted organic revenue plus 8% to 9%. Estimate was 8.36%. Also, a beat on the revenue estimate of, so revenue at $12 billion, a beat on the estimate of $11.74 billion. So also looking at the second quarter EPS of 59 cents. But of course, the adjusted EPS was at 78 cents. So again, as said earlier on, a beat on the estimate of 72 cents.
Powell, Karras, and Bird are both named in Wells' notice from SEC. Well, things are getting spicy. Things are finally getting spicy.
Also, Coca-Cola second quarter unit case volume of 0%.
Bitcoin trying the 200. Go ahead. They're showing a super trend on PACW, but the bid isn't moving at all. Oh, the ass just slid up. PGY is now up 10% pre. BGLC it is. Bitcoin went hard down to the 48. Let me go grab my dog from outside so then the one from inside stops barking. Come here, bub. Get over here.
1 minute ago now till we get the MBA mortgage applications.
No, bro, you don't have to go outside right now. Dish and Amazon deal for Cell Network? No shit. Yo, thank you, Rogue. Thank you, man.
Ten seconds.
Yo, Dish might be the play off that news. Look how it's curling out. Dish might be the vibe for that.
Minus 1.8%, minus 1.8%, 30-year mortgage rate unchanged at 6.87%, 6.87%.
Oh, wait, never mind. It gapped up. Hold on. There's a gap on it. Hold on. Gap is down to 793.
Also, keep an eye out on Coca-Cola, up about 1% pre-market after the company raises annual revenue forecast.
Coca-Cola is not up 1%. They're down 1%. Fuck. Google still has 6%. At the 200 right now for Google. It's going to be fending off a potential death cross right there. Try on a super trend.
It's just seeing a little pop on gold towards the upside. No headlines
Pop on gold.
to the movement. We'll keep an eye out.
What's dollar strength
any
doing?
headlines linked to it and relay that to you as soon as we can.
Okay, so if gold is headed up, hopefully the dollar shrinks today. Coke is sending now. Am I looking at the wrong Coke? Like, what is the ticker? I knew that. I think I was looking at their fucking preferred shares. I'm such a dumbass. Yeah, PACW didn't even get started. It didn't even get into the options yet. Wait till it sees the options chain. I think that was it had to be something. It had their logo. Coke is sending. However, on PACW, I believe that I think that the shorts are absolutely fucked on it, and if it's played properly, we could absolutely blow them out of the water on it. Just saying. Their menu. I don't know what their menu. What you mean by their menu? Maybe it's just too early for my brain to be processing. Their menu. How does stock go up 8% when market open? Oh, manufacturer. Gotcha. We make, sell, and distribute beverage. Okay. I got you. Kotak. If that's how you feel sometimes, this channel might not be for you. Nothing but good vibes. I'm just saying, on this channel, there's a lot of percentage swings. So if 8% is a big deal, watch out. Yeah, Warren is up. Okay, Warren. We were watching this yesterday as well. But yeah, I'm huge into high risk, high reward plays, bro. So like, just so you're aware of like my mindset. I'm big into the high risk, high reward stuff. Look at Warrant. Whew. Oh, PACW, don't do that. So I'm just looking for resistance levels on PACW. There we go. Here's my resistance level that I was looking for. Warrant moving up still. Nice. Good shit for whoever caught that yesterday when we were talking about it at IPO. Good shit.
So according to a source here, Russian oil exports are expected to rise in September amid a refinery maintenance after cuts in June and August, according to sources.
Bitcoin trying above the 200. Warren trying to go vertical. We just came down to a supply level here for PACW. No big deal. Staying above it at the moment. Trying to break that bull flag on the way back. Warrant still going vertical. Currently up 33%. 35%. Snapchat off the lows. Don't sleep on Snapchat now that they fill that gap to the bottom side. I'm half tempted to sell my fucking... I don't know if I'm going to, just because I want to see what the option, like what the option chain does to it. But I'm considering selling my PACW at open and just buying Snapchat up, right off the lows. So just take that 30% swing, and then drop it into something that just dropped 20%. Very, very tempted to do that. Warrant, what are you doing? RSI is 75 on Warrant. Bitcoin eating supply in between the 48 and the 200 still. It's bouncing. It's just ping-ponging back and forth still. PACW trying off the bottom after that hard push. That makes me wonder what bank is doing. Hold on a second. BANC. This is a company that's going to be merging with PACW. Down as expected. Yeah. Oh. I mean, they're down currently, but I mean, they're still up overall 5.2%. Warren up. At the 200 with Bitcoin. PACW looks like it wants to go again. Warren up. Warren at 36.5. PACW currently at 28%. Bitcoin through the 200. PACW up. PACW back to 29.5% up. Fingers up another 1%. And pre. Nvidia's at 0.3. Bitcoin trying above the Sonic R. CXAI red again. Wow. I really might fucking sell PACW after the options take hold and buy Snapchat. Really, really might. Google Google still 16.5, or sorry, 6.5, not 16. PGY up 8, AWIN up 15. Warrant, still up 35%. Let's add it to my watch list. Hold on, my phone's blowing up from Twitter. 1 second. Alright, cool. TLRY's flying. Bro. Let's go. Let's go, Peru. Rogue, it depends. Are you looking for something more stable? Yeah, I did yesterday, Peru. I bought it yesterday. I sold DNA because it felt a little bit toppy. I bought PACW and I bought TLRY. So I bought PACW on at 7. I think 781 is my DCA total. I DCA'd it like 4 times. So I did that on PACW at 781. It's currently almost at 10. And then yesterday at TLRY, I got it at 170, I believe.
So keep an eye on the Europe stock 600, extending losses down 1% at a session low.
Record Q4 financial results. Record. Love it. Bitcoin still trying to solidify over the Sonic R. It's 11.86% short on 92% utilization as well. Who are the holders? Bitcoin trying. Hold on 1 second. Let me make a tweet real quick. Bitcoin is up. That's not the news I wanted to see. What were their expectations? Like, what the fuck? Okay. TLRY, let's go. TLRY and PACW today. Come on, baby. Show me the money. I also did make a few dollars off DNA, though, too, so thank you for that, Peru. And I do intend on getting back in DNA. It just looked like it was forming a descending wedge. And I think it has a little bit more downside, back down to like close to $2. And then that's when I'm going to want to pop in it again.
Euribor options wager targets ECB rate cut to 1.5% in a year. So traders are buying a strategy in Euribor call options that will see most profit if the ECB lowers interest rates to 1.5% a year from now.
Let me look at their option chain real quick. I just want to see what our options are out there right now. Ooh. Ooh, there's a good amount of calls versus puts. I think that actually calls versus puts for this week outweigh by about
oil exports reach
2.5 to 1.
0.059 million barrels, according to state media.
If I were to guess, I'm just like, I'm just going back and forth here casually. Where's the gamma on it? Okay.
Also a reminder, at the bottom of the hour, expecting Boeing second quarter earnings with an EPS estimate of a loss per share of 85 cents and a revenue estimate of $18.53 billion.
If PACW clears 12, watch out. If PACW clears 12, watch out. I'm telling you guys that now. You guys heard it here first. If PACW crosses 12 and holds it, watch out. I mean, then we're talking about it potentially running the chain. Hold on a second. Let me get that back up. All right. Add to watch list. All right. Sorry. And then their chain is all the way to 15 for this week. Let's see, do they have a longer chain for the monthly? No, their chain is their option chain is only up to 15, so I think it runs the chain. If I were to guess. Again, that's just me guessing.
So Iraq's average oil price is $71.75 a barrel in June.
But yeah, like I would just assume that this is gonna run the option chain. Just my opinion. Coming up on a gold cross for Bitcoin. should probably put TLRY in my title over here. Hold on a second. TLRY. Bear with me, guys. I just want to retype this real quick. It just looks better if I capitalize these tickers. Cool.
1 minute to go now, and we're expecting Boeing second quarter earnings.
Did you say 5 minutes or 1 minute? I didn't catch that. All right, that's what I thought I heard.
5 minutes ago until we get Boeing earnings.
Okay, never mind. Now he recorrected himself, and yeah, it was 5 minutes. I was gonna say it just seems like really weird to put it out at 7:25 rather than 7:30. Bitcoin's trying back at the 200 to the upside. Hold on a second. Hold on. Sorry, guys. I'm not going to be on my phone this entire session, so. Gotta get it in now. All right. Coke earnings in 2 minutes. Or not Coke earnings, Boeing earnings, excuse me. TLRY, nice cup formed. Let's go. Pac West looks like it wants to bust my trend line. It's close.
Surely expecting Boeing earnings. Just a reminder, EPS estimate of a loss per share of 85 cents and a revenue estimate of $18.53 billion.
So 18.5 billion is their expected revenue. All right, earnings drop in a minute. Let's see what happens.
According to Nikkei, China weighs easing tech transfer rules for office gear.
Oh, there's Boeing.
Boeing earnings coming through, a core loss per share of 82 cents. That's 82 cents. That's a beat on the estimate of a loss per share of 85 cents. With a revenue of $19.75 billion, a beat on the estimate of $18.53 billion. Operating cash flow of $2.88 billion, a beat on the estimate of $435.6 million. Adjusted free cash flow of $2.58 billion, a beat on the estimate of a negative $73.6 million. Also keeping an eye on the Dow, seeing movement towards the upside there again after Boeing second quarter revenue beats estimates. Boeing 787 production is at 4 per month, and still sees fiscal year adjusted free cash flow of $3 billion to $5 billion, a beat on the estimate of $4.07 billion.
Boeing, wow. Congrats if you hit on it. Or are hitting on it, I should say.
Let's keep an eye on the market reaction. Boeing jumping 3% after second quarter revenue beats estimates.
Warrant coming to the end of a pennant. Currently up almost 30%. And it's way off the highs. PACW coming down to a potential double bottom in supply. Oh, okay, wait, the data, wait, I just realized it's 7:30, I could run data now. Hold on. PACW. Let's see what their updated short is.
So also with Boeing, they say 737 program still expects to deliver 400 to 450 this year. And Boeing is transitioning 737 production to 38 per month.
38 per month? Holy shit. Yo, that's impressive. If what I just heard is accurate, where they're going to jump up production to 38 per month, that's very, very impressive. Good morning, James. PACW. Oh, the numbers are getting even nicer. Hold on a second. Might as well just, share it with our friends. Save. There we go. Don't worry, guys. There's a method to my madness. There's a reason why I'm doing what I'm doing. Go ahead. Why did I sell my shares at PAC? Because it didn't even hit the options chain yet. Like wait till it hits the options chain. Did I save this? Like fuck. And what's that mean? It could catch a lot of upwards pressure from just the options. Like that's it. Yeah. 1, 2.
Binance withdraws German crypto license application according to CoinDesk.
Why would they do that? Unless they wanted to keep crypto pinned. One, 2, 3, 4. Okay. PACW trying to lift. As is Warrant. Yeah, there was no way that I was selling this before the market opened. No way. No way in hell. I just want to see the mayhem that's gonna like happen, because I do believe that there's gonna be some mayhem on PACW. Like, they got 22% short trapped in there, right? It's 22%, I think it was. Let's see. Yeah, 22% short. Only 100 shares, 100,000 shares available to borrow. Like, I think that they're fucked on PACW bad. And wait till the gamma starts ramping up on it. You're gonna see IVs that are through the roof. Like, it's gonna be a fun trade. Boeing's still trying to work its way up. PGY is up 9.5. TRKA is up 5%. Okay. Wow, COSM is down so far. So far down. Like, there's a point on COSM where it just, like, they could, like, yes, management made themselves a little bit untrustworthy, but at the same time, why would they hire Arca, Avid, and Frank just to do that offering? Like, why would they hire Avid and Frank, or Avid and Arca right before all that? You know what I mean? Like, legally, chances are they received restricted shares. So legally, that makes them not able to talk about anything that's going on with COSM. So they wouldn't be able to tell you one way or the other on, you know, just like they couldn't give you, like, I guess, the full inside scoop per se, just for legal reasons. And I don't blame them for that. But they could have also manufactured a perfect setup for a short squeeze. They turned a company that was strong fundamentally into an even stronger company that fundamentally, and a cheaper company. So they could have given themselves an opportunity to go ahead and buy, like, the insiders. Now, I'm not saying that, you know, obviously Frank or Arca or Avid knew about any of that. I'm just saying, like, now it's at a point where they can't discuss it, and it's still a strong company. You know what I mean? So that while there might be a lot of distaste for it, I think it still could be a very, very solid opportunity. Very, very solid opportunity. Vana, 0.5%, Coinbase red, ouch. I'm gonna pull up Bitcoin, guys. Instead of just sitting here and staring at Boeing, it's not jumping all over the place. Good night, Rogue. Rogue, real quick before you leave, where are you from? Out of curiosity, just because, like, obviously you're getting off as we're getting on, so it just makes me wonder where you're from. TLRY grinding higher. Bitcoin, you gonna try to snap that or no? RSI is a 46 on Bitcoin. PACW looks like it wants to go up. Up. That's the plan, Robbie. That's the plan. Watch the options chain on PACW at open. I don't know if you guys have several, like, multiple monitors or not, but if you have multiple monitors, I would pull up the options chain on PACW at open and see what happens. And basically follow what's happening on the options chain on the screen and see what you like see how the movement in the options chain affects the chart itself. I'm heavily in TRKA, same. Hoping for some news today or tomorrow, same. I got a 55-inch TV. What did that have to do with anything? Oh. Okay, then on your phone, or I don't know if you have a laptop or something, just like pop open the options chain and just look at it side by side. Don't get why the TRKA news is. So think about it like this. This is something that I came up with last night. It's kind of like a little bit of an analogy. Imagine that you're at an all-you-can-eat buffet, right? We're just waiting on the last person, the hungriest person, to finish eating. That's how it feels to me. Hard down on Bitcoin. PACW doesn't care. PACW doesn't care. Let's go. Up 28%. Warrant moving up as well. PACW. Get on with it. Look at Warrant. Look at Bitcoin engulfing. Woo! The most mine is at is $12. Will that change on open? Wait, what are you talking about? The most mine is. I don't understand. Are you wait? Are you telling me that your option chain is only going up to $12? Are you saying that that's the highest strike price that you're seeing? There's a little bit of a gap right there on Warrant. All right, I filled that gap. Your options thing is only showing 12 right now for PACW. Do you have the show all option selected? Or do you just have like the show within a couple strikes? Like make sure that you're showing all of them essentially. PACW. Trying for the 1348. Still underneath the 200 in the VWAP, though. AI short, 33%. Jesus Christ. This honestly belongs on Twitter, too. Oh, wait, shit. Where's the FTD one? I mean, we're about to run into some FTDs, but... Okay. Twitter? Great analogy for TRKA.
Take a look at the market wrap for the
Thank
opening session. Global equities declined on Wednesday as investors braced for more policy tightening from the Fed, even as results from some of the biggest European and American companies hinted at a
Bitcoin hard down.
Economy.
I didn't even want to look at it.
The NASDAQ 100 index were pressured by disappointing results from some top constituents. Microsoft slipped as much as 3.9%, having posted tepid sales growth and forecasting a slowdown in its cloud computing business. But on the plus side, you had Google's parent Alphabet jumped about 7% after posting forecasts beating revenue. And of course, you have Meta later on in the evening or post the market. And then looking at some of the needle market risk headlines, you had Boeing that beat revenue estimates and the Dow strengthened off the back of that at 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time. Russian oil exports are expected to increase in September amid refinery maintenance after a reduction in June to August, according to sources. Also, a gauge of the dollar edged lower, while the yen strengthened for a third day on speculation the Bank of Japan could signal a shift away from ultra-loose policies at its Friday meeting. Treasury 10-year yields were steady, while oil prices retreated after a 4-day rally.
I hate when this shit happens. I'm actually just going to bring this down so it doesn't happen anymore. Please load. Alright. It seems like every day at this time, okay. I'm gonna say every day at this, like around this time, it acts funky.
Brent futures fall by $1.
Mom, watch out on TLRY. Apparently they just beat on earnings. Yeah. Watch out on TLRY. They just beat on earnings. And I mean their charges looks nice. I mean, I'm up at least 11% right now on my entry yesterday. I got in at like 172, 171. So I got to be up like almost 11%. TLRY up. Okay, let's go. PACW, let's go. I bought it a long time ago. Oh boy. Your average can be rough. PACW towards VWAP in the 200. Well, she's coming. TLRY's coming up now to 190.
So Binance say they still intend to apply for the appropriate licensing in Germany.
Hold on a second. I think that's. Yeah. Okay. All right, come on, Bitcoin, bring it back for us. I want PACW through the roof. Honestly, it should, but market theory and it actually playing out on the chart, two totally different things. Hard down on warrant to 200. Bitcoin trying back. TLRY is about to blast, I think. It's already vertical. Fuck yeah. TLRY has, yeah, yes. Yes. I don't know how positive, but it was reported as a beat. I didn't quite look into it as deep as I should have. We could do that now, actually. Ooh, their call's at 8:30. Do you guys want to listen to their call? Hold on, let me see if I get their earnings call up on my other thing. Let's get their earnings up. No. Investor relations. No, I don't want to contact. No, thank you. Investors. TLRY 4. Alright, there we go. Listen to the webcast. I gotta sign in or sign up. Oh. Alright, so those are at 8:30. Okay, so I need 8 o'clock volatility candles. Hey Siri, set an alarm for 8:29. Ooh, TLRY got a candle all the way down through the Sonic R. Interesting. Huh. If I was going to take it, and I thought I was going to go up, I'd be taking it at VWAP. On warrant. If I thought it was going to continue to rise. Look at PACW. Go. Go. Descend. Descend. Follow the blue line, guys. The blue line is everything. Blue line is everything. Don't believe anything till you see the blue line move. Yep. But the bid isn't moving at all, Mom. Keep that in mind. The blue line is not moving at all. It moved up for like half a second and then moved right back. Oh. Bear with me. Remember, guys, don't believe in any of this PACW stuff till we see the blue line move. Same thing with warrant. The blue line's just not doing anything. The Bollinger Bands are getting tighter on Bitcoin, though. TRKA is actually getting some blocks right now, surprisingly. So does goev. And AI. AI's blocks are under 40, though. goev's trying to twist above those EMAs. And what else did I say was getting blocks? TRKA. Slapping back and forth. Bitcoin looks like she's about to move. GNS 69 cents. GNS is still trying to find its bottom. That might be it. GNS might be in buy zone territory, and you guys know how I feel about GNS. But I mean, it looks like it's starting to curl a little bit on the 4 hour. Bitcoin trying the 48 EMA right now. Wow, A-Win's up 55% all of a sudden. A-Win blasted. A-Win is a space case right now. Up 60%. Fucking space case. A-Win. Hold on 1 second. Bitcoin in between the 48 and the 200. A-Win up. A-Win's ripping. Absolutely ripping. BNTC is up. What? No, it's not. There's no way. $1,600%. Please don't lie to me. Ever again. Like, that was just a waste of, like, everybody's 30 seconds. No offense. PACW. How long till we snap that VWAP? A-Win up 67% at the moment. It did a reverse split. Oh, okay. Okay. So then I would expect it down slightly before it comes back up. No, it did a reverse split. That doesn't mean it's up 1,600%. In all like reality, it'll appear as if it's up 1,600%, but it's not actually up 1,600%. So When you're unsure next time, please call, please ask rather than stating, because you had me actually think that it was up 1,600%. Today. Not just off the reverse split stuff. 1 to 17? Word. Thank you, Mom. Thank you for the clarification. A-win, up 65%. I mean, yesterday it was 20 cents and now it's at 350. Yeah, but it was a reverse split. That doesn't mean that it still kept the same market cap, did it not? That means that the market cap didn't run 1,600%. Like, when we're talking about percentages, right? Like, for instance, A-win, right? Up 62% right now. That means that the market cap of the overall company is currently up 62% on the session. So for a company to be at 1,600%, think about the explosive growth that would have to, that would have to happen. Explosive growth. Kotek, have you seen a reverse split before? Question mark from Mom. Mom is curious if you've ever seen a reverse split. I mean, even if he has or hasn't, it doesn't matter. I mean, we answered his question. TLRY, get up there. Bitcoin starting to curl. 13's over the 24, coming up towards the 48. Price action coming up to the 200. Alt is up 23%. The fuck is up with Alt? What is going on with Alt? Hold on. Alt? Did that just pop out of nowhere? Alt popping out of nowhere. Heading up. Alt up. Alt up. Ah, shit. Good morning, Brandon. How are you today, brother? Doing good. Hope SPY goes timber. I hope it goes in the opposite direction. Simply because I have a lot of PACW. A lot of PACW. Alt is up 35% right now. Alt reports prelim Q2 revenue, and I'm assuming that they're expecting a beat. Okay, we could see both. Maybe a bleed until FOMC, then pop, or the opposite. I'm totally okay with that. Totally okay with that. It's today, Wednesday. Let's see. Yeah, FOMC pressers at 2:30, as per usual. Oh boy, today's gonna be fun. TLRY to new highs, up 16%. What a dub. What a dub TLRY has been. You guys were here yesterday when I bought TLRY. I know that I announce all my buys and my sells. So, yeah, congrats if you guys are in TLRY. AWIN is up 58%, well off the highs. PACW on the 48. Bitcoin it just wicked to the 200. It's trying to crawl over the MACD right now. Oh, man. What signals do they have popping off today? No data available. What do you mean no data available? Okay, we'll get the 3-day. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, look at those hold times, though. Fuck. It's only 3 weeks. MYP. What is this company? Alright, so this company is called Play Studios. Their cap is 626 mil. Their float is only 63% of the company. That's 83 million shares. Oh, they just hit a 52-week high the other day. Hold on. I liked it until I saw that it just hit a 52-week high. MYPS stock. Okay, so their headquarters is in Vegas. Oh, it's basically like apps on your phone and shit. I know what it is. What is the difference between alpha? Well, one, you're gonna have to pay the OTC on the Google A's. You're gonna have to play the OTCs. It's like a what's it called? You basically have to pay an extra like $5 to make the trade. But with Class A shares, they're preferred to the common stock. So like I believe that you get better voting rights. I don't know the exact, but I believe that you get better voting rights. Look at that EBITDA margin percentage coming down though on MYPS. It looked good except for that. And it's not even a short play either. That's a no for me. No, you're good. I'd rather have Class A's than Class C's. Unless I was looking to sell calls, then I'd want Class C's. D-Fly. Okay, this is something that D-Block's been telling us all about. Oh, yesterday an AMC short squeeze signal went off. Interesting. Bitcoin's starting to rip, so hold on one second. Let me pull that up. Bitcoin's starting to rip. Alt looks like it's going to get a move here, but I'm going to pull up Bitcoin instead. Just because. But Alt does look like it's going to move up. If this would low, that would be ideal. No. Okay. Fucking ape. God damn it. Didn't go down. Alright. BTC. There we go. Bitcoin's starting to go. Headed towards VWAP. Get up there. Time to go higher. Alright, I didn't quite remember this aspect of D-Fly. So D-Fly, only 16% of the company is for sale. Wow. Okay, the market cap's only 118. This is actually relatively interesting. Nice. Oh, and their revenue's coming up as well. Again, I don't like their EBITDA margin percentage dropping like that, but that could just be for them, you know, scaling up. Let's see. I really don't care what analysts have to say, but let's see. I mean, even analysts have it at 883. Bitcoin's still ripping towards VWAP. At VWAP. What are we doing? Through VWAP. RSI is an 80 right now in Bitcoin, though. It's over the MACD as well, as you would assume. Get up there. RSI on Bitcoin still an 81. I mean, I got, you know what? I'm just gonna sit here. I want to pull up DFly info. It's looking kind of Chinese. Who is this? I need to go to this. Let's see. So the CEO leads with a passion for making the planet more sustainable. As the president and chief executive officer of DFly, he focuses on developing revolutionary technologies that will change the way we store and harness renewable energy. As a visionary leader, Fares has helped grow Dragonfly Energy and its consumer brand Battleborn Batteries into one of the leading lithium-ion products on the market, while also leading a world-class R&D team in the advancement of groundbreaking technologies and manufacturing processes. After establishing himself as a tenured professor of aerospace and mechanical engineering at the University of SC, Fares left academia to then found Dragonfly Energy in 2012. With 3 decades of extensive experience in the fields of energy, nanotech, and fluid mechanics, and powder processing, Fares has positioned himself as a leading expert in green energy storage. Interesting. Okay. Time for the Tilray call. Well, in 1 minute, the Tilray call starts. Wow, look at it, guys. DFly is on notice. As soon as they start talking, I'll turn the volume up. Did I not put up DFLI on my fucking list? Guess I didn't. DFLI. Oh. I like D-Fly right now. Wait, that might be Head and Shoulders. If it falls through that. Fuck.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand by. Our conference will begin momentarily. We do thank you for your patience.
Man. I mean, D-Fly could catch itself and absolutely go bonkers with the data. But the chart looks a little bit heavy. One second. Let me let Bell out real quick. One second.
Hello, and thank you for joining today's conference call to discuss TLRY Brands Inc.'s financial results for the fiscal year 2023 and fourth quarter ended May 31st, 2023. All lines have been placed on mute to prevent any background noise. After the speaker's remarks, there will be a question and answer session for analysts and investment firms conducted via audio and participating retail shareholders conducted via the Say Technologies platform. Questions submitted and uploaded through the Say Technologies platform has already concluded, and the company will read aloud and answer to top questions. It's now my pleasure to turn the call over to Ms. Narita. Please go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. By now, you should have access to our earnings press release, which is available on the investor section of the Tilray Brands website at tilray.com and has been filed with the SEC and SEDAR. Please note that during today's call, we will be referring to various non-GAAP financial measures that can provide useful information for investors. However, the presentation of this information is not intended to be considered in isolation or as a substitute for the financial information presented in accordance with GAAP. The earnings press release contains a reconciliation of each non-GAAP financial measure to the most comparable measure prepared in accordance with GAAP. In addition, we will be making numerous forward-looking statements during our remarks and in response to your questions. These statements are based on our current expectations and beliefs and involve known and unknown risks and uncertainties, which may prove to be incorrect. Actual results could differ materially from those described in these forward-looking statements. The text in our earnings press release includes many of the risks and uncertainties associated with such forward-looking statements. Today, you will hear from key members of our senior leadership team. Irwin Simon, Chairman and Chief Executive Officer, who will begin with opening remarks, and Carl Merton, Chief Financial Officer, who will provide a financial review and issue our annual guidance for the 2024 fiscal year. Also joining us for the question and answer segment are Denise Baltischek, Chief Strategy Officer and Head of International, Blair McNeil, President, Tilray Canada, and Ty Gilmore, President of our U.S. beer business. And now I'd like to turn the call over to Tilray Brands Chairman and CEO, Irwin Simon.
Thank you, Baron, and good morning, everyone. We appreciate you joining our call today for the presentation of Tilray Brands' 2023 fiscal year financial results. When I first joined the Aphria team in 2018, Aphria was singularly a Canadian cannabis LP with approximately $50 million in annual revenue and minimal cash. Now close to $630 million in revenue and almost $500 million in cash and marketable securities. Boy, have we come a long way. Today, Tilray Brands is one of the most diversified global cannabis lifestyle and CPG companies with 4 distinct and complementary business segments. Cannabis, including medical and adult use, beverage alcohol, wellness, and medical distribution. Not a bad place to be. I'm very proud of what this team has been able to accomplish in just 4 years. Tilray's diversification is purposeful, strategic adaptation to current market realities, given the continued delays in U.S. federal cannabis legalization and more recently, delays in adult use legalization in Germany. Tilray is not building its entire business model around the eventual promise of legalization, but rather, unlike others in our sector, we are diversifying beyond cannabis by building a strong, balanced portfolio consisting of successful, profitable standalone beverage alcohol and wellness brands in the U.S., along with a strategic distribution business in Europe, each with high growth opportunities in their own right. Legalization will happen one day, but we're not waiting for it. We're not dependent upon it. If and when federal cannabis legalization does happen, we are ready to dominate as a leading global CPG company with the resources, infrastructure and operations, the distribution of brands, sales and marketing know-how to lead the revolution of cannabis CPG in the mainstream world. Tilray Brands' portfolio today reflects the successful integration of key strategic acquisitions that have enabled us to both grow our top line and deliver substantial cost savings through these synergies. Today, across our core business segments, Tilray is one of the leading and strongest cannabis LPs with approximately $660 million in annual revenue on a constant currency basis, the most profitable LP with approximately $61 million in adjusted EBITDA, the cannabis market leader in Canada, and the largest federally legal cannabis market in the world, with approximately 13% cannabis market share, including HEXO brands. The market leader in medical cannabis across Europe, with leading market share in Germany, Poland, and Luxembourg. A leader in the hemp food industry with a 51% branded market share with Manitoba Harvest. And last but not least, a leader in the craft beverage alcohol industry with a growing leadership position in the U.S. craft beer industry as the 9th largest craft brewer by sales volume. Our vision is to inspire and empower the worldwide community to live their very best lives, enhanced by moments of connection and well-being, and we have not wavered, nor has our overarching objective to deliver sustainable long-term shareholder value and growth. We remain wholly committed to delivering for our shareholders tangible progress against our key performance goals by focusing on our core business fundamentals, which are maximizing revenue growth and profitability, realizing the benefits of optimized asset utilization and cost management.
This will be over 2 in no time.
Maintain a low-cost, high-efficient cost structure. And number 3, of course, continuing to strengthen our industry-leading balance sheet and cash position. Case in point, in quarter 4, Tilray reported record financial results and delivered on projections of positive adjusted free cash flow and EBITDA guidance, with Q4 net revenue of $184 million and 93% growth in positive adjusted EBITDA of $22 million. Our total revenue for the year ended May 31st, 2023, on a constant currency basis rose 6% to $668 million in the prior year. Adjusted gross profit grew 11% to $206 million, and adjusted gross margin improved.
PACW's earnings was last night, and the call was fire.
We generated $61 million in adjusted EBITDA, 28% or $13 million higher than last year, and within our annual guided range. On top of these results, we have maintained a strong foundation with almost $500 million in cash and marketable securities today. Turning now to our business segments. Cannabis was our second largest segment by revenue and comprised of 35% of our total mix. In Canada, within our cannabis segment, Tilray remains the market share leader with approximately 13% share in the months of June and July. Revenue from Canadian adult use cannabis increased due to new product innovation and performances and the favorable impact of the HEXO arrangement, which was partially offset by the negative impact of price compression and challenges in the province of Quebec. Tilray has paid approximately $120 million in Canadian excise tax and corporate income tax to the Canadian government in fiscal 2023, and we expect this to increase to 150 million Canadian with the addition of HEXO. The imbalanced tax burden is an added challenge we continue to face in the Canadian cannabis industry, with the majority of these taxes coming off top-line sales and, of course, impacting the bottom line. I have said this before, but it merits repeating. Roughly 1,000 LPs, 3,700 retail stores are far too many. We need consolidation for the Canadian market to stabilize. We remain confident this consolidation and right-sizing will continue to take hold over the coming quarters. Last month, we set the stage to drive the next evolution of Canadian cannabis by closing on our accretive acquisition of HEXO, which has strengthened our position across Canada. In doing so, we brought its leading cannabis brands into our operations and increased Tilray's #1 leading cannabis market share to 13%, 577 pips ahead of their next LP. From a product category perspective, Tilray continues to lead cannabis sales in every market across Canada. Tilray now
every market,
is
love it.
#1 in flower, oils, concentrates, number 2 in pre-rolls, and number 4 in vapes in the top 10 of all categories. In fiscal 23, Tilray's Canadian cannabis product innovation contributed 26.2 million Canadian to our adult use sales. In quarter 4, new product innovation was 42% of our business, led by our market-leading adult use brands, Good Supply, with the launch of Good Supply Monsters and Canica with the launch of Canica Darts, the first 2 of their kind of products in the Canadian cannabis market. We've also prioritized the realization of additional operating cost synergies in excess of $22 million on an annualized pre-tax basis of our $30 million plan in Canada, eliminating duplication in corporate costs, SG&A, and realizing substantial synergies in cultivation, packaging, logistics, extraction, and quality control. Again, before I joined the company, the legacy of Freya, Tilray Hexo management teams spent over $1 billion on greenhouse and infrastructure. Today, our management team and I are laser focused on optimizing our operation and efficiencies, utilizing and repurposing these facilities into profitable business and assets, including our new opportunities with fruit and vegetables cultivation, which is needed in Canada and especially in the Quebec market. Moving forward, we'll continue to strengthen our Canadian position with extensive commercialization rigor while capturing substantial value from Hexo's portfolio and our combined scale. We expect our newly expanded portfolio of Canadian cannabis brands to hit approximately $650 million at retail, with our biggest brands, Good Supply and Redecan, leading the charge with approximately $430 million at retail combined. In international cannabis in fiscal 2023, we turned our business around. We changed and upgraded our international management teams across key markets. We improved our profitability and positive cash flow, expanded distribution within established international markets, and added countries like Italy, Poland, Czech Republic, which offset our decision not to sell within Israel. As we look to fiscal 2024, our international cannabis business, we're focused on solidifying our leadership position and growing market share in medical cannabis in the countries which we participate in today, as well achieving early mover advantage in new countries as medical legalization continues to take hold. We are very well positioned to do this based on 3 core strengths. Our high quality medical cannabis brands, which are trusted by patients, healthcare professionals, and government officials around the world. Our best-in-class cultivation facilities in Portugal and Germany, as well as leveraging our Canadian cannabis facilities. And last but not least, our medical distribution network, led by our integrated CC Pharma and medical cannabis teams, with a relationship across 13,000 pharmacies in Germany. Based on these trends to date, we've built momentum in Poland and more recently received market authorization from Italy's Ministry of Health to distribute 3 new medical cannabis compounds through our wholly owned subsidiary, FL Group. FL Group is one of the only 5 companies in Italy that can import and distribute medical cannabis. We also forged a strategic partnership to market and educate over 11,000 pharmacies across Italy on the benefits of medical cannabis and expand our footprint across the Czech Republic through a new export and distribution partnership. Beyond that, the strong platform we built in our medical cannabis, coupled with our knowledge of stemming from our adult use market leadership in Canada and our deep CPG expertise of our leadership team, positions us well to capture the adult use opportunity as it materializes in Germany and elsewhere. And in the event that only in-country cultivation is allowed in Germany, we are one of the 3 companies that actually have a facility here today. So we're well situated and have the optimal flexibility to pivot in response to any change in pending regulation. From a bottom line perspective in Europe, we are laser focused on optimizing our platform, working to remove approximately $8 million of costs from our business, of which we've already completed over $6 million. In fiscal year 2023, CC Pharma, which will be rebranded to Tilray Pharma, our medical distribution platform for traditional branded and generic pharmaceuticals, as well as medical cannabis, grew 10% in constant currency and generated $285 million in revenue, representing 43% of our top line, and expanded its gross profit margin to 11% from 9% compared to previous years as we prioritize high margin sales. We see this as a major platform to expand into distribution of cannabis and wellness products throughout Europe. Tilray Pharma provides the benefit of an established pharmaceutical relationship and differentiate it through customer-centric services and drive still higher profit margins through the ongoing positive change in its product assortment. While we're not planning our business around adult use legalization in Germany, we note the proposed legislation proposes for medical cannabis to be declassified as a narcotic and may be prescribed through a medical prescription, thereby opening the pathway to accessibility to a larger patient population. We are using our Tilray Pharma distribution platform and relationships to help expand our medical cannabis business throughout Europe, and at the same time, using this medical distribution company to sell traditional medicines in Germany. Now, turning to our beverage, alcohol, and CPG portfolio, while participation in adult use cannabis markets are integral to our long-term strategy, let me reiterate that we will not engage business that touch the plant if cannabis remains federally illegal in the U.S.
Why do you have to say that?
We are optimizing the value of our existing U.S. businesses, which consist of craft beverage, alcohol brands, and wellness brands, all which are delivering solid performances today and have the potential for significant growth in the near and long-term future. Tilray's growing U.S. beverage alcohol segment includes strong award-winning brands, Sweetwater Brewing Company, Montauk Brewing Company, Alpine Beer Company, Green Flash Brewing Company, Breckenridge Distillery, and the highly awarded spirits brands and world's best blended whiskey. For fiscal year 2023, beverage alcohol grew 33% to $95.1 million for the year. Sweetwater saw revenue gains driven by partnerships with key distributors, United Distributors, Eagle Rock Distribution, Reyes Beverage Group, the largest beer distributor in the U.S. Creativity is a hallmark of our beverage alcohol brands, resulting in a steady stream of product launches that drive ongoing attention and excitement for our brands. In the last few months, Sweetwater released a line of ready-to-drink mixed cocktails in a can, a red, white, and blue American lager, and a Colorado orange citrus ale, exclusively in the Colorado market. Since our acquisition of Montauk Brewing, we've expanded Montauk's distribution by approximately 42%, with the brand now available in over 7,500 retail locations across New York, New Jersey, and most recently, Connecticut and Rhode Island. We are confident it can be a national brand by leveraging our national beverage alcohol infrastructure, and we're working quickly towards that. Our U.S. beer business also launched Good Supply Beer, a new light beer and premium lager brewed brand for easy drinking at a refreshing price. Good Supply Beer is available year-round in a 16-ounce can across Georgia, Connecticut, and New York, with added distribution rolling out this summer. Finally, our bourbon spirits brand, Breckenridge Distillery, continues to build momentum. It is one of the most awarded craft distilleries in the U.S. and firmly established its position as a category leader. Today, Breckenridge Distillery is distributing all 50 states and aligned nationally with RNDC, including a distribution contract guaranteeing nearly 30% sales growth annually. Our beverage, alcohol, and wellness brands can also be leveraged for cannabis-related opportunities when the time comes through the creation of broad-set cannabis-infused CPG brands and products, which can be backed by their existing distribution and marketing networks. Turning now to our wellness segment, our Manitoba hemp business has greater than 50% market share with a branded hemp seed in the U.S., including strong presence in the MULO and natural channels, and has Canadian market share of nearly 80%. Our Tilray Wellness business continues to deliver positive EBITDA, free cash flow, with Q4 being our strongest quarter of fiscal 23. Our wellness platform remains an important part of our U.S. strategy, with our clear growth drivers in the near and long term, including an ever-increasing consumer interest in hemp products, given the key role they can play in plant-based, low-carb, and keto diets. Distribution expansion, including Whole Foods markets and Walmart, demonstrating the relevance of hemp products across the channels and consumer demographics. A strong innovation pipeline, including the recent launch of CBD wellness beverages like Happy Flower that meet the needs of Gen Z and millennial consumers. And with that, we're excited by the opportunities provided by our diversified businesses, and we remain steadfast in delivering on our strategic priorities, maximizing revenue and growth optimization, and maintaining our balance sheet strength. I will now turn the call over to Carl to discuss the financials in greater detail. Carl.
Thank you, Irwin. I am pleased to report that we exceeded both of our financial guidance targets that we laid out for the fiscal year. With respect to adjusted EBITDA, we exceeded the low end of our target range of $60 to $66 million, reporting $61.5 million. And with respect to adjusted free cash flow, we exceeded our target of positive adjusted free cash flow, reporting $1.3 million for the year. More importantly, we generated over $40 million of adjusted free cash flow in the quarter, and on a fiscal year to fiscal year basis, we improved our adjusted free cash flow by almost $200 million. These accomplishments are a testament to the hard work by our team managing operating expenses and cash flow, along with our determination to control the controllable. At the same time, this strengthens our balance sheet, which I will explain shortly. But first, as a reminder, our financial results are presented in accordance with U.S. GAAP and in U.S. dollars, and we will reference both GAAP and non-GAAP adjusted results throughout our discussion. And as Barron mentioned earlier, our earnings press release contains a reconciliation of our reported results under GAAP to the non-GAAP measure identified during our remarks. Before reviewing our annual and quarterly performances, I did want to briefly discuss our favorable refinancing in late May, which further strengthened our balance sheet, extended maturity to 2027, and locked in a lower fixed interest rate of 5.2%. Recall that as of February 28, 2023, we had just under $140 million of Tilray convertible notes due on October 1st, 2023, and just under $260 million of Aphria convertible notes due on June 1st, 2024. The refinancing extended out those maturities on $125 million of the convertible notes. Rather than using our cash, which we are reserving for investments and strategic acquisitions, we sought to refinance a meaningful portion of our debt. Importantly, we did not do this to raise money for working capital purposes or to pay off previous losses. One of the consistent themes we heard from the institutional investors that purchased the convertible notes was that we were the only company in the world with a presence in the cannabis industry that they currently would have invested in because of our history of financial results, the confidence they have in our strategic plan, and the management team leading the company, as well as the strength of our balance sheet.
Bank of America's
Whoa.
mid-sized business.
Clients expect
Hold on, sorry, hold on.
in the US.
And assuming they convert the notes into common shares, will increase the percentage of institutional investors in our stock. Let me briefly discuss highlights for the full year before
bad.
reviewing the fourth quarter in greater detail.
You scared the shit
Net
out of me.
revenue for fiscal 2023 was nearly even at $627.1 million, compared to the prior year at $628.4 million. However, in constant currency, net revenue grew 6% to just under $668 million. By segment, cannabis net revenue fell 7% year over year, or positive 2% on a constant currency basis, inclusive of over $33 million due to price compression in Canada, of which virtually all of this also represented a reduction in EBITDA. And wellness revenue was down 11% year over year, or 9% on a constant currency basis. However, distribution revenue was flat, but rose 10% on a constant currency basis, and beverage alcohol revenue increased 33%. Gross profit for the year increased 26% to $147 million from $116.8 million in the prior year, and gross margin increased to 23% from 19% in the prior year. Adjusted gross profit increased 11% to just over $206 million from $186 million in the prior year, and adjusted gross margin expanded 300 basis points to 33%. By segment, cannabis adjusted gross margin improved due to the HEXO arrangement. Distribution adjusted gross margin improved due to favorable product mix. Beverage alcohol adjusted gross margin fell because of margin contributions from the Montauk and Breckenridge acquisitions, which operate at a lower margin than Sweetwater, while wellness adjusted gross margin was basically even. Net loss for fiscal 2023 was $1.4 billion compared to $434 million in the prior year. Net loss for the year is tied to our annual goodwill impairment review, as discussed in our previous quarter. From an adjusted net loss perspective, our loss was 21 cents per share compared to 38 cents in the prior year. Adjusted EBITDA for fiscal year 2023 improved to $61.5 million, a record for our company, up 28% from $48 million in the prior year. We have now generated positive adjusted EBITDA in 4 consecutive years. Turning now to the quarter, net revenue increased by 20% to a record amount of $184.2 million from the prior year quarter. While on a constant currency basis, net revenue rose 24% to $189.6 million from $153.3 million in the prior year quarter. Gross profit for Q4 was $67.1 million, and gross margin was 36%, compared to a loss of $67 million and a negative 4% gross margin in the prior year quarter. Adjusted gross profit for Q4 was $68.4 million, up 36% from last year, while adjusted gross margin rose to 37% from 33% in the prior year quarter. Profit and margin gains were a direct result of our implementation of numerous cost-saving programs, including offsetting part of our allocated overhead for intentionally reducing cannabis production and contributions from the HEXO arrangement. Recall that when we reported Q4 2022 last summer, we announced a $30 million cost optimization plan. Through May 31st, we have achieved $22 million on an annualized run rate basis,
Watch TLRY.
of which $18.5 million represented actual cost savings during the current year.
I think it's about to
Net
snap
loss
back.
was just under $120 million.
Warrant
compared to a net
also looks
loss
like it's
of
about to move up.
Just under $460 million in the prior year quarter. On an adjusted basis, net loss was $30.4 million or 0 cents per share, an improvement from net loss of $44.1 million or 0 cents per share in Q4 last year. Adjusted EBITDA almost doubled to a record amount of $22.2 million from $11.5 million in the prior year quarter. Operating cash flow for Q4 improved by $64.1 million to $43.6 million from a loss of $20.5 million in the prior year quarter. This was the result of improved operating efficiencies realized through our synergy programs and management of our working capital requirements. From a free cash flow perspective, in Q4, we reported $33.3 million of free cash flow and $43.2 million of adjusted free cash flow, which excludes growth CapEx. This compares to a negative free cash flow of $24.8 million in Q4 a year ago. The improvement is due in part to the reduction of working capital. Of course, cash used in or provided by working capital changes is expected to fluctuate on a quarter-by-quarter basis. Note that for the full fiscal year, adjusted free cash flow was positive $1.3 million, representing an almost $200 million improvement from the fiscal year 2022. These metrics certainly demonstrate the steps we have taken to better balance revenue and costs across all our business units. Turning to our business segments, gross cannabis revenue was comprised of $214.3 million in Canadian adult use revenue, $43.6 million in international cannabis revenue, $25 million in Canadian medical cannabis revenue, and $1.4 million from wholesale. Excise taxes totaled $63.9 million, so they are clearly a significant impact to our gross revenue. For the full year, we paid almost $120 million Canadian in excise and corporate taxes to the Canadian government. And with the addition of HEXO, expect this to increase to approximately $150 million Canadian. This substantial tax burden adds to the challenges facing the cannabis industry today. More importantly, Tilray is one of the few licensed producers in Canada that pays taxes when due and is not using the government as a de facto financing arm. Q4 net cannabis revenue was $64.4 million, representing a 21% increase from the year-ago period. The variance was mostly related to the HEXO arrangement. On a constant currency basis, net cannabis revenue increased by 28.6%, as the decline in the Canadian dollar and euro resulted in a $4.1 million decrease to foreign exchange losses. Price compression, while slowing, continued to have a marked impact on our results. Cannabis gross profit was $39.5 million, and cannabis gross margin was 61% for the quarter, compared to negative $19.1 million and negative 36% in the prior year quarter. Adjusted cannabis gross profit increased $39.5 million from $28.4 million in the prior year quarter, while gross margin increased to 61% from 53% in the prior year quarter. The margin improvement was related to continued cost optimizations, offset by the impacts of price compression, as well as a decrease in the utilization of our cannabis facilities to manage demand requirements. Distribution revenue, derived predominantly through CC Pharma, increased 18.7% to $72.6 million from $61.2 million in the prior year quarter, despite the strengthening of the US dollar relative to the euro. On a constant currency basis, revenue would have actually increased 20.1% to $73.4 million for an additional $800,000 of revenue. Distribution gross profit was $6.7 million, and distribution gross margin was 9% compared to a loss of $4 million and negative 7% in the prior year quarter. Adjusted distribution gross profit increased 91.5% to $6.7 million from $3.5 million in the prior year quarter, while adjusted distribution gross margin increased to 9% from 6% in the prior year period. Similar to Q3, the year-over-year increases were the result of a positive change in product mix and our focus on higher margin sales, including the decision to exit the medical device reprocessing line. We reiterate our expectation that we can still drive higher business profits even without increasing revenue, as our facility is nearly fully utilized. Turning to our beverage alcohol segment, we generated $32.4 million in net revenue, up 42.6% from the prior year quarter of $22.7 million. The positive delta was due to contributions from our Montauk Brewery acquisition last November, extensive product innovation and increased distribution, renewed traction with our Green Flash and Alpine brands, and the building acceptance of Sweetwater in California. Beverage alcohol gross profit was $16.6 million, and beverage alcohol gross margin was 51% for Q4, compared to $11.4 million and 50% in the prior year quarter. Adjusted beverage alcohol gross profit was $17.8 million, compared to $13.6 million in the prior year quarter, while adjusted gross margin was 55%, down from 60% in the prior year period. The slight margin decline is a result of the Montauk acquisition that was not completed in the prior year comparison and operates at a slightly lower margin than Sweetwater. Finally, wellness segment revenue decreased 8.8% to $14.8 million from $16.2 million in Q4 last year. The decrease in revenue was due to a reduction in customer inventory levels at warehouse locations across North America and a pullback on margin dilutive non-branded sales that led to top line decreases in the quarter versus the prior year. Wellness gross profit was $4.4 million, down from $5 million in the prior year quarter, and gross margin remained relatively consistent at 30% from 31%, as we countered the impacts of higher input costs of seed ingredients with higher pricing. Our cash and marketable securities balance as of May 31st was $448.5 million, up from $450.9 million in the year-ago period, and today sits at approximately $500 million, and working capital was $340.1 million. Let's now discuss our guidance for fiscal year 2024, which ends on May 31st, 2024. Adjusted EBITDA is expected to be $68 to $78 million, representing a growth of approximately 20% year over year. We are also projecting positive adjusted free cash flow for the year from operations, excluding our cost to integrate Hexo and the cash income taxes we pay at a Free Diamond. To conclude, we delivered on our guidance for fiscal year 2023 and have set the bar even higher for fiscal year 2024. In addition to projecting meaningful growth, we will be continuing to optimize our cost structure, minimize CapEx, improve our industry-leading balance sheet, and drive additional free cash flow. With that, I will conclude our prepared remarks and open the lines for questions from our covering analysts. Afterwards, we will take a few questions from our shareholders through the SAY platform. Operator, what's the first question?
Our first question today is coming from Vivian Azer from TD Cowen. Your line is now live.
Remember, Say Technologies is owned by Robinhood.
Good morning.
So congratulations on the strong print. For us, top line exceeded expectations across every segment, which is quite nice to see. Maybe we can just start with the adult use cannabis segment. You know, best revenue generation you guys have seen in nearly 8 quarters, despite the price deflation that you called out. So a two-part question, please. Number one, just from a housekeeping standpoint, would you be able to quantify the impact of the price deflation? You guys called that out in the last couple of quarterly earnings calls, one. And then number two, in terms of the overall improvement that you guys are seeing in the business, can you articulate whether there are any kind of positive mix shift variances that contributed to the strong gross margin for the overall segment? Thank you.
Good morning, Vivian. I'll jump in for part of it, but what we said, you know, about $30 million of price compression throughout our fiscal 2023 that hit us, and that comes right off top line and the bottom line. And the good news is I feel that is behind us, and I think, you know, prices have definitely stabilized. In regards to, you know, what's growing cannabis, and I'm sitting next to Blair McNeil, who runs our Canadian operation here in recreational. You know, we've introduced some great new products. We have really come out in regards to, you know, the potency, the genetics, consumers knowing their genetics. I think consumers are so much more educated about cannabis today. We really improved our distribution. And I think what's important too is our boots on the street working, with our butt tenders and getting them educated about our, Tilray brands. I got to commend the team for some of the innovation that we come out with. Blair, you want to add to that?
Yeah, let me say, Vivian, the one thing in terms of your mix shift is you'll see that on Canica and Riff, we've really grown our mainstream flower presence. With good supply, we know we dominate the value segment. Canica and Riff growth has come right into mainstream, higher margins for us. So our innovation is really, really driving our P&L right now. In Q4, we had 40% of our sales come from innovation. We had 121 new products launch in fiscal 23, and we've got a tremendous pipeline built for the future. So we're very, very optimistic about the path forward, and our shipments early in Q1 indicate that we'll continue to see that strength.
And Vivian, I think the other important thing is how much cost we've been able to take out of our business, especially, from our cannabis side. And that's done throughout the year. So we don't even have a full year of those costs coming out. And, we get to enjoy them next year. And just to be clear, we closed on Hexo in June. So there's no Hexo numbers in here. And actually, there's a lot Blair and his team has to do, to offset some of the declines on Hexo. We think there's some incredible opportunities with ready-can pre-rolls, with flour, with oils and edibles. So we're excited about what we're seeing. Listen, there's still challenges, you heard me say. There's still a lot of LPs out there. There is still a lot of retailers. There's still an illicit market we have to deal with. But sitting today with a combined of 13 share, that's almost double, what our next competitor is. And Blair's just sitting here showing me some new share numbers on Tilray. Most recent ones just came out and very impressive.
Thank you. As a reminder, that's star one to be placed in the question queue. In the interest of time, we ask that you please ask one question, then return to the queue. Our next question is coming from Andrew Carter from Stifel. Your line is now live.
Hey, yeah, thanks. Good morning. So wanted to ask about the adjusted EBITDA base here, $61.5 million. If you strip out kind of the Hexo fees that you've got, it'll be a wash on cash flow, of course, you go down to like an adjusted EBITDA number of $31 million. So I'm getting next year's growth at 38 to 48. So a couple of things in there. Year one Hexo, will it be positive EBITDA, i.e. a contribution? Are you expecting a big step change in the Canadian kind of profit base? Could you give us a reminder of how much incremental synergies are left? And also kind of, are you leaning on kind of beverage alcohol profit improvements? And is there any projected M&A in those numbers? Thanks.
So, morning, Andrew. Just first off, there's no projected M&A in those numbers. With respect to the adjusted EBITDA for Hexo, I mean, yes, that's obviously the current year's statements have the Hexo arrangement in it. Next year, we're going to see Hexo into it. We've been very clear that we were going to drive approximately $25 million of synergies through that transaction. I think, everybody can kind of take Hexo's run rate at their last reported quarter end, put those two numbers together, and we'll understand a little bit better where we're thinking that comes in within the portfolio. But as Blair's already said, we have a significant amount of innovation that is going to continue to drive results in cannabis. We have a significant amount of innovation that drove results this quarter and will continue to drive results in future quarters coming through the beverage alcohol portfolio, particularly in the beer division. And then as it relates to cost synergies, we have approximately $8 million left to achieve on the cost optimization target from last year on the Canadian cannabis business, and $12 million to actually flow through the income statement still to come.
Andrew, I think the big important thing here, just let me jump in here for a second, is the growth and the opportunities with the Hexo brand. We really think there's a lot we can do with Redecan, as you heard me say, on its pre-rolls and flour. Already we've integrated the sales into our sales organization, our marketing into our marketing organization. Matter of fact, we're sitting in Gatineau, Quebec today, where we're doing our call from. And already we've eliminated, and Blair has confirmed, in the first month and a half of owning this, we've hit or succeeded our synergies and savings and taking costs out of this business. So, with that, yes, there's a lot of wood to chop to achieve that EBITDA. But the big thing with Hexo and owning Hexo and operating it, what we're kind of surprised with and what we like what we're seeing is some of the opportunities. Hexo did not have the growth in the Quebec market. Hexo, is growing in Quebec. It's a Quebec, company. We see tremendous opportunities with Hexo in the second biggest market in Canada, the Quebec market, and also, what we're seeing out west in that. So, we feel good going into this year with a combination of Hexo, Tilray, and the older Aphria brands.
Thank you. Our next question is coming from Owen Bennett from Jefferies. Your line is now live.
Morning, guys. Hope all well. I just wanted to follow up on Vivian's question around Canadian adult use. So going very well in flower, oils, concentrates, pre-rolls, where you're number one. I'm assuming the goal will be to be number one across all segments. So I was just wondering what you think you need to do in vape to improve the share there, and also the other categories where you're less strong. I mean, anything you want to call out in terms of investment in specific segments, anything you're doing to try and improve trends in those other segments. Thank you.
Larry? Yeah, I'll take that. Thanks, Owen. Great question. I think if you looked at our most recent vape numbers, you would see some meaningful change in how we've gone to market. We've had two great innovations there.
Those are the fibs. I'll post it on
Twitter.
Twitter.
One is Rocket Bomb, and the other one is Watermelon. They've both done very, very well. But overall, we've added hemp mouthpieces to our vapes. We've upgraded our hardware, and our potencies across the board have increased tremendously. So big shout out to our extraction team. They worked hard in that category. As you know, that's a category over the last little while where we've lost share. So I'm very confident in our abilities and our innovation pipeline on vape. In terms of your question around being number one in all categories, there's certain categories still vape, pre-roll, flower that do, between 80 and 90% depending on the market. So, beverages, edibles, and some of the other smaller categories. I would say in those categories, we think about margin first, and we think about what they add to our business from a margin standpoint, and think about how strong we want to be in those categories at that time. And, I do see beverages and edibles long-term as being recruitment categories, so we'll always have a presence there, but I think we'll think thoughtfully about when we really scale up in those categories.
Thank you. Next question today is coming from Aaron Gray from Alliance Global Partners. Your line is now live.
Hi, good morning, and thank you for the question. I want to turn a bit to Germany. You mentioned before your thoughts on the medical market, removal of cannabis from the narcotics list, opening up the medical market more in terms of physician adoption and patient growth. So just want to know in terms of your thoughts on that and the potential to offset of the phase one of, adult use legalization.
I turn his volume down. He's too loud.
Like we've seen in Canada and other U.S. states with adult use, slowing medical growth, and then how you're
Snap
also
bankruptcy soon? Okay, that's what they said about Carvana when I was buying it at 386.
Hi, Aaron, it's Denise. So good question. I think when we looked at Germany, if you heard the last few calls, we were talking about adult use and we were getting ready for it. I think at this point, as you've mentioned, we see a delay in any sort of adult use legalization. But as you mentioned, the newest draft legislation talks about the removal of medical cannabis and cannabis in general as a narcotic, which we believe presents a great opportunity to our business. We are very well situated from a medical cannabis perspective in the sense that we've got great brands that are trusted by patients, doctors, regulators within Germany. We are one of the only of three that have a facility within Germany. And so we have very good relationships within country. And so as we look at our medical brands, we will continue to grow our medical brands in the way that we have. We also are very focused on looking at what we are calling the patient-driven side of the market. We're seeing basically a patient-driven side where people are very focused on flower quality. And it is more of a wellness health perspective, but not so much as medically prescription-driven where it's looking at condition. It's looking more like at wellness states. And we're going to focus on this tremendously. It will be a different approach from the medical the purely pharmaceutical base, and we'll be looking at it more from like a wellness perspective and how do we interact with doctors and pharmacies in that way. We will be looking at different brands going to market, et cetera. And we actually did this in Australia just this quarter where we launched Broken Coast. So stay tuned.
I think the most important thing is we're there. We have facilities there already, both in Portugal and Germany. We have a distribution with Tilray Pharma, CC Pharma. We have infrastructure, on the streets. We're working with the German government in many ways. And I think, listen, we're disappointed that if legalization doesn't happen, but there's a second route to recreational through the medical world that we think there's a big market there. And, again, like I said, we're disappointed, but we think there is opportunities in selling, a different way as consumers look to get medical, but ultimately use it for recreational.
Thank you. Next question today is coming from Nadine Sarwat from Bernstein. Your line is now live.
Hi, thank you for taking my question. Just coming back to the point on guidance, can you offer any commentary on that adjusted EBITDA growth guidance had it been on an organic basis? So excluding the addition of Hexo, it would just be good to get a sense of what you expect from the core business versus the base that we just had reported today. And
we're about to open, just so everybody knows I'm not a financial advisor.
Could you put
yada,
some
yada,
numbers
yada.
around that? Is it just that the compression is reducing, or are you actually seeing it fully stabilize and hitting a floor? Thank you.
So, Nadine, I think I already answered the question on adjusted EBITDA. And
Also, peep this snap I'm about to post.
Coming from
is the fib lines for PACW.
How that would evolve next year, and as we've said, we're targeting basically $25 million of synergies off their existing run rate from their last reporting date. That involves a minor decrease in EBITDA coming from Hexo directly over the course of the next year, and the rest is being driven by growth within our existing businesses. I'll turn it to Blair for the question on cannabis.
Yeah, certainly on the price compression side, I would not say it's stabilized. Price compression by category is directly tied to SKU saturation. And if you look at some of the latest categories where you've had pretty large growth, you will see that they are still relatively under-skewed relative to some of the other categories. So I definitely see it flattening out in areas like flour and some aspects of pre-roll, but there are other categories where I think you'll continue to see some compression.
But we're also seeing the different governments putting in some pricing there to stabilize pricing, and I think that's going to be important. The Ontario
2 minutes till open
has just gone ahead with that. So ultimately, and as we see cannibalization out there, we're also going to see LPs go away, and I think that stops a lot of the price compression out there. So again,
watch AWIN just underneath VWAP.
I've always said the cannabis industry is one of the only industries that I haven't seen inflation, not price compression. But I think we will see some, but I think it's not the $30 million that we saw this year. Nowhere near that.
Thank you. Next question today is coming from Tammy Chen from BMO Capital Markets. Your line is now live.
Thanks. Good morning. My one question is, we saw one of your other competitors recently really call out this phenomenon of inflation on THC potency labeling, cherry-picking testing results. I'm just wondering what your perspectives are on that. It sounded like from their commentary, this sort of phenomenon, which I think had been kind of going around in the industry for a bit of time, had apparently really accelerated over the last recent months. Thanks.
Hey, Tammy, it's Blair. This is not a new phenomenon. When you think about the regulatory environment that we live in, there is a very narrow communication that you can have around your brands. And so THC has always been leading that. And if I think back to a year ago, anything over 20%, mid-20s was recognized. Now the potency has gone up. And I think what people forget is, commercialized
PACW is about to go postal. So is Warrant. Warrant looks like it's about to go too.
looking at ways to improve the yield of the flower. They're looking at ways to improve the qualities of the flower, and THC goes along with that. So we don't see it
Watch
being,
the open. Let's go. Good luck, everyone.
In the last 18 months. It's an area where we continue to know that, you know,
Dish filled its daily gap down.
Consistent with the market. But, you know, ultimately, what we would like to see is some relaxation of the regulatory environment so we can talk about other attributes beyond THC.
Somebody just bought 140,000 shares of goev on the ass.
From Canaccord Genuity, your line is now live.
Hi, good morning. This is Yeon King on for that bottom.
Warren, trying above you up.
I just wanted to come back to Aaron's question about the CC Pharma distribution.
I'm gonna pull the
Nasdaq down 14.43 points to 4.
What? Why? I don't know why he started talking.
Sequential increase.
There we go.
And going forward, should we anticipate the
TRKA drop it open? That might be your buying opportunity.
As part of their pillar one within its recreational legalization plan.
Warren up.
Hi, so this is Denise. So I think in terms of the way that we track distribution revenue is actually we report it separately from cannabis. So even though pharma may be involved in the P&L logistics and dealing with customer service and other aspects around quality management pertaining to medical cannabis, we track medical cannabis revenue within our cannabis segment and the distribution revenue in our distribution segment. We are not focused on growing top-line distribution revenue, even though you did see a very large increase in distribution revenue. We have made tremendous improvements in the team in terms of procurement and distribution of traditional pharmaceutical products. And so that is the top-line growth that you're seeing, as well as the mix and the gross margin improvements, because we've been focusing on higher margin
Snap's
products.
still down 18%.
Our longer-term strategic goals with respect to Tilray Pharma are not necessarily to focus on top-line generation in the traditional pharmaceutical area. We will continue to grow the top line, but you will see more of a growth in the medical cannabis side, where we're projecting around a 30% CAGR over the next couple of years. Whereas in distribution, we're focused more on the lower single-digit CAGRs. But Tilray Pharma will continue to play a much bigger role in terms of 3PL, quality management, customer service to the pharmacy. And that's the role it will play within our platform.
Not yet. I want to see you go through that fib.
Coming from John Zamparo from CIBC, your line is now live.
If it busts that fib to the downside, I might have to get out. But
my question's on Hexo and the integration. Historically, sales of acquired brands have fallen pretty meaningfully post-acquisition. So I know it's only been a month since you closed that deal, but I wonder what you can say about Hexo's sales in the months since you've owned the business, either on a retail basis or sell-in to wholesalers. And can you talk about some of the plans you have in place for Hexo's brands to ensure you sustain the sales levels from pre-acquisition? Do you want to rationalize some of those brands? Are there new SKUs or categories coming from the acquired brands? Any additional color there would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, John. So I'm going to turn it over to Blair in a second. But I think, like with any acquisition, you have SKU rationalization, you have, product rationalization. I think what's important in the Hexo acquisition, there's a company called Redicant that, has incredible pre-roll business, incredible flower business, where there's a lot of growth. And, throughout the year, there was lots of challenges within Hexo. And didn't really have the sales organization out there that was needed. So, yeah, there has been a decline in sales. But I will tell you, we closed on June 1st, June 2nd. This team took over and have now got our G&D group, our group out of Quebec selling at Rose. So we are all over it. But, it will take some time, and we'll have to clean up some of these lower margin SKUs. But we see tremendous opportunity with the Redicant brand. Both on flower, oils, and
trying to come out of that zone, the supply zone. Tilray
I would say, look, in the past, what you've seen in acquisitions is the industry not quite as stable as it is today. I know that sounds crazy given some of the conditions we've seen in the marketplace, but I would say Tilray, the work we've done on the back end of our business around our cost savings, around our processes on the back end, just made us more ready to absorb the Hexo business. rebuilt their demand and supply plan completely. We've already upped some of their logistics, so you're seeing better shipments, better fulfillment on the order side. And as Erwin said, we see tremendous commercial opportunity for improved distribution around their cigarette-style pre-roll business, where they're a leader and a pioneer. And then on mainstream flower, as I talked about earlier in the call, the Redecan flower in the mainstream category, we think is under-indexed, and we see tremendous opportunity there. So I don't think you'll see the track record of the declines that maybe have happened in previous M&As. I think what you're going to see is very quickly we're going to stabilize that business and start to build on it in the marketplace.
In the cannabis industry, the two strongest brands today are Good Supply and Redecan. And in our acquisitions, I mean, Good Supply, we built from scratch. And with Redecan, it's the second biggest brand within the cannabis industry. So it's one of the first times we've ever really acquired such a strong brand within cannabis. And combined at retail, the two of them are what, $700-800 million at retail sales combined between Redecan.
PACW at the 200
between Redecan and Good Supply.
Watch PACW just go.
So we're looking for some big opportunities there.
Wait, Sean just tagged me in something, and it might be important.
Thank you. Next question is coming from Michael Lavery from Piper Sandler. Your line is now live.
Thank you. Good morning. Just was wondering if you could touch on maybe a little bit higher level, some of where the priorities and focus are, and maybe through the lens of capital allocation. I guess just looking at to break down your biggest segment is the distribution revenue. The fastest growing has been beverage alcohol, but of course, typically you think of Tilray as a cannabis company as a starting point. You're talking about pushing into vegetable cultivation. I guess just help us understand in terms of maybe where you're spending or focusing the most, what the leader, what
we gotta clear the 200
is driving the ship, or do you love all your children equally? Just help us think about the level of priority.
Earnings on Tilray.
In each of the buckets.
Bob.
So number one, I have 4 kids. I love them all equal most days. Number two is, we have 4 distinct businesses here. I love them all most days. Most days, okay? I think if you step back for a second and you look at our Canadian cannabis business and our positioning here and our investment, and you heard me say earlier on in my remarks, we've invested, not us, but prior ownership, over $1 billion. So we have 5 million square feet of assets today in regards to greenhouses. We have to use those and ultimately repurpose them. And to repurpose them into vegetables, we're not looking at major capital allocation here. We're not looking at major capital allocation in regards to our growing or processing on our cannabis business. And if anything, we're looking how we can take more and more cost out, how we become much more efficient here in those businesses. So yeah, there will be some CapEx, but nowhere near what was spent because we're sitting with, a lot of capital that's already been invested. In regards to our beer and our businesses and our spirit businesses, again, we talked about our growth on our spirits business with Breckenridge. It's great to see what's happening with Sweetwater right now under Ty's leadership. Acquiring Montauk, that is growing at 30-40%, and we're now not only the fastest growing beer in New York as we move into New Jersey and Connecticut. So yes, we'll continue to invest in that segment of the business. In regards to Europe, that's 600 million people in Europe. 20 countries today sell, medical cannabis. We see a tremendous opportunity, and we see that springboarding, into recreational through the medical world. So again, where are our margins? If you look at our business today, it's a third cannabis, it's a third spirits and beer, and it's a third in regards to our medical distribution. Listen, our medical distribution has nowhere near the margins that the cannabis or the spirits business has, but it's a great, vehicle to drive distribution through the cannabis business, and that's what you heard Denise say before. We will, use that to drive our medical cannabis business. So, again, we are a diversified company. Upon legalization, all these businesses come together, and we think, we have great brands, whether it's Sweetwater, Montauk, Breckenridge one day could be cannabis brands in the U.S. upon legalization.
Go ahead. Keep talking about that.
You know, we will spend accordingly. We will allocate, but every one of these are important because they're a big part of our growth. And the nice thing is they're all nicely growing today, and they're in markets, and the ability to grow in a lot of markets where there is a tremendous amount of growth for us.
Thank you. Next question today is coming from Federico Gomez from ATB Capital Markets. Your line is now live.
This is a long-ass earnings call, just saying.
Good morning. Thank you for taking my question. My question is just on the adult use segment in Canada. You know, right now you have
13%
market share nationally. You are the leader. Do you have any specific goal for this year in terms of
TLRY? Go ahead, babe.
maybe taking advantage of some of the difficulties your competitors are facing? And just talking about the pricing environment, so to gain share, would you need to be more aggressive on pricing, or are we at a point where now you think you have other levers to pull here to maybe significantly gain share over the near term as the market consolidates? Thank you.
RSI and PACW is
Thanks for the
54.
question. I would say in terms of our goals, obviously we want to grow, and we want to continue to grow. When I think about how we do that, I don't think we have a target in mind, but we continue to look at each of the segments, each of the categories. And so if you think about
Bitcoin
what I talked about earlier
trying to form a cup.
Flower, on the Redecan side, we don't have a huge presence in mainstream. We have Broken Coast at the premium side. We have good supply at the value side. So mainstream's an area where we think we continue to grow and continue to build our presence. So all of our growth strategies are really at the category and segment level, and we think there's a lot of runway for us to do that moving forward. The price compression side, I definitely think it's stabilized, to Erwin's point, in some of the categories. I don't think it's at the point now where we could think about optimizing our revenue and
at least
and
15
building our pricing. I don't think we're far away from that environment. If you look at
I'll say 14
the
because their
industry
chain ends
over
at
the last,
15. But at least 14.
12 months even, there's been a lot of capacity pulled out. So I do think the industry is going to stabilize from an inventory standpoint. And once that happens, I do see the opportunity for us to think about, optimizing our revenue versus, thinking about price compression.
Thank you, everybody. I think that has our last question for today. Thank you very much for joining our call.
Thank
you very much for your interest in Tilray. Before I conclude, I'd like to say thank you to all my team members that I work with, the management team, our board members. We have over 1,500 employees, 15 operating facilities around the world, and I'm proud to serve our patients, our consumers, and just as important, our shareholders out there, and being today in 21 countries, and with a lot of interest in the cannabis world, a lot of interest in the beer and the
VRM's
spirits
getting
world,
blocks.
and a lot of interest in regards to our distribution and medical business. We're an exciting company with a lot happening. And, as I go back and I said earlier on in my remarks, late in 2018, 2019, we're a $50 million company. And today, approaching, which we want to get to that $1 billion in size. There's a lot we've done. There's a lot we can do. And there's a lot we will do with what we've built within there. Tilray team has demonstrated adaptability. We've had strong execution skills in some tough categories, some tough markets, and some tough times where we've operated excellent, diversified our business. And I think that's what's really important today. And I know as I sit here and listen to a lot of the questions coming at us in regards to the cannabis world, but boy, are we doing some great things within the craft beer business. We will change that industry. Craft beer is cool and will become cooler. And
it's
some of the
cool.
Stuff that we're doing at Sweetwater and Montauk.
It's cool, he says. Look at VRM going vertical.
In regards to Breckenridge and our bourbons and some of the winnings that we've had and being number one, it's just tremendous. Our balance sheet, which is so important today, cash is king. And sitting close to $500 million of cash and have the ability to invest in our business, have the ability to invest in acquisitions.
Coming up towards the fib on VRM.
The ability to market our brands where we can and let consumers know about our brands, because our brands are cool. And, you know, our brands today resonate with Gen Z, Gen X, millennials, et cetera. You know, with that, you know, we have tremendous opportunities out there.
We have the 1348 on PACW coming up on the 200 now.
We'll continuously look at the acquisition world.
Bitcoin's coming up still?
Where we are today, being that leader in Canada in regards to, you know, our cannabis world, the leader where we are on our medical cannabis in regards to Europe and the opportunities there. Just think when the cannabis world legalizes, and something will happen in regards to legalization, whether it's medical cannabis, whether it's recreational cannabis, whether it's a Safe Bank Act, you know, we really look.
Yeah, the Safe Bank Act would really fucking do it.
The thing is, today with Tilray, we are not dependent upon legalization. We are a diversified company. We have cash flow. We have business that are growth. We're in diversified categories. We're in 21 different countries around the world. So we have some exciting things. So with that, I'd like to thank everybody for joining us. Enjoy the rest of your summer.
Why isn't Tilray coming up right now?
And more important, enjoy some of our great products out there. Thank you.
Thank you. That does conclude today's teleconference webcast. You may disconnect your line at this time and have a wonderful day. We thank you for your participation today.
Okay, let me disconnect from that line. All right. Well, fuck Tilray then, apparently. PACW up. There we go. That'll get Tilray up. Still looking for the crosser on PACW? Congrats to anyone who hit on this. Ball and play. PMN is up 6%. I have no idea why that's taking forever to load again. It got better throughout the day yesterday. TRKA up, yeah, but what's volume? Volume is everything on TRKA. Fingers already up 4%. Fucking A, Tilray, really? There we go. Alright. You don't think PACW goes up today? Okay. I mean, somebody said that they think that Snapchat was going to go bankrupt. So, I mean, like, I'm just going to keep, you know, going with my own opinions and telling you guys what my opinions are. Like, I'm totally down to hear your guys' opinions out, but the chances of me choosing your opinion over my opinion, unless there's valid, you know, data to support your thesis, chances are I'm not going to choose your opinion over mine. I mean, I'd rather be honest with people. A-Win up 30% still. Like, the whole thing is I'd rather be honest. Like, it is what it is. I trust my own DD and my own, like, you know, my own will to win more than anybody else. Snap is might be a snipe at $10. I mean, there is support at $8 on it, but it did fill the gap at $11.88 after earnings. Tilray's looking for a super trend up. I think they all are. They're kind of waiting on Bitcoin here. What are we doing? Tilray towards relative highs. This isn't on my watch list, I don't think. And it needs to be. What the fudge? Add to watch list. This is so fucked up. There we go. I just double clicked it and it came off. This is my life. Tilray still trying up. Love it. PACW down to the VWAP in the 48. Bitcoin looking for like it wants to handle. RSI and Bitcoin is at 58 right now. Why is this taking forever? There we go. There's me. Okay. All right. TLRY currently up 23%, we'll call it. And then PACW is up 28 at the moment. Dropping though. I still think it runs the chain and goes to at least like around 15, 14, 15. Guess we'll see, right? TLRY up 25% almost. We're gonna erase this line because it's about to clear it anyway. There's no way it clears this line though. Hold on a second. No way it clears that. Bitcoin up. Hard down on PACW. Let's skip around here. What do we got? Probably gonna go to 9.5, 9.6. I mean, either way, it's still a come up. I just have the balls to see it through. AI went to back to green. Let's see. COSM 171. T2 red. Down another 4%. Snap down 20. Guys, Snap might be a snipe. Just saying. Like, like I'm half tempted to just fucking dump my goev at like a smaller gain than what I believe I could get, and just buy Snap at a $10 average. Like that was such a fucking clear buy signal right there. It's such a clear buy signal at $10. Bitcoin trying to push up. BBIG blocks are flying. Hold on, let me get BBIG up. The fuck? Why is it taking forever? BBIG, BBIG, BBIG. Lots of BBIG blocks. I'm not sure about Snap at all. Snap offers a lot, actually. You're also short on Coinbase and C3 AI, so like, why would I ever even consider listening to you? Ooh, BBIG pushed off the ledge. AI blocks over 40. A went to 35% almost. Bro, no one I know uses Snapchat anymore. Everyone did a few years back. I mean, I still use Snapchat. Younger people than I still use Snapchat. I don't snap like I used to, but like, still have a Snapchat. The younger generation is still heavy on Snap, though. Google's up almost 7% still. I guess I'll pull up TLRY. This shit taking forever to load is gonna be death to me. Love Snapchat. That one might be good. Fuck Xpeng. You and I are on totally different. Oh wait, never mind. I thought that was Robbie. I don't fuck with China, bro. I don't fuck with China. Xpeng is too Chinese for me. That's my issue with Xpeng. Way too Chinese. Ever since they basically like cut Jack Ma's balls off over the ant deal, I've been anti-China. No way this line is gonna work. No way. Let's see. Come on, Bitcoin. RSI in Bitcoin right now is at 59. Xpeng just got a bunch of money from someone. Yeah, so did PACW. They just got $400 million. $700 million from Volkswagen for Xpeng. Word. GoEV up. Maybe that was the bottom yesterday. Maybe it was the bottom. I have a lot of blocks coming through on it. A lot of blocks on GoEV. Tons of blocks on GoEV right now. AI is over 41 now. Seeing it in the blocks. Coinbase to 100. PACW still pissing me off a little bit. Up 27%. TLRY up. TLRY is up 25% now. Bitcoin's on the way up. Headed for a supply zone. Go ahead, PACW. Do it for the homie. Plus they bought 5% of the company. I still like GoEV more than I like Xpeng. Like, do we know if Xpeng has any, like, large orders or anything like that? Like, do they have any bulk, like, deals done? Or the strategic partnerships or anything? I want to look at volume on PACW here in a second, as soon as it loads. Trying higher on TLRY. Why isn't this fucking volume loading? There it is. Okay, that's weird. Volume on PACW is currently 12 million. Average is just under 17. And it's 10 o'clock. So, I mean, strap up. Strap up, my space cadets. Going for a ride. Going for a ride. Bitcoin just off that relative high. Oh, that would fucking work. Trying to look at volume for this. Fuck. What's goev's volume? Oh, there it is. Okay, now it's loading. Okay, only 6.83 mil at the moment. Bitcoin up. Bitcoin with the strong move. Hopefully it makes it over that supply zone. I'm not fucking with Xpeng. I don't trust them. Exactly. Same. TRKA up 3.3. Yeah, what's volume on TRKA though? Bitcoin back down to the 48. Google still up over 6.5. TLRY at 24.5. Lucid to 720. VRM 229. And then goev down here is up about almost 5%. Looking for a big spin on PACW. The earnings call last night was actually kind of fire. I mean, like it sounded very, very promising. We'll see. I want to see what it does with that fib line. Come on. Fucking A. Taking forever today. Fuck. I just fucked up, I think. Yeah, I did. Everything's gonna turn into the Qs. Watch. Fuck. Qs are setting up for cup and handle, though. Alright, let's go back now. Hopefully this fixes it. Hopefully. I have a feeling it might freeze it. Oh, maybe not. Okay. Bet. Hopefully we're getting that spin on PACW. Yeah, so the volume on TRKA means that, like, it's not even worth mentioning. Honestly, until volume is at like 400,000, it's not like TRKA isn't even like really worth paying attention to, in my opinion. It's just a waiting game. All right, PACW. What are we doing at this fib line? Watch for reversal calls, guys. Reversal calls on the options chain. I'm actually pulling up options right now on PACW. There's a lot of 10s for 2 days from now. Just saying. A lot of puts at 10.95 as well. However, if we get around 10, definitely see a push. Okay. I'm going to leave the options open on it, actually. I want to see the open interest. Okay. Just about patience for TRKA? I absolutely agree. Bitcoin coming down towards the 200. Simultaneously, Pac West, I'm seeing some green just above the fib line. Bitcoin down to the 200 in VWAP. No mas. No mas. I want to add to my block trade indicator. I'm going to add in PACW actually. PACW. Add. Okay. All right, a lot of all right, I literally just added PACW to my block trade list, and I'm already seeing a decent amount of blocks coming through. I was not expecting that so quickly. Bitcoin down underneath the 200 and VWAP. PACW. If PACW gets above 10, watch out. Bitcoin trying back on top of the 200 in VWAP. A lot of these, what's called, these trades are going off exchange. DW, do you think it's going to skyrocket soon? Wait, like DW Shoes? Is that what company it is? Open up 2.3. NVIDIA down 0.5%. I feel like that's a rarity nowadays to see. Mara up 2.8. LightR is 3%. IonQ up almost 5%, almost 16 bucks. Oh, DW. Oh, as in don't worry. Got it. Right off that line. Go ahead. Fisker up about 4%. EVLV hanging out around $6. CXAI down to 682. Remember, there are downside gaps, but the data is jacked on CXAI. COSM to 173. TLRY just dropped to 48. Oh, we need to get back over 950. Come on. Just looking at the options chain, we need to get over 950. For sure. Jacked as in like the short interest is through the roof. It's on threshold. Like I'm pretty sure that there was a good amount of FTDs. Like I don't know. To me, it looks like strong data for an upside move. However, the gaps to the downside indicate that it might have some downside left in it. Down to the fib line. More calls are rolling in on guys. More people are buying calls on Pac West. People are buying 9 5s and 10s right now. Not financial advice, obviously. People are buying 9 5s and 10s though. I could see it in the open interest. The 10s are only 23 bucks right now. 23, 22. Woo, baby. Did I bottom tick that? No way. No way. No way. No fucking way. There's no way I bottom ticked that. I would love it if it just moved right off that fib line. I doubt it, but yeah, I didn't think I was going to get a perfect fill. Okay, that makes sense. Watch the reversals, though. goev is getting a lot of slapping of the ask, by the way, for large amounts of shares. Like, someone just bought 270,000 shares of goev on the ask. Wait, why is that there? That's gonna go away. All right. Let's see. Let's go up and change it like this. TLRY at 20%. Bitcoin trying out VWAP in the 200 right there. Warrant down off the highs. Only 8% now. Visa up 10. Google still up 6.5%. IonQ 16, 17. UFAB up 7. EV go to 415. DNA 237. I sold my DNA yesterday at 236, and I bought PACW with it at 7. Well, my average is 784 after DCAing 3 times. So I'll call that a dub. So far, I didn't realize the gain yet. Bitcoin spinning towards the 48. It is going to have a level of support resistance that it has to go through first. PACW, RSI is at 30. Where the hell are the... Open interest, got it. Yeah, we need to get this thing up to about $10. At least over 950. If we don't get up back over there, then we're going to be in trouble just looking at the options chain. Let's see. TLRY is on a potential double bottom right now at the 48. Just above you up. A-win to 54%? Jesus. A-win. If it'll ever load, there we go. A-win's going nuclear right now. She's a cooking. Hold on 1 second. Have a look at Sizo. Sizo's been on the list too for a minute. Heads up on PacWest. All right, here they come. Here come the buyers on PacWest. Hold on a second. Pay attention to your order, to the options menu on your broker. Just pay attention to the open interest. I look at Sizo. Sizo has been on the list here for a minute. It's been having decent moves the last couple of days. It's only 23 cents though. Okay. Hold on 1 second. Uh, 4 hour. Wow. I mean, clearly you just need to break that 200 right there, bro. I mean, that's clear as day. That 200, basically you want to hold 24 cents. Like if you hold 24 cents, you're in good shape. Bitcoin on super 1348. COSM to 172 only. Snap off the lows, still at 1016. TLRY looks like it wants more. Guys, I'm telling you, people are buying more calls. TLRY is getting really tight on the Bollinger Bands as well. So is Bitcoin. PACW up. All right. Let's see. TLRY trying to make a move. PACW up 24 right now, going towards the 48. IQ is up to 1623. A1 chilling at 50. Open at 444. Finger. Hold on. I just want to set an alert on goev so I dump it if the need arises. Bitcoin up. PACW up. PACW through the 48. Why the fuck is this taking so long? Create. There we go. You're saying finger. How much is it up? Finger. 7.9, 7.89. Okay. Finger to 5. Congrats if you hit on those $5 calls that we talked about two sessions ago. I believe it was. PACW is ripping. Let's go. Pay us. Fuck yeah, pay us. Watch us start eating gamma now. We're like right there. We have to take out the $10 puts, to be quite honest, but I want to see the open interest on them start to dump. That would be ideal. To VWAP. Finger up 8. Finger could move in a hurry. I'm just going to set an alert on it. God forbid. Come on, create. Good thing. Okay. TLRY, are you going to go up? PACW, in between the VWAP and the 200? We used to do 11. TLRY up. I'm just gonna pull up goev. I'm sorry. I sold some last night for profit, then I grabbed $10 calls this morning. You dog. You dog. Let's go. TLRY trying up on a super. Struggling in between the VWAP and the 200 on PACW. TLRY up. TLRY now is 23%. Bitcoin. What are you doing? Okay, let me pull this screen off for the time being. Okay. There we go. Bitcoin's RSI is 62 almost. 61.8 if we want to be, on the money. TLRY RSI is 60. And is that inside the MACD? Slightly on top of the MACD, it looks like. If this is a red candle, I'm about to draw something. If it finishes red. PACW still 25. We use it at 12%. TLRY. What are you doing, TLRY? 23.5 up to 207. A1's dropping. PACW almost has a 13 over the 48. Backed up 3.5. Bitcoin trying. As is TLRY. Oops. Pyro, what up? Steve, good morning to you too. What percentage up is considered ripping in this room? Like 10 plus. Well, unless it does like a, I don't know, like basically like a flat line to a vertical. You know what I mean? Like I would consider that like a rip. Like it ripped off the current or the the existing price action and changed course. So I mean, I guess there's different variations. Good question though. Good question. Still waiting on a handle here for Bitcoin. RSI is a 63, and it's on top of the MACD. Go ahead, PACW. Pouring rain here. Stick. Stuck under a tent. It's not supposed to rain when you were camping. That's just, you know, the weatherman's way of saying to come hang out here with us. That's what that is. Still trying to get that 13 over the 48 on PACW. Groupon over 8%. Finger off the highs, still 6.6. Visa 12.6. TLRY. Do what I think you're gonna do. TLRY is about to launch, I think. RSI and Bitcoin's at 67 though. A little bit hot. Just a wee bit. Price action on top of the 48 here for PACW. We gotta drag the EMAs now with us. Bella, that's enough, please. Thank you. Well, apparently she didn't think it was enough. Shh. Chill. I don't like you doing that with Kurt. My bad. Steve, are you playing anything today? I jumped in and out of PACW for a nice scalp. Nice scalp, bro. Nice scalp. That got my... I'm trying to get them to stop. Hold on. Hey. Hey. Shh. Please, okay? Be quiet. Or you're going upstairs. Alright, they're going upstairs. 1 second. Upstairs, come on. Let's go. Alright, sorry, I couldn't deal with that. Getting really tight on PACW. ahead. Big old cup and handle setup on PACW. Huge cup and handle setup. Yeah, right out the fib. Big cup. Looking for a big handle. Hey, Doc, what's up? Bitcoin also looking for a handle. TLRY down to the bottom of the pennant, sub 20%. PACW, go ahead, baby. Carry us. They're slapping the ass on PACW. See a decent amount of blocks going through. What's the volume at? We're already over average volume on PACW. Finger to 8%. Coming up towards VWAP on PACW. Watch out on the options. And let me actually pull up the options again over here. Okay. Is the open interest? Okay. Yeah, we need to get this over $10. BNRG halted up. Contract of some type. Do we know what kind of contract? BNRG. Whoa, hello. Super trend on PACW towards 200. Yeah, BNRG is up 27% at the moment. What kind of contract did they land? And they're like what, 5x average volume almost? Oh, 5 days ago they just got a letter of non-compliance as well. There's too many variables to that trade that I don't know. Love how MULN gets a $3 million government of Michigan contract to create jobs and the price is flat. I mean, it is MULN. Look how tight the Bollinger Bands are on goev. Very, very tight. Same thing with Bitcoin. Very, very, very tight. Not so much with TLRY. PacWest is trying to stay above VWAP. Finger to 9%. We'll keep an eye on Finger. We will definitely keep an eye on Finger. Sorry guys, I'm trying to pay attention to the call volume or to the open interest on both the calls and the puts on PACW. We need to clear 10. Need to clear it, or at least get damn near close. We get damn near close to 10, and we might start to roll with it. Watch for TLRY to bounce off VWAP. Solar contract, back trading. And that's BNRG. BNRG. Very, very, very small gap, though. I'll watch it fill the gap as I write that. Still looking for a handle on PACW. Bitcoin trying to break the that drawing. And TLRY bouncing off VWAP trying to get back into the drawing. Option chain on PACW. I mean, guys, we still got to get over $10. It's pretty much the line in the sand. $10. Almost have the gap filled here on BNRG. It didn't quite fill. Still trying to hold VWAP there on PACW. Same thing with TLRY. RSI on Bitcoin. Let's pull that up now. RSI on Bitcoin is a 52. Let's pull up futures as well. Let me refresh my screen. Now we're dojiing across VWAP on PACW. That's funny. All right, so the Dow is down 0.13, S&P is down 0.22, and same thing with the NASDAQ, it's down 0.22. Up. Launch, baby, launch. Tons of PACW blocks coming in. A lot of PACW blocks coming in. All seeming to be on the ask as well. To the 200. Bitcoin coming up towards that trend line. Second attempt towards the 200 on this candle. Bitcoin. RSI is at 56.5 there. Oh, bitch. All right, buddy. Have fun at the beach. Bitcoin miners are up. Interesting. Bitcoin isn't too far up, but the miners are. Interesting. You're about to fill on your gap on BNRG. Gap filled. Fuck, my goev trigger went off. Goev. I have to sell this. Or do I? It'd be really, really stupid if I didn't, but like at the same time, I feel like this has fucking got to be near its bottom. If anything, I might take PACW profits and pour it into it. DCA. Oof. Don't do that. TLRY back towards the view up. Ooh, PRFX gap filled. To the downside, I believe. Yep. Jordan, if you're in here, your pain reform just gapped down. Or filled its gap to the downside. Let's see. XRP 70 cents. MULN's green. VTNR is under $5. Trying to break the 200 on PACW. TLRY. What are we doing? Did I add... Wait, hold on a second. I forget if I added TLRY to my block trade indicator. No, I didn't. That explains a lot. TLRY. Okay. PWM gap filled. Bodie, I think that one's for you, PWM. Right? PWM. Oh, alright, so you gap filled down. Tilray coming down to a potential double bottom right there. See how that moves. RSI on Tilray is at 36. RSI on PACW is a 57. RSI on Bitcoin is at 45. GoEV trying back off of a potential bottom. I gotta look at the options again on PACWest. Open interest and volatility. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Again, we're trying to clear $10. For those of you that don't know. Still looking about the same on the option front. We just need to push those 10s out of the money that they have. And then open. Oh, they actually have a lot of 10s for next week as well on the put side. A lot of 10s on the put side as well, all of a sudden. To the 200 on Tilray. Has some resistance there at 2. Let's see. Still in between the 48 and the 200 on PACW. Bollinger Bands are getting very, very tight, though. Waiting for a snap. Hopefully Tilray can hold that 200. Let's look at PACWest RSI 50 through 54. Bitcoin RSI is a 44. Hard down on Tilray, below the 200. Coming up on PACW. Tilray. Oh, Tilray with a shit ton of blocks. A lot of blocks. 75,000, 62,000, 31,000. All on the ask. All on the ask for Tilray right there. PACW back to the 200. PACW up towards the Sonic R. Currently up 28% on PACW. Alright. Let's see. Let me look at these options. I just want to see if they're rolling off yet. People are adding to the, what's it called? People are buying 12s. People are buying 12s on PACW, just saying. It's saying that they're only $2. But the open interest on them is definitely going up. Get up there, babe. A-Win still has 35%. Well off the highs, though. Tilray. It tried to drop to 200 and then immediately got slapped with a shit ton of blocks. So there's a lot of support there, $2. A lot of support. Finger 7.8-ish. Off the highs. Weezit off the highs. Oh, a lot of PACW blocks. Probably trying to get out of their $10 puts. That's what I'd be doing if I was them. I think that we're going to start to roll. Bitcoin trying to stay in the drawing at the moment. RSI on Bitcoin is at 46. Potential double bottom off the 200 on Tilray. Towards the 48 on Bitcoin. Trying to get through the Sonic R on PACW. PACW. Get going. Tilray to a double bottom there. At the 48 on Bitcoin still. Tilray still testing those lows. Bitcoin's RSI is a 52 on top of the on top of the 48 though. And it's on the bottom side of the MACD. However, it's cutting the signal back towards the top at the moment. So we may just get the push that we're looking for after all. Tilray's gonna bounce off this. I feel it. I'm feeling it. Heads up on Tilray. Heads up on Tilray. Your $10 look. Your $10 calls are already up. 100%. Yeah. Yeah. Just wait. Honestly, I'd probably be looking at 10.5s, bro. At this point. Like 10s might not have enough leverage on them. I might take the gain and then I might roll up to 10.5s. But I might also consider going a week out just for shits and giggles. Depending on what, like I might go up and out one, basically. On options, Bob. NVIDIA dumped. Thank you, Incognito. NVIDIA dumping is not really the best thing. If NVIDIA is dumping, watch out on SOXS. That's inverse 3 times semis, just so everybody knows. So watch out on SOXS if NVIDIA is dropping. Bitcoin going for the 1348 out of the pennant. If it could carry. Still stuck in the Sonic R here for PACW. Looking for a double bottom on goev. And Tilray is trying to hold the 200. Not doing the best job, though. Finger to 5% now. Ion Q, well off the highs, is 2%. Up, they're trying Bitcoin again with the super. UFAB up 9. Also, bro, MULN has like 23 million short exempts in the last 10 days. Worth to keep an eye on. Yeah, it's just MULN, you know? Look how tight the Bollinger Bands are on goev. I just have this thing, it's just MULN. And if I don't... So, if I scalp MULN, I'm okay. But holding MULN typically doesn't do me so well. Like, that's just my experience. So, if anything, I would just catch it out of on the momentum and be in and out on the same day. Yeah, agree. Only worth a scalp, yeah. Bitcoin trying to bust the pennant. Slightly over. Oh, come on, PACW. This is going to be a fucking wild short squeeze, in my opinion. Wild short squeeze. And it didn't even get started yet. Back into the pennant for Bitcoin. Bear with me 1 second. Gotta look at something. Hard down on Tilray. Oof. No mas. No mas. Back down to the 200 for PACW. To 24 just crossed the 200, by the way. Finger is almost on. Looking for the pop on Bitcoin. EMAs are straightening. Prepare for liftoff. RSI on Bitcoin's at 53. Go ahead. RSI on PACW is at 52. And RSI on Tilray is a 26. A 26. I'm already long Tilray, but if I wasn't, I would consider going long right here. Looks like Bitcoin's over the pennant. Price action on PACW still over the 200. RSI on Bitcoin's at 58. A-win still up 42% off the highs though. AMC right at that gap. Until AMC and APE go 1-to-1, I can't think of a reason why I would want to buy anything AMC related unless they were puts. Tilray with a metric F ton of green blocks. What the hell is volume on Tilray right now? Let's see. Give me the volume. Volume is currently almost 65 million on Tilray. Average is reading as 17.5 mil. So that's well over average volume at the moment. Watch for the spin back. Telling you guys in advance. Bitcoin up. RSI there is a 63. PACW to 28% still. RSI there is a 53.6. Bitcoin. Go ahead. IonQ, only 3%. A lot of green Tilray blocks. Coinbase up 1.5%. Ooh, Zell's up 5. Tilray trying to go vertical. Looking for a handle now that we have a cup set up on Bitcoin. And then that would propel us most likely to the top of that to form another cup. Back to the 200 on Tilray, it looks like. Bitcoin trying up. RSI is at 60 though, so it's a bit hot. PACW, what are you gonna do? PACW RSI is at 57. Coming up on a gold cross as well for PACW. Bitcoin just off that handle, or potential handle. Towards the top of the Sonic R for PACW. At least up to a relative high. The 13 and the 24 are now on top of the 200. What do we have? Finger back to about 4%. Groupon almost says 10%. UFAB to 10, back to 0.5%. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you guys. So I did some just like looking around in pre-market, right, on PACW. The average price of the shares out on loan is 837. So if PACW is trading at 988 and the average share out on loan is 837, the shorts are already thoroughly, you know, taking a bath right now. So yeah, I mean, use your own judgment, but I personally think that this is going to launch. Tilray trying towards the 48. Didn't like that. Look how tight the Bollinger Bands are. She's going to go. RSI on PACW is a 56. RSI on Bitcoin is a 61. Is this it? Look at the indecision on that candle. And I mean, there's indecision on all of these. I mean, you can see the wicks on each side. That moves up. A-Wind has lost 40%. Oh, Groupon to 13 now. Groupon went vertical. No shit. Groupon, Groupon, Groupon. Alright, so that's a proper trajectory. Groupon getting a hard push down now. Still up 10% though. A-Wind to 43%. Trying to curl. Trying to get that curl in. PACW is just about there. If anyone breaks view up here, watch out. If. Keep in mind, it's already up 40% though on the day. Finger to 476. UFAB to 13%. Light volume though. Warrant is up only 4.6. Trying to find a bottom there. Remember, this IPO'd yesterday. So, really not much of a history for me to chart off of. Coinbase dropped 100. Back to 99 bucks. Zella, 8.5% up. Zella, still going. Zella. Well, shit. TRKA is flat. 171 on COSM. Excel looks like it's in a buy algo. Just saying. That looks like an algo to me. Ooh, 219 on VRM. Ouch. Novavax, 801. Okay. Good morning, all. I hit the like button. Hi, it's Mark. I like how you changed your name. What's up, though, bro? Do you reckon we will get TRKA news by the 28th? Guess if not, they have to file an extension or another amendment. We're gonna get something. I think that we're gonna get some kind of paperwork or some kind of filing. Whether or not it's the deal or whether or not it's another extension, that's two totally different things. But I believe that we're gonna at least hear of something. I think that we kind of have to hear of something, don't we? Zella. Guys, again, this might be a buy algo. It's the way it was bought up. It just looks like an algo to me. Still up 28% on PACW. I think they're kind of getting rid of their puts and rolling calls. UPS and the Teamsters reached a deal on Tuesday to avert a potentially catastrophic strike, but the new 5-year contract between the two sides also threatens to keep inflation abnormally high. Okay, thank you. Few buys just in TRKA now, 5,000 shares. Yeah, but until volume is over like 400,000, it really doesn't mean much. And honestly, 400,000 is like kind of like being easy on it. Like realistically, it should be like around like 600,000. That's when I really want to start paying attention to it. But like at 400, it's like on the border of paying attention to it or not, you know? I kind of have it like, I don't know. I have a valid working thesis at the moment on TRKA that when it's above average volume, typically if it goes down, it's not down more than like 8%. But if it's if it is above average volume down, typically it's only like 1 or 2% down. And then usually on high volume days, that's usually when we come up. High demand. So I think basically it's like I don't know. It just seems like accumulation to me. I guess that's my full thesis. Tilray with a good amount of blocks. Tilray is on a potential double bottom too. Guys, please read chat for all the DD that Mark just dropped, because I can't read all that. I mean, I could read all that, but I just don't want to read all of it. Thank you very much for that info, though. The deal is worth $30 billion from the Teamsters? Goddamn. Okay, thanks. Just hope we do hear something. They have already reverse splits, so I don't think there will be any more dilution. It's undervalued as a company. They still have the B. Riley shares that they could pretty much throw in as well if they wanted to, but they could also cancel that at any time as well. About to get the gold cross on PACW. Look how tight the Bollinger Bands are on PACW. Bitcoin's on the 48. Appreciate it, Mark. Yeah. You got it, brother. Love to help the community. You the man. Union Pacific Corp on Wednesday named former Chief Operating Officer Jim Vena as its top boss, months after CEO Lance Fritz said he was stepping down. Okay. I don't know if PACW is really liking the idea of a gold cross right there. RSI on Bitcoin's a 48. And it's on the 48 EMA. Watch Xella. She might pop indecision on those Bitcoin candles. Xella trying up. Just tried the high of the day. I think that this is a solid opportunity on Tilray. I know it's up 16.5% already. But I just don't think that death cross is going to stick long. ABVC signs term sheet to acquire real estate assets for strategic investments. ABVC. ABVC. Bitcoin up. Heads up on PACW. There go. Wait hold on a second. I'll come back to ABVC in a second. PACW might go right here. Bitcoin. Going for the gold cross. It looks like it has it. Bitcoin up, 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 up. I mean, bro, even if I liked Biofarm, which I usually don't. I mean, I'm already 50% late on it. You know what I mean? It's my issue on ABVC. PACW is trying towards the top of the Sonic R. $172 on COSM. $240 on TRKA. Bitcoin up. Whew. That hurts. Come on, TLRY. Bitcoin to 29,318. PACW has the gold cross. RSI is 54.9. Bollinger Bands are extremely tight on it as well. Bitcoin's RSI is 62. Fingers up 3.6. Hard down on TLRY. Oof. BBIG is holding. Okay, good. Good. Visa just had 10% again. AWIN holding 43%. Bitcoin, trying to move. It's got to take out 29,350, or sorry, 29,335-ish, which was a relative high, which we're pretty close to. Oh no, sorry, it went higher than that. It's got to take that. Oh, wait. Let's see. Right there. PACW still trying up. Has the gold cross. Okay, there we go. I feel like things are going to get hot and heavy here soon. Let me pull up options on PACW again here. 1 second. they're still loaded up to the 10s. I mean, we're getting closer. We gotta get those $10 puts out of the money though. According to the Conference Board's latest figures, Americans under 35 haven't felt this good about the economy since June 2021. Interesting. Yeah, Xella. Before, when I was looking at it, Xella looked like it was in an algo buy. I can't speak on it now, but let's see. Still trying to work our way up towards the $10 mark. RSI on Bitcoin is a 60. So it's a wee bit hot. COSM still 172. TRKA 242. In a move that experts say will vaporize billions of dollars in value, Musk has said goodbye to Twitter and the visuals and verbiage of people have long used to describe it. In its place is X. Oh yeah. PACW up. Hopefully we can get on top of that Sonic R. Thank you very much, Mark. PACW. Yo, how are those $10 calls in the 1050s treating you? God damn. Back into the Sonic R. Hopefully we get out here in a second. TLRY. Tried to drop that double bottom. Bot right back. Hard down on PACW. Bitcoin trying up, no? Hopefully that'll just have that engulf then. With that move up. Couldn't sustain it. Trying to push it, PACW down towards 48. This guy's name? For real. Bitcoin on the move towards the support resistance. MCOM down. Totally expected that. COSM to 174. Guys, COSM in the 170s, like, it... Laughable. Laughable. APE just off 180. had to switch it up. I hear that. EVTL warrants are up 16%. IonQ just got 5. Groupon still has 8. Finger to 4. AWIN still at 40%. Just chilling, hanging out. And EDTX is suspended, but I don't know why I left it there. Honestly, I'm going to take it down. Just please let me know when it starts trading again. Look for the bottom there on TLRY. To the 48 for PACW. We didn't get that rise with Bitcoin like I thought we were going to get. Ooh, hard down on PACW. That's stop loss hunting. Not a big deal. Happening with Bitcoin. Stop loss hunting. Natural. That's not natural. That's a hard short. That's a hard short. Okay. If I was trying to make a position in this, I would have scooped that dip. Bang. Oh, wait, why did that happen? That needs to go away. TLRY, a lot of green blocks. Watch out on reversal options on PACW. Just saying. Now's when they would be doing it. Is like if they were gonna be like flipping their puts, they'd sell their puts while it was going down, and then they would buy calls if they thought it was gonna go back up. So just keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Finger at 6%. IonQ to 5. A lot of TLRY blocks. Oh, super trend on TLRY. A lot of TLRY blocks. Okay. Moving up here too, maybe? Okay. TLRY to the 200. In between the 200 and the 48 at the moment. AWIN lost 40%. Tilray trying in between the 48 and the 200. EVTL warrants now 25%. Tilray with a good amount of blocks again. Goev with some blocks. RSI on Bitcoin is a 50, so it cooled off. What about it again? Actually, maybe not right there. Maybe I would have waited to see if it came down here. Yeah, it wouldn't have. PACW trying back. 13's coming up on the 48 for goev. Tilray looks like it's trying to spin. Gotta get the EMAs figured out there. Groupon says 8%. Bitcoin up. Bitcoin. Trying to get some candles working here with Bitcoin. Get up there. Pack West towards VWAP. Watch Pack West explode. Google still has 6% up. Snap is still 19% down. BBIG's at 393. goev. What doing? Pack West trying at VWAP. Tilray trying at the 48. I hate waiting on Bitcoin. Almost. RSI on Bitcoin right now is 62. A lot of big orders on PACW too. Tilray, someone just bought. Ah, never mind. Sorry, I added a 0 there. It was only 12,000. I thought it was over 100. Trying up on a super trend right now on PACW. Over VWAP. Over VWAP with price action. Big green here on goev, but the bid didn't move. RSI is a 63. on Bitcoin. A lot of TLRY blocks. A lot of TLRY blocks. Don't believe goev's candle. Yep. Don't believe that until you see the blue line move with it. I'm starting to like Xella more than TRKA. Enjoy. PacWest shares jumped nearly 29% on Wednesday as investors cheered Bank of California's $1.1 billion deal for the lender. Yeah. Laugh out loud, Xella. Exactly. So I feel. Robbie, it's just like, I'll be honest, ever since you told me that you were short on AI, Carvana, and Coinbase, I have a really hard time taking you seriously. And I don't mean that in a mean way. I'm just, telling you how it is. And someone today told me that Snapchat was going to go bankrupt, so that's a top signal. I'm not short on AI, Carvana, and Coinbase anymore. I did short term them, but was wrong. Thought it was market high at the time. Got you. Yeah, I just I would never go short on a business or business model that I feel could be successful. You know what I mean? So it's just hearing you say that you like Xella more than TRKA. How do I take you seriously? You know what I mean? Not that I have to take you seriously. Do what you do. But I'm just explaining to you, I guess, how I feel. TLRY still trying to wrap. Coming up to a trend line here on Bitcoin. And 48's right there as well. $24 is trying to cross the 48 right now on goev. TLRY is struggling with the 200. VTNR, it's just over $5. Just over. APE to 179. Oof. COSM 175. Looks like we're trying to pop. Look how close they are. Go ahead, Bitcoin. Carry us to the promised land. RSI and Bitcoin is a 52 at the moment. $13's almost on the 48 for TLRY. Price action over VWAP on PACW. Here we go. RSI on Bitcoin is a 49 on top of the MACD. We're coming into the Sonic R and coming up against the 200 on goev at the moment. PACW, I see you creeping. See, RSI is a 49. Bitcoin's still on trajectory for the time being. Still just off the 1348 for TLRY. Zella is at 9% right now. Oh, PACW making a move towards the 48. Ooh, a lot of red TLRY blocks. Ooh, somebody just bought 100,000 shares of PACW on the ass. I'm gonna take a picture of it and yeah. Hold on. Actually, I'll YouTube short it. How about that instead? Fuck. $100,000 shares on the ask for PACW. More PACW blocks. Let's go. All right. 100,000 shares on the ask for PACW. PACW to the 200. Shit. Done. Upload short. Okay. Just underneath the 200 on TLRY still. We couldn't overtake the 200 on PACW, unfortunately. Let's see. Bitcoin needs to spin up here. RSI is at 56 on Bitcoin. And it just has to take out that relative high right there. Or no, sorry. We still have that one too, don't we? Bear with me. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're about to move on Bitcoin. MNK is wilding right now. Oh, fuck. So is TLRY. Man, people just bought at least a 250,000 shares of TLRY. At least a 250,000. Volume right now on TLRY is 71.5 mil. Average is reading 17 mil. Well, 17.5. Go ahead up. Alright, you're saying MNK. I'll pull up goev over here. MNK. Bear with me. Trying to pull up a different chart. The fuck? All right. Yeah, MNK is up 130%. Good shit, Jordan. There is a small gap right there, though. $13 over the 48 for Tilray. Tilray with a lot of green blocks. Yep. Yup, Tilray. Yup, towards VWAP. If it'll hold. Heads up on an MNK that doesn't come down and fill that gap. A lot of Tilray blocks. 72 million in volume. Again, average is 17.5. Bitcoin's trying to stay on the trajectory path right now. And if I were to do this, bang. MNK has 100%, but again, watch that gap. PACW battling to hold on to VWAP. Very, very important fight there for us. If you're long, of course. Trying to push PACW down. GoEV just got a hard up. Hold on a second. GoEV. Never mind. It's engulfed down. No point. Bitcoin up. Go ahead. Watch out on reversal options on PACW. Sorry. Something's stuck in my throat there. Bollinger Band's getting tight on it again. Oop. Trying to reject the gold cross on Tilray. BBIG is getting hammered. Groupon over 10 again. Snap's getting hammered. Yeah, BBIG is down 11% right now. RSI on Bitcoin is oh shit, I moved it off the screen. RSI on Bitcoin is a 54 at the moment. TLRY still trying to fight for the gold cross underneath VWAP. Heads up on PACW. Looks like she's getting ready. Bollinger Bands even tighter. $24 is trying to cross the 200 right now on TLRY. Just coming down first. There's no way. PACW, what are you doing? RSI is at 43 only. Towards VWAP. Try and VWAP. Get fucking close. TLRY's just off the gold cross. I just think that this is going to come down and fill the gap before it does anything. This will, I don't even know what the ticker symbol is. MNK. I think it's going to come down and the gap fill first before anything. The gap is at like 75 cents flat almost. Still trying to stay on trajectory for Bitcoin. MNK. Up C up 4%. PACW again towards VWAP. $24 is over the 200 on TLRY. Sorry, I'm gonna pull up goev. Much more interest in a stock that I'm actually in as opposed to one that's already up 100% and that I'm not in. Go. Go. Oh, we have POWELL at 2. I just brain farted about that. Holy shit, we have POWELL at 2. Or 2:30. Wow, I forgot about that. Alright. Hey Siri, set an alarm for 2 o'clock to watch POWELL. Okay. Alright. Siri's got me. RSI and Bitcoin right now is a 53. Spies vertical. All right. Yep. It was feeling like it was about to be launch time. So if Spies vertical, we'll pull it. Or fuck it, maybe I'll pull the Qs instead. Oh, VRM at 214. Ouch. Yo, what up, Dev? How you doing? Q is about to have the 13 cross the 200. Good, buddy. Been super busy at work, so I haven't been in chat lately. Nah, dude. Whenever you have time, man. I just appreciate whatever I get. You know? PACW towards the 48. Still trying on the gold cross for TLRY. Q's almost have that 13 on the 2. Warrant. Yeah. I'm going to tell you right now, before I even pull up a warrant, that I can't really give you that good a TA. That's funny, Jordan. It's a thought that counts, though, right? I'm going to tell you that I'm not going to be able to give you good TA on warrant, like right out of the gate, just because it's like it IPO'd yesterday. So all-time low is 431. It's at 440. I mean, again, this just comes down to where's the bottom. Where's the bottom? You know what I'm saying? We could draw this. This would work. But like that right there looks like it's about to pop. Feel what I'm saying? And it is a Japanese stock, and it could fly at any time. Yes, he's very, very right. Any comments on BBIG? I mean, here I haven't looked at a BBIG chart yet today. Yeah. Buy the rumor, sell the news. Oh, Bitcoin up. So BBIG was just a little bit of buy the rumor, sell the news, I would assume. Zella up 8. I mean, Zella doesn't look awful, chart-wise. Definitely not my favorite. But y'all already knew that. Yeah, Google's just underneath VWAP. Trying to super trend on PACW. Rejected. Trying it again. Coinbase is up 2%. Coinbase with a gold cross. PACW up towards the 2. Heads up on Coinbase too. Heads up on Coinbase. And if you wanted to play it with leverage, remember CONL is Coinbase 1.5 times levered. That's CONL. That's if you wanted leverage. PACW still 27% up. Q's coming back towards VWAP. Coinbase is on VWAP. Ooh, warrant went red. APE at 180. How does goev look? Man, oh man. Oh, I'm on a 3-minute chart. Jesus Christ. No wonder. Alright. Big cup. Waiting on a handle. Or you could even call that like an inverted head and shoulders. To me, it looks like a big cup and handle. Waiting on a handle over here. Still working on the crossover here. We have the 13 over the 24, though. Bollinger Band's getting tighter on TLRY slightly. As it's going for the gold cross. GTII pretty much lunch. QH is up 7.4. Look how tight this is on goev. So much indecision going on. What are you saying? Oh, that a boy. Bank. Still just stopped at 1348. RSI is at 55. Look at that picture in V2. Yeah. I took a quick look. It filled the gap this morning. Uh-oh, they're trying TLRY down? I doubt it. I think it's a fake out to the downside. Launch, baby, launch. 13's on the 48 now. If we could hold it. Price action at the 200 on PACW. RSI is a 57 though. Liking TMC still, or nice slow grind today. I mean, sometimes those slow grinders are the best ones. I mean, fuck, look at open. Slow grinder. All the way up. Oh, come on. Give me the handle, PACW. I know you want to. Here, wait. Let me look at the options real quick on PACW. Yeah, we still got to get over $10. Approximately. Whoo, hard flush on TLRY. So much indecision on goev as well. Back and forth and back and forth, just intertwining the EMAs. At the 200, trying to break over on PACW. Currently up 27.5%. Well, 27.6. And pull up Bitcoin again. RSI and Bitcoin's only at 36. RSI on the Qs is a 22. So basically, we're just getting a hard short right now across the market. And hopefully that's not a double top on the Qs. All right, MNK gap filled. All right, there you go, Jordan. You're filled now. Now you can spin back. PACW again to the 200. Q's trying to lift. Oh, MNK sliding. MNK is still sliding. About 50% off the highs. Uh-oh, PACW, what doing? Ooh, PACW is trying to establish on top of the 200. We have the 1348. 24 is crossing the 48 right now. On a squeeze, absolutely, but I see it getting up to 15 and running the chain pretty easily. Past 15, it's going to be a lot harder. But that doesn't mean it can't happen if the shorts, if we trap shorts, and they're still trying to get out. But 15, like the end of the chain is basically like kind of my target, like maybe like 14, 50, 14, like basically I want to double my investment almost. Sean, what's up, buddy?
Hey, I got a quick second. I just need not that I'm at this point ready for this to go to zero, but I've set myself up for a heavy leverage bet for FOMC. So do me a favor and just can you rechart or relook at like what we were looking at this morning on IWM?
Okay, IWM.
I'm not looking. I don't have your stream up because I don't.
Okay, no, I'm just talking out loud.
Yep.
IWM looks like it's about to cup and handle upwards on the 1 minute.
And then if you go to the 5 minute, you don't even have to draw it, but tell me, do you see the same trend from the low this morning to the two recent lows on the 5 minute?
So
you got.
I see that we came down. We formed a cup on the 48, and that
So look at.
We did prior volume there earlier, and then now we're at a level that we did. I like it. I like IWM up.
Okay.
That's my opinion. Is I like it up. I mean, things could change, obviously, but.
So there was a position that I was ready for it to go to zero already because I was loaded in and have been loading into it just for shits and gigs because I've been playing IWM and waiting for this break above this 196.38 where we rejected this morning, right?
Uh-huh.
And I 100% understand where that,
just heads up because DXY is going vertical right now. So keep that in mind when making your decision.
So my expectation, right?
Yep.
My thought is that we're going to get a 25% hike or a 0.25 hike, but they're going to be hawkish, but they're going to talk about possibly not doing that second hike, which may put Dixie below par, right? Because if you look at Dixie on the 5 minute, we had the nice, almost triple top.
Yeah.
Rejected down. We're coming back down to that 101.7 area. If it can break under 101.7, obviously all this is dependent on what's coming out in an hour and a half.
What are your thoughts on PACW? Out of curiosity.
I was looking at it earlier. I like it. If the earnings was that, if they were that confident, that was one of those banks that were planned that everybody was saying doomsday, right?
Yeah.
So if it's not doomsday, then you got a lot of.
Yeah, and then I'm playing the opposite side of it. You know what I'm saying? Like that's my move at the moment. I went heavy into it.
How heavy this is?
Wait, what's that?
You want to know how heavy IWM is?
Go ahead.
I have 0 days. I had 0 days that were. I had 50, 200 0 days that were down 40%, right?
Okay.
50% almost. I had been stacking them every time they came down to a certain level.
Yeah.
And then I cleared out some profits this morning. I took some profits on Rivian, moved a little bit. I still have some contracts left that are at entry here, right?
Uh-huh.
So I added more. So I have 100 zero-day contracts at 200, 20 at 199.
I hate doing 0 day, to be quite honest. I like at least giving myself a day.
Oh, so do I, but the play was already dead. And I'm going into, my expectation is the 199s are the ones that I'm going to make actual money on.
Uh-huh.
I averaged down to 6 cents on the $200 calls.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, they're still shitty, right? But if I get
But not as shitty.
and if I get any sort of IV pump, I can clear that position out, even if it's just 5-10% green. I'll at least recover the $400 that is down right now.
So I asked you slightly, but I guess I didn't go into detail. What are your thoughts, I guess, on the potential of PACW running the chain? Have you looked at the open interest at all?
I have not.
You should take a look at that when you have a chance. Because once we put these $10 puts out of the money, right? Like the options are heavily in our favor.
I don't think you're getting it until next week.
You don't think so?
I think they're gonna let all that shit expire on the 20th.
I really wouldn't doubt that either.
Check out. So if you go, next week, it's minimal. You only have one. You only have
I noticed that.
Over 2 weeks out is minimal, but the next
the monthly
after that, the August 18th, and the monthly. So
but even at the monthly, is that?
Hold on 1 second. Hold on.
Tilray into the Sonic R.
I'll give you a shot right back, buddy.
All right, bye. Tilray. Someone just bought a lot of shares of Tilray. Yep, going right back. Potential double bottom on the Qs. Hopefully we can stick that. Groupon, still over 10. A-Win, hold on to 40%. Zella, 8%. Qs, hold on, baby. A lot of green Tilray blocks coming through. A lot of slapping of the ass. A 25 basis point rate hike would bring the Fed's policy rate to a new range of 5.25 to 5.5, the highest level in 22 years. Wednesday's rate hike will mark the 11th. Oh, okay. Oh, I forgot to get that. Hold on a second. Forgot to get the fucking narrator up. Interact, launch. There we go. Groupon just dropped 10. Toro's still up 6.2. IonQ up 6. Bitcoin's RSI is 60 right now. Meanwhile, the Q's RSI is at 35. Market's going to come up here, I think. Go ahead, PACW. Lead the way. APE. Fuck me. Really? Fuck. Okay, it's not that bad. Yeah. It's gotta be the fucking bottom. Gotta be.
So just as an early heads up for our users, of course, at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, do get the FOMC interest rate decision and rate statement. So if you'd like to trade this with us, our very own Tony will be going over some live preparation ahead of this news release. So that video is going to be starting at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, and the video to watch this is on the feed now for anyone interested.
We will be watching it. PACW just needs a fucking bust already. That's what needs to happen. APE, really? Not yet. Qs? Probably when the Qs lift here. Yep. PGY gap fill? Okay. COSM is at 170 flat. BTNR is at $5. Dollar strength 101.19. EVLV to 6. Q's 376. TRKA 239. Actually, kind of want to pull up TRKA real quick and look at volume. Come on, give me volume. All right, volume's only at 145,000 on TRKA. We're just dojing sideways as the 200 comes down. All the other EMAs are in line though. TLRY, RSI is at 43.43. PACW will shoot over $10 soon. I definitely agree. Come on, Qs. What are we doing? TLRY might get flushed. A lot of red blocks. Maybe not. Okay. RSI on Bitcoin's at 45. RSI on the Qs is 37. Market's kind of like on a seesaw right now. Trying to break sideways off the downtrend. You can see it right there. Bitcoin RSI is at 48, trying up. Hard down on PACW to VWAP. It's not really that big of a surprise. Just watch out on those reversal options you might get a shot at if you wanted them. Q's trying. RSI still 38.5. PACW at VWAP. Just drop VWAP. Hard down on PACW. Qs look like they're trying to lift. GoEV, lots of red blocks. Didn't like that. Zell up 8.5. Q's, Bollinger Bands are pretty tight. Right up. Right up. Right up. Q's. RSI is at 39. Bitcoin RSI is at 42.8. VIX, still under 14. VTNR, still at $5. COSM 171, EV Go 404. I like EV Go around the $4 range. NVAX 815. APE to 182. T2 is up 3.5. PACW trying to come back to life. A-Win still over 40%. It's been kind of sitting there ever since first thing this morning. RSI is at 37 on the Qs. And RSI is at 44 on Bitcoin. RSI is at 36 on 32 on PACW. Gimme the honky tonk blues. Tesla's down 0.7. SPY down 0.26. AI went green. Surprise, surprise. PACW. Seen some green again. APE 182 chilling. Let that be the bottom. Go ahead. Let it be the bottom. TLRY still has 15% up, by the way. I know it looks ugly, but it's still up 15%. goev use blocks. I just for clarity, when people are hitting, somebody just bought 141,000 shares of TLRY, I believe. When people are buying like these blocks of goev, they're not buying small blocks. Like we're talking like I've seen like a few six-figure blocks on goev so far, like a good handful. TLRY trying to lift, maybe? Price action's at the 48. I gotta take a quick piss real quick. I wonder how many viewers I'm gonna lose. Give me 2 seconds, guys. Whew. Alright. Didn't realize how big my bladder was, apparently. Q's on his support resistance line. RSI and the Q's, we're looking at 31 on the RSI. Tupperware's flying. Ah, fuck me. I clicked on AT&T. AT&T might be up actually a good amount, though, because of the earning. Not really. TUP. Top. Wow. My God. Congratulations. Congratulations. For those of you that are in it, of course. Let's see. That's at 50% right now. At the moment. Honestly, let's move this off. I don't care. Fuck it. T2 grinding higher. Remember, though, they did put out a filing that wasn't really, like, you know, the most awe-inspiring. That's pretty recent. TLRY is just getting more blocks, so I'm going to pull that back up. TLRY. Q's up. TLRY is trying to get out of the bottom there. Q's just off of my trend line. Trying to break. I mean, Tupperware is up 53% and climbing. Algo buy. That is an algo buy. Groupon still up over 10.5. What is this? Dow futures are unch. S&P are down. S&P are down 0.28, and the Nasdaq is down 0.52. TLRY trying the 200. Trading 200 again. VRM 215 blocks. Ouch. Alright, RSI on the Qs is at 44. RSI in Bitcoin is now 50. Looks like we're holding the 2 right now on TLRY. For the time being. Keep in mind that the volume spike is... It's alive and well. 76 mil traded right now, average 18.5. It was lower earlier. I was saying 17.5 prior.
So we are now just under an hour away to the headline event of the day, the US interest rate decision and FOMC rate statement following this.
That's going to be a shit show. I can't wait.
So have an almost unanimous expectation here for a 25 basis point hike up to 5.5% in this decision. So this is from analysts and also from market pricing via CME FedWatch, which today has been sitting around 98.9% chance seen of that 25 basis point hike.
COSM, the
So just as another
169.
reminder, our very own Tony is currently going through a prep video. It is live on the website now. For anyone who'd like to tune in and watch this live, that is available there. He's just going over the fundamental environment surrounding this release and some views on what to expect.
Q's trying to form that bottom there and curl off. Go ahead, Q's. 405 on EVGO. APE still 182, chilling. AWIN lost 40%, 36% up now. PACW, come on, baby. Get up there. VWAP is right in front of you. Toro's now up 8. Good shit if you've been hitting on Toro. Q's to the 48. Eight back to 180. Good. For right now. Novavax 816. Ouch. Q's super over the 48 right now. We'll see if it'll hold. Just off a gold cross with goev. 13's on top of the 200. RSI's of 50, almost a 56 on the Qs. Bitcoin's RSI is of 58, and it's going through the MACD right now. Bollinger Band's getting tight again on PACW. Bollinger Band's tighter on TLRY as well. The 24 is crossing the 48 on TLRY. Price action's at the 200. Remember, follow the blue line. Blue line hasn't moved off this support area. goev up over the Sonic R, if it'll hold. Price action over the 200 on TLRY, if it'll hold. Bollinger Band's extremely tight on PACW. Go ahead. RSI on the Qs is a 52. RSI on Bitcoin is a 57. Not worried about it at all. We're going up. We're going up. $13 on the 200 for TLRY. Just underneath VWAP on goev. Bitcoin's RSI is a 56. RSI on the Qs is a 49. Oh, it's snapped down. Snapped down to 1010. That could be a potential snipe. Q's still working on the 48. Let's pull up Bitcoin so you guys could see the other side of it. BTC. Starting to lift. Fuck, I really didn't want to hold this overnight, but fuck, I might have to. Ugh. We have the 13.2448 here on Bitcoin. Where are the Qs at, though? Come on. Alright, fuck this. Qs just off the 1348. The blue line is pretty much where the candle is, inside the zone. Q's lifting nicely. GoEV trying. Hold on 1 second. Somebody asked me to do something on Twitter real quick. Alright, let's see. Go ahead. Look how tight the Bollinger Band's got right there. Wild. Mm. 13 on the 48 for the Qs. Coinbase 2%. Take that. APE to 179. Octo Unch. We're dojiing on a supply line here for GoEV. It's dojiing sideways. Q's not so accepting of that 1348. PACW, come on, baby, off the bottom. TLRY, 17%.
Surely expecting results from the Fed reverse repo facility.
Go ahead. Give me that crossover. VIX to 1385. AI is 0.5% up.
And 96 counterparties are taking $1.75 trillion at the Fed's reverse repo operation.
Wait, just wanna fuck with something quick. Bear with me a sec. Bitcoin's RSI is at 46, slightly above the 200, in between the 200 and all the other EMAs. Qs look like they're going for a handle, potentially. Toro is now up 12. Good shit if you guys caught that. I like literally just had it up on screen 2 minutes ago. Maybe 5 minutes ago. Maybe 5. TLRY still working on the gold cross. Up. TLRY with a move towards VWAP. Working on the gold cross. Almost has it. Lot of volume on TLRY right there. A lot of volume. A lot of blocks. 77 million volume. Average is now 19. That was 17.5 earlier. Bitcoin's at the 48. RSI is at 53. I swear, my computer works better in the afternoon than it does in the morning. As weird as that is. Is that like a phenomenon? Like, does that happen? Groupon up 10.5. A little bit of a gap up opportunity right there. Small gap, though. Toro to 11. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Hard down on the Qs. RSI on the Qs. 43. On top of the MACD, though. Which arguably is pretty fucking important. Zella to almost 7%. Down off the highs. Holding on to the 200 at the moment.
And so just as a heads up, in 10 minutes time now, at the bottom of the hour, are due to get the Bank of Canada releasing their meeting minutes.
RBT is up 5 now, 5.4. T2 to 4%. T2, nice recovery. T2, big cup and handle formed. Big cup, looking for a handle. UFAB, yeah, it's an ugly looking chart. Gold cross now on TLRY. A win, gold cross, or death cross down. Gold cross now on goev. Eating supply at the 56-cent mark. PACW, a little bit of green. What are we doing? RSI is at 40. I wouldn't be surprised if they brought it down literally to that level. Grinded it all the way down. Groupon to 11% now. Alibaba to 97. Congrats if you guys bought that near the 80s. A nice dub. Backed up 1.8. APE to 179. Finger up 2%. Any up 0.5%. VTNR to $5 still. Potential double bottom here on the Qs. RSI on the Qs is a 34. If we fall through this level, I don't know. Might change my outlook on things. Bitcoin's RSI is a 51 though. Jordan, is TUP still going or no? $101.24 on DXY. Looks like we're coming down a little bit. Q's got a push. VIX 1387. Yeah, it is. Okay.
So according to Xinhua, China's Wang Yi says China's ready to enhance mutual strategic trust and deepen cooperation with Turkey. And 5 minutes away now, we get the Bank of Canada meeting minutes for the July meeting.
I'd be DCAing my ass off. What? I don't know why it's giving me fucking 2. Q is trying on a super to the upside. RSI and Bitcoin's at 49. And the Qs are 50. Market's still just trying to fucking figure out which way it wants to go. Right now, slideways seems to be it. Slideways is all the rage. Tupperware. I forget who called this. I think it was Booch or I think it was Booch. They called Tup. Good call on that. I still don't understand why it's flying, but good call nonetheless. $44%. Groupon 11.5. Toro 11.5. What's going on with goev? Literally still get 40, 50. Accumulation. Accumulation, bud. –
1 minute remaining till we get the Bank of Canada meeting minutes.
Look how tight the Bollinger Bands are on it, too. Like, it's going to snap. It's just when. And is it going to snap up or is it going to snap down? I think it snaps up, but I'm biased as hell. You guys know that. It's literally just accumulating inside of a supply area that I already had previously drawn. Q's price action over the 48 at the moment. Let's see if we can carry.
Ten seconds.
TRKA is sitting at 238. PACW, watch out.
So the Bank of Canada's Governing Council debated not raising rates on July 12th and waiting for more evidence to solidify the case for another hike. Bank of Canada minutes says the Governing Council members agreed that they were prepared to raise rates further if needed, but did not want to do more if they had to. So the consensus among members was that the cost of delaying action was larger than the benefit of waiting. The Governing Council, encouraged by the drop in CPI inflation, but core inflation measures suggest the return to 2% will take longer than previously forecast. Bank of Canada minutes says the Governing Council felt the data clearly indicated that excess demand and elevated core inflation were proving to be more persistent than expected. The Governing Council was concerned the progress towards price stability could stall and inflation could even rise again if upside surprises materialise. The Governing Council agreed consumption should moderate as higher rates take effect, but this moderation will take longer than previously anticipated. So the Bank of Canada minutes says the Governing Council felt it was too early to tell whether wage growth was easing, and the Governing Council discussed the scenario where monetary policy needs to be more restrictive. Another scenario focused on longer than usual lags in transmission of monetary policy, and excess demand, inflation expectations, and wages are key to the Bank of Canada outlook.
Has anyone ever seen Bollinger Bands this type before? God damn.
Bank of Canada's meeting minutes says officials agreed rate policy is not restrictive, sufficiently restrictive, and officials agreed incoming data should influence future policy decisions. So again, officials agreed rate policy not sufficiently restrictive.
That's funny. I'm sorry. Like that's funny. Bollinger Bands pinned within a fraction of a penny. I love it. Let's see. RSI on the Qs is at 47. RSI on Bitcoin is at 46. I'm pulling up Bitcoin just so you guys get the overall picture on what's going on there. Hard down on goev. BTC. Don't be surprised that engulfs right back. That could just be stop loss hunting down to the 200. At the 200 right now with the price action on Bitcoin. Hold on. I'm gonna draw something. I don't know if it's gonna be accurate. I want to test it out.
And we have posted the Bank of Canada meeting minutes for the July meeting on the feed for all those interested.
Bitcoin is trying back towards the 48 though. Alright, let's fill out that payment. Now we're dojiing sideways at the 200 on goev. I would have bought right there. Thank you. Watch out. Are they going to make the... I wonder if they're going to make all of those open interest 950 puts go into the money and then
So noting
roll
the Canadian
them.
dollar, we can see
Yo, TLRY has got a fuck ton of blocks.
3237 per dollar. That's down around spot 5% on the day. As that's following the release of the Bank of Canada's summary of deliberations for their July policy meeting. As again, a key comment that was said in there is that the Governing Council was concerned that the progress towards price stability could stall and inflation could even rise again if upside surprises materialize.
Groupon still headed higher. Off the highs of the day, but come back. A-Win, same thing. Off the highs of the day, coming back though. Bitcoin trying to move up 200 towards 48. Cool, calm, and collected, guys. Cool, calm, and collected. Ice cold until we get our chance. Come on, Tupperware. Come on, Tupperware. There we go. Oh, this is my watch list so it doesn't happen again. Alright. Bitcoin about to try the 48. RSI and Bitcoin is a 50.7. SOXL sub 25. TRKA to 241. Tesla down 0.4. Tupperware is trying to break trend. DNA 238. Down to the bottom of the pennant. Tupperware trying to get the 13 on top of the 24, it looks like.
So we're under 20 minutes away now to the top of the hour. We do get the headline event for the day, which is the US interest rate decision. So the, again, medium forecast expecting a 25 basis point hike up to 5.5%, as this is almost unanimously expected. We also get the FOMC rate statement as well. So for anyone interested, we've just posted out a prep article. Did post this out earlier in the morning as well. Just thought we'd post this out again for you. This goes over some investment bank views on what to expect for this. So just going to go over some of these now. So ING, again, with the rest, forecasting a 25 basis point hike. And they comment that the Federal Reserve is set to resume its policy tightening today. Inflation is moderating, but remains well above the target. And with a tight jobs market and resilient activity, officials may feel that they can't take any chances. So the Fed will continue to signal prospects of further hikes, according to ING, but with the credit cycle turning, ING doubt that it will carry through. So after 10 consecutive interest rate hikes over the previous 15 months, the Federal Reserve left the Fed funds rate unchanged at the 5 to 5.25% range in the June meeting. While it was a unanimous decision, there was a hawkish messaging in the accompanying press conference and updated Fed forecasts released in the SEP in that meeting, signaling a broad consensus behind the idea of 2 more rate rises later in the year. So just away from the ING piece, now this has been signaled by multiple Fed officials before the blackout period, Waller being one, expecting 2 additional 25 basis point hikes this year. And so back to the ING view ahead of the US interest rate decision. So ING notes that Fed Chair Powell had previously stated that the long and varied lags in monetary policy meant that the decision should be interpreted as a slowing in the pace of interest rate hikes rather than an actual pause with regards to the pause at the June meeting. So while inflation is moderating, it is still far too high, and jobs market remaining very tight, Fed cannot take any chances.
It looked like we were getting some separation here on TLRY, but now that 13 is right next to that 24 again. Zella still 6.5 up. Groupon up 11.3. AWIN 37 up. Bitcoin trying to break the 48, which would also break the pennant. Sniper, no snipey on PACW. Sniper, no fucking snipey. It's actually, let me see what their data is real quick. I want to see if they changed their, if any of their data has changed since the beginning of the day. Tupperware is still in orbit. Don't worry. Come on. PACW. Come on, what the fuck? TLRY trying up. Top. Top. Making a move. What the frig just happened? I hate when that shit happens. Okay, so it's 22% short on 74% utilization. Reload now. What the fuck? Bear with me. I mean, Bitcoin's just chopping back and forth and eating supply in between the 48 and the 200. Looks like we're getting them to load. There we go. 2 out of 4. All right. Guess they're not blind. What the frig just happened there? That is so weird. Okay. Still eating supply in between the two. Snap. 1016. COSM at 168. Down on PACW. Up on Bitcoin. Think MOAS will happen this year?
So
with
we're now
AMC
10 minutes away
GME?
from the top of the hour and the headline event for the day, the US interest rate decision and FOMC rate statement. So for the US interest rate decision, median forecast sees a 25 basis point hike to 5.5% from the prior 5.25%.
Index 110.
Just looking at some analyst commentary ahead of this US interest rate decision. So comments from BlackRock. So they say that the Federal Reserve is set to hike rates again this week, yet markets have been taking this in stride, they note. So BlackRock says that soft June US core inflation has revived hopes for rate cuts next year, and this can fuel a bull run across assets for some time. BlackRock did note that until it runs into some disconnect between fast falling inflation and stronger than expected economic activity.
Wow.
Also just seeing some comments from JP Morgan's Dr. David Kelly regarding this rate decision. So he says that both parts of the Fed's mandate continue to trend in the right direction, and JP Morgan expect the Fed to hike another 25 basis points today. So they say that the market clearly agrees and is pricing in, at the time of writing their piece, a 96% probability of another hike. Let's look into the CME FedWatch tool now, still showing around a 98.9% chance of this. So JP Morgan's Dr. David Kelly does say that regardless, the end of the Fed hiking cycle looks closer than it did earlier this year. With this week's chart showing the market expects no further hikes for the remainder of the year, assuming we get a hike today. However, he does note that the market appears too pessimistic in its outlook for rate cuts, with only one full cut expected in the first quarter of next year, and a cumulative 125 basis points of cuts for the year in general.
13 over the 48
So the
year
Fed
for
often
Bitcoin?
raises rates at on an escalator before being forced to take an elevator down, with rates falling on average 275 basis. So just seeing reports that JP Morgan had to buy almost $2 billion of mortgages in the PacWest deal.
Let that be good news. Let that be the bottom. Move off that news. Move off that news. PACW, what doing? Ooh, Groupon. Well off the highs. Still up 10% though. A-Win almost is 40% back. Looks like it's testing the 200 for the upside. Bitcoin trying up as well. TLRY coming up on VWAP. TLRY with a lot of blocks. A lot of blocks on TLRY right now. Bitcoin up. Bitcoin up, 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 up. Lots of TLRY blocks. Lots of them. Coming up towards relative highs on Bitcoin. PACW also headed towards the 48. Bitcoin up.
So we're now 5 minutes away from the top of the hour and the headline event for the day with the US interest rate decision. The median forecast is a 25 basis point hike up to 5.5%, of course from the prior 5.25%. So after this, we do get the FOMC rate statement, so that'll be coming out with the interest rate as well. So just going over some views ahead of this release, this time a review from Wells Fargo, who, like the rest, also forecast a 25 basis point hike. So they say that when the FOMC last met on June 14th, the committee had left the Fed funds rate unchanged for the first time in 10 meetings. However, Wells Fargo noted that the FOMC signaled that its tightening cycle was unlikely to be over at that point, and the dovish policy decision was delivered with a hawkish message via the summary of economic projections, which showed that the median expectations of where the Fed funds rate would end this year is 50 basis points higher than the prior quarterly SEP that was released in March. However, with the FOMC having raised rates 500 basis points in a little over a year, the committee believed it prudent to hold the policy rate steady in the month of June in order to assess the additional information on how the economy was weathering in the cumulative and lagged effects of policy changes.
Going for the 1348 on SPY. Still underneath the
Wells
200.
Fargo does also note that markets appear braced for the likelihood of further tightening in the month of July. So that's with this meeting, with futures pricing in at the point of Wells Fargo's note, 96% probability of another 25 basis points increase. They do note, however, that doubts linger about whether the committee will go through with the subsequent hike later this year. The odds of a target range reaching 5.5 to 5.75% this cycle currently stands a little over 40% based on the current Fed funds future, again at the time of Wells Fargo writing their note. Wells Fargo also adds that they have their own doubts about whether the FOMC will deliver another hike in its July meeting. The pause in June signals a significant number of officials are quite wary about the lagged effects of policy tightening undertaken already. At the same time, Wells Fargo expect to see the trend in core inflation continue to ease over the next few months, which, when combined with more sluggish spending, investment, and hiring, will lead for the committee to settle in an extended pause.
RSI on SPY is 50. As the 13 trend across the 48. I just want SPY up for when this 2 o'clock thing drops, the data set. I also want SPY up when Powell's talking, because then it starts to move like a meme stock. Guys, watch out on snipes, on option snipes before whatever happens is about to happen. SPY 13 over the 48 slightly.
So 1 minute remaining now for the US rate decision and rate statement.
RSI on SPY is 50.8. Bitcoin just got a really hard push down. And engulfing. Yeah, Powell speaks at 2:30.
Ten seconds.
SPY hard down.
Hike 25 basis points, hike 25 basis points, hike to 5.5% as expected. So seeing the Fed here, they're saying the banking system is sound and resilient, The Federal Reserve raising the key overnight rate by that quarter point as expected will continue to assess additional information and its implications for policy. The Federal Reserve Federal Reserve says inflation remains elevated and policy setting committee remains highly attentive to the inflation risks. Fed says it will continue to assess additional information and its implications on policy.
Qs are vertical, thank you.
And adding that they are strongly committed to returning 2% inflation target.
Fed
does add that it will continue to reduce its bond holdings as described in the previously announced plans. And Fed says the recent indicators suggest that economic activity has been expanding at a moderate pace versus a modest pace. That was said in the June statement.
Blast, baby, blast.
Fed also says that tighter credit conditions are unlikely to weigh on economic activity, hiring and inflation, the extent to which remains uncertain.
Up, baby,
Fed
up.
says the vote in favor of the policy change was unanimous. Let's look into the market reactions here. Just a whipsaw in the S&P 500 and some weakness emerging in the dollar.
Weakness in the dollar. That's exactly what we want. Hub C's up 9%, by the way. Tupperware to 40%. SPY trying to take out VWAP still.
So not many changes in the FOMC rate statement from the prior report there.
What are my thoughts on TUP?
So the only change noting here is that the recent indicators suggest economic activity has been expanding at a moderate pace. So the language used in the last report was a modest pace. But for anyone interested, we have put out the full FOMC rate statement on the feed.
So my thoughts on Tupperware are that it's a household brand, but at the same time,
Whereas Data Digest is seeing some strength in the S&P 500. It's just pairing some of its gains, so it's up around down around spot 4 on the session now.
Okay, so my thoughts on Tupperware are that it's a household brand and it's not going to go anywhere, but at the same time, during what could be the greatest transformation of wealth in human history, I don't want to be investing in
Tupperware. Put the chance of a Fed hike at 18% in September, 36.5% in November as well after that statement. So to repeat that, US interest rate futures are putting the chance of a Fed hike in September at 18% and 36.5% in November.
That's my issue.
And US Treasury yields are dipping after the Fed rate decision there. 10-year yields lasted around 3.811%. Sorry, that's 3.881%.
Short-term trade? Well, that's totally different. Oh. Now that it's, now that it's already up 40%, I mean, I wouldn't take it now, personally. If you took it before the run, okay, great, but now it's already 40% more expensive than what you could have got it at. You know what I mean? Plus, at the same time, like I said, during the greatest potential transformation of wealth
in human history. The prior headline, the probability of a Fed hike was 18.9% in September. So again, that has dropped to 18% after that. And in November, it was 37.3%. It's dropped now to 36.5% after this statement.
But yeah, basically, I'm basically just investing my money in technology. I have cryptocurrency. I have hard assets. I'm investing in technology and investing in businesses built for lazy people.
The US 2-year yield falls to around 4.883% after the Fed. So the 2- and 10-year curve inversion lasted minus 101 basis points.
PRFX? Yeah, filled the gap this morning. Ooh, hard down on TLRY. Spies engulfing right back. Hey, Steve's back. Let's do a TRKA volume check. When it decides it wants to load, key stats. Okay. Only 188,000 traded on it, and it's 2 o'clock. Let me pull up BTC. Bitcoin trying higher? It's at a supply zone though.
So again, just reading into the Fed statement here. So it did say the Fed are to consider the extent of additional firming in order to curb inflation.
Go EV down. Oof. Oof, 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 oof. PACW? PACW? What doing? PACW. PACW might go nuclear right now. Towards the 200. Fuck. Okay, what do we got? Oh. They're trying to super trend go EV back, actually. Interesting. Wasn't expecting that. Shaking the trees. Shaking the trees. Tupperware is at 42%. Spy's trying to launch right there. Going for it. RSI on SPY is a 57. It's in the Sonic R right now. Come back down. 13's on the 200 now for it. Fisker. Oh, Fisker went vertical right there. Fisker up. NBOT just at 4%. NVOS just over 4%. Toro. SPY, what doing?
So just as an early heads up, in under 20 minutes time now, to get the FOMC press conference following the rate decision there with Chair Powell.
Top
that
up.
video is available on the feed now for anyone interested.
Top. Coming up to that relative high. SPY. It overtook that relative high there for a second. $13.48 on PACW. 24 is coming. And we're going back up towards the 200 right now. Come on, baby. PACW, pay me. Snap is back to 1026. Hub C is up 12 now. Remember, though, everything goes out the window once Powell takes the stage. Let me actually get that up in live. Hold on. Why $3? Just because it's an even number? Come on up, SPY. I see you. It's undervalued. I've done some DD. $1 billion in revenue annually, but $88 million cap. I didn't realize they were bringing in that much cash. Okay, I mean, they report on the 2nd, so just keep that in mind. But, I mean, their last two have been big misses. Good luck. Not saying it can't, because it definitely can. But yeah, I mean, the cap is only 85 mil. It definitely can. I mean, we just saw what happened with Sirius Radio. BBIG oversold on almost all the smaller time frames. Come on, let's get another leg up. You might see some movement across the board once Powell picks up the mic. Pretty much how I'm seeing it. Hub C up 12. Looks like a little bit of a gap in here. SDIG, all over the map, up 7%. Hub C to 13.8. Back down to VWAP on SPY. Back to 41 on C3AI. Nice move on C3. Yikes, Coinbase. Hopefully that could save itself. Okay. VRM fighting back as well. Oh, okay. All right, we're close to the gold cross on SPY. We didn't quite get it yet. Price action over VWAP, though. I thought we had the gold cross. Not yet. AMC down to 498. AMC down, APE up. COSM at 169 again. Had 168 there for a second. Q's going for the gold cross as well. Q's have the gold cross, I think, on top of VWAP. NVIDIA recovery. Slick. You want me to check your Rivian bias? Did you know that you have a gap on the daily? Sean? You have 2 gaps here, bro. I don't know. That feels heavy to me, bro. Just like, especially knowing that there's gaps underneath it, it just feels heavy. It might not feel heavy if I didn't know that the gaps were underneath it, but I do know that the gaps are underneath it. Tess just got a gold cross. VTNR, $5. I think that's basically theft. EVGO at 4, again, I think that's theft. Yeah. NVAX 811. Top is about to leg up. Okay.
So in 10 minutes time now, at the bottom of the hour, do get the FOMC press conference with Chair Powell. The video to watch along live is on the feed.
I have it. Don't worry. We will be watching it. Or listening to it at least, I should say. TLRY trying VWAP. SPY's trying to form a cup right now. She's lifting. Gold cross now on SPY. Now we just need to keep it. Let me do something real quick. Just gonna drop this here. I just dropped all my links there just so you guys could, you know, follow me on Twitter and shit. If you guys don't. Also, if anybody wants to throw me a bone for PACW, there's a way where I could get it immediately through there. Man. Hub C to 17% now? Sorry, Tupperware. Hub C up. SPY down towards the 248 to VWAP. Tupperware, Jordan might be right. Watch for a leg. Boom Booms. Yeah, Boom Booms maybe coming to a theater near you. Tupperware coming up to form a cup at $2. High of the day is 213 that we're looking to clear.
So we're now 5 minutes away from the bottom of the hour, where we do get the FOMC press conference with Chair Powell, link to which is available on the feed.
I have the link, don't worry. RSI on SPY's at 40. Bitcoin's all choppy like this too. I kind of expected for the mark to just chop sideways here until Powell starts talking. Watch Aurora. Wait.
U.S. Senate Majority Leader Schumer says he is worried about House Republicans heading to government shutdown.
Do you know if it has any stock deficiencies, Ron? Because, I mean, I like it, but... And I've always liked it. But do you know if it has any deficiencies? SPY to potential double bottom. We're just eating supply in between the 48 and the 200 on PACW still. TLRY is at 18%. Top maybe going for the gap fill up to 235. Oh, I didn't. Yeah, probably. If I didn't realize there was a gap up there. I think TLRY is going to continue running. Yeah, me too. Me too, my friend. Me too. SPY trying, well, engulfing. IWM. What's up with IWM? Is it launching? What the fuck is thing long? There we go. Ooh, IWM. Oh, is that tight? It's got another all the way up at 8, but it's pretty hot already. Okay. BGLC. BGLC. She's curling. I want to pull SPY up for Powell to talk, though. Hold on a second.
So we're shortly expecting the FOMC press conference with Chair Powell to begin, and the live video is available on the feed.
Have the video. The 13's trying to make it up onto that 48 for BGLC, bro. It's trying. TLRY. TLRY has got a lot of blocks. 6-figure orders on TLRY on the ask. Alright. There we go. The conference should be starting, or the press conference should be starting any second here. Okay. Let's see. Alright, he's walking up to the podium.
Starting the press conference.
Good afternoon. My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. We understand the hardship that high inflation is causing, and we remain strongly committed to bringing inflation back down to our 2% goal. Price stability is the responsibility of the Federal Reserve. Without price stability, the economy doesn't work for anyone. In particular, without price stability, we will not achieve a sustained period of strong labor market conditions that benefit all. Since early last year, the FOMC has significantly tightened the stance of monetary policy. Today, we took another step by raising our policy interest rate a 1/4 percentage point, and we are continuing to reduce our securities holdings at a brisk pace. We've covered a lot of ground, and the full effects of our tightening have yet to be felt. Looking ahead, we will continue to take a data-dependent approach in determining the extent of additional policy firming that may be appropriate. I'll have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. Recent indicators suggest that economic activity has been expanding at a moderate pace. Growth in consumer spending appears to have slowed from earlier in the year. Although activity in the housing sector has picked up somewhat, it remains well below levels of a year ago, largely reflecting higher mortgage rates. And higher interest rates and slower output growth also appear to be weighing on business fixed investment. The labor market remains very tight. Over the past 3 months, job gains averaged 244,000 jobs per month, a pace below that seen earlier in the year, but still a strong pace. The unemployment rate remains low at 3.6%. There are some continuing signs that supply and demand in the labor market are coming into better balance. The labor force participation rate has moved up since last year, particularly for individuals aged 25 to 54 years. Nominal wage growth has shown some signs of easing, and job vacancies have declined so far this year. While the jobs to workers gap has narrowed, labor demand still substantially exceeds the supply of available workers. Inflation remains well above our longer run goal of 2%. Over the 12 months ending in May, total PCE prices rose 3.8%. Excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 4.6%. In June, the 12-month change in the Consumer Price Index, or CPI, came in at 3.0%, and the change in the core CPI was 4.8%. Inflation has moderated somewhat since the middle of last year. Nonetheless, the process of getting inflation back down to 2% has a long way to go. Despite elevated inflation, longer-term inflation expectations appear to remain well anchored, as reflected in a broad range of surveys of households, businesses, and forecasters, as well as measures from financial markets. The Fed's monetary policy actions are guided by our mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. My colleagues and I are acutely aware that high inflation imposes significant hardship as it erodes purchasing power, especially for those least able to meet the higher cost of essentials like food, housing, and transportation. We're highly attentive to the risks that high inflation poses to both sides of our mandate, and we are strongly committed to returning to inflation to our 2% objective. At today's meeting, the committee raised the target range for the federal funds rate by a 1/4 percentage point, bringing the target range to 5.25% to 5.5%. We are also continuing the process of significantly reducing our securities holdings. With today's action, we've raised our policy rate by 5.25 percentage points since early last year. We have been seeing the effects of our policy tightening on demand in the most interest rate sensitive sectors of the economy, particularly housing and investment. It will take time, however, for the full effects of our ongoing monetary restraint to be realized, especially on inflation. In addition, the economy is facing headwinds from tighter credit conditions for households and businesses, which are likely to weigh on economic activity, hiring, and inflation. In determining the extent of additional policy firming that may be appropriate to return inflation to 2% over time, the committee will take into account the cumulative tightening of monetary policy, the lags with which monetary policy affects economic activity and inflation, and economic and financial developments. We will continue to make our decisions meeting by meeting, based on the totality of the incoming data and their implications for the outlook for economic activity and inflation, as well as the balance of risks. We remain committed to bringing inflation back to our 2% goal and to keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Reducing inflation is likely to require a period of below-trend growth and some softening of labor market conditions. Restoring price stability is essential to set the stage for achieving maximum employment and stable prices over the longer run. To conclude, we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Steve.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. You have, I think, a couple times in your opening remarks talked about this language in determining the extent of additional policy firming that may be appropriate. Should we take that to mean that additional hikes are likely on the way?
Good question.
And should we also believe that all future meetings, say September and November, are live, or are you in a every other meeting mode? Thank you.
So we haven't made a decision to go to every other meeting. It's not something we've looked at. We're going to be going meeting by meeting, and as we go into each meeting, we're going to be asking ourselves the same question. So we haven't made any decisions about any future meetings, including the pace at which we'd consider hiking. But we're going to be assessing the need for further tightening that may be appropriate. You read the language, to return inflation to 2% over time. I would say that the intermeeting data came in broadly in line with expectations. Economic activity remained resilient. Job creation remained strong while cooling a bit. And the June CPI report actually came in a bit better than expectations for a change. And the June CPI report, of course, was welcome, but it's only one report, 1 month's data. We hope that inflation will follow a lower path it will be consistent with the CPI reading. But we don't know that, and we're just going to need to see more data. So what are we going to be looking at? Really, it will be the whole broader picture. And starting with, we're looking for moderate growth, right? We're looking for supply and demand through the economy coming into better balance, including in particular in the labor market. We'll be looking at inflation. We'll be asking ourselves, does this whole collection of data, do we assess it as suggesting that we need to raise rates further? And if we make that conclusion, then we will go ahead and raise rates. So that's how we're thinking about the next meeting, and how we're thinking about meetings going forward potentially. But we're now mainly thinking about the next meeting. I will also say, since we're talking about it, between now and the September meeting, we get 2 more job reports, 2 more CPI reports. I think we have an ECI report coming later this week, which is Employment Compensation Index. And lots of data on economic activity. All of that information is going to inform our decision as we go into that meeting. I would say it is certainly possible that we would raise funds again at the September meeting if the data warranted. And I would also say it's possible that we would choose to hold steady at that meeting. We're going to be making careful assessments, as I said, meeting by meeting. And I'll close by saying we've raised the federal funds rate now by 525 basis points since March 2022. Monetary policy, we believe, is restrictive and is putting downward pressure on economic activity and inflation.
If I could just briefly follow up on something you said there. You said the data in the intermediate period, it broadly came in line with expectations. Does that mean there's unlikely to have been a change in the overwhelming outlook of the committee that 2 more hikes are necessary?
I'm just going to go back to what I said. That's the question. We have 8 weeks now until the September meeting, and all that data that I recited, we're going to be looking at all of that and making that assessment then. And it really, we did have the one good reading, and of course we welcome that, but it's just one reading, as everybody knows. And we've seen this before in the data. Many forecasts call for rates for inflation to remain low, but we just don't know that until we see the data. So we'll be focusing on that.
Coming up on VWAP for PACW.
Thank you. Thanks for taking our questions, Chair Powell. Obviously, you upgraded the language around growth in the statement today. We've seen the Barbie movie numbers. We've seen everyone going to Taylor Swift concerts this summer. It seems like the American consumer is in pretty good shape. And it does seem like growth is sort of picking back up a little bit, or at least doing well. And I wonder, from your perspective, if that continues, if we see growth not just stabilizing, but performing well this summer, is that a problem because it's inflationary, or is it good news because it suggests that a soft landing is more likely? Just how are you thinking about that sort of trajectory?
Yeah, so I would say it this way. The overall resilience of the economy, the fact that we've been able to achieve disinflation so far without any meaningful negative impact on the labor market, the strength of the economy, overall, that's a good thing. It's good to see that, of course. It's also, you see consumer confidence coming up and things like that. That will support activity going forward. But you're right, though. At the margin, stronger growth could lead over time to higher inflation, and that would require an appropriate response from monetary policy. So we'll be watching that carefully and seeing how it evolves over time.
Neil.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Neil Irwin from Axios. So as you referenced earlier, in the intermeeting period, soft CPI, jobs reports, still strong but moderating, JOLTS look good. So if you're data dependent, why not pause again? Why not stay on hold? Why not take another meeting off when the data was at least cutting in the direction you want to see?
So if you go back to what we're trying to do here, we're trying to achieve a stance of policy that's sufficiently restrictive to bring inflation down to 2%. At the last meeting, we wrote down our individual estimates of what that would take, and the median of that was an additional 2 rate hikes. So I would say we looked at the intermeeting data, and as I mentioned, broadly consistent, not perfectly consistent, but broadly consistent with expectations. And as a result, we went ahead and took another step. And that's, a labor market that continues to be strong, but gradually slowing. I mentioned that the inflation report was actually a little better than expected, but, we're going to be careful about taking too much signal from a single reading. And, growth came in stronger than expected. So that's how we look at it. And so we did take that step today.
Nick Timmeros of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, markets widely believe the median FOMC participants' inflation forecast from June for the fourth quarter of this year will be too high, given autos and shelter, and that by September that may warrant a downward revision in the inflation forecast of 20 to 30 basis points. Would that type of inflation progress be enough to hold rates steady from here, or do you need to see below trend growth and decelerating labor income growth to be convinced that you've done enough?
So it's hard to pick the pieces apart and say, how much of this and how much of that. We'll be looking at everything. And, we'll be looking to see whether the signal from June CPI is replicated or the opposite of replicated, or whether it's somewhere in the middle. We'll be looking at the growth data. We'll be looking at the labor market data very closely, of course, and making an overall judgment about that. It's the totality of the data, I think, but with a particular focus on making progress on inflation.
If I could follow up, last month you said there were benefits to moderating the pace of increases because it would give you more information to make decisions. Would another CPI report like the one we just had in June allow you to at least maintain that slower pace and defer until the fall any decision on whether you need that second rate hike?
So I'm just going to tell you again what we're going to do in September. We're going to look at 2 additional job reports, 2 additional CPI reports, lots of activity data. And that's what we're going to look at, and we're going to make that decision then. And that decision could mean another hike in September, or it could mean that we decide to maintain at that level. And again, the question we're going to be asking ourselves is the overall signal one that we need to do more, that we need to tighten further? And if we get that signal whenever we get it, then, and that's the collective judgment of the committee, then we will move ahead. If we don't, then we'll have the option of maintaining policy at that level. But it's really dependent so much on the data, and we just don't have it yet.
Chris. 13,200 here for PACW.
Hi, Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. So consumer confidence in the economy is rising, likely in large part because of the declines in headline inflation. You also see wages are also rising faster than prices now after trailing them for a long time. How much are Americans truly harmed by inflation at its current level, headline level of 3%? And with that in mind, when do you put some weight back on the employment side of the dual mandate?
So I guess I'd say it this way. First, it is a good thing that headline inflation has come down so much, because that's really what the public experiences. And I would say that having headline inflation move down that much almost creates it will strengthen the broad sense that the public has that inflation is coming down, which will in turn, we hope, help inflation continue to move down. So you are really, sorry, what your question was?
Well, I mean, you've talked for many press conferences now about the harm created by inflation, how hard it is for people. So how much of that are we still seeing with inflation now down at 3?
So I guess I would put it this way. I'd say it this way. It's really a question of how do you balance the two risks, the risk of doing too much or doing too little. And, I would say that, we're coming to a place where there really are risks on both sides. It's hard to say exactly whether they're in balance or not, but as our stances become more restrictive and inflation moderates, we do increasingly face that risk. But, we need to see that inflation is durably down that far. As you know, we think, and most economists think, that core inflation is actually a better signal of where headline inflation is going, because headline inflation is affected greatly by volatile energy and food prices. So we would want core inflation to be coming down, because that's what we think is signaling where headline's going to go in the future. And core inflation is still pretty elevated. There's reason to think it can come down now, but it's still quite elevated. And so we think we need to stay on task, and we think we're going to need to certainly hold policy at a restricted levels for some time, and we need to be prepared to raise further if we think that's appropriate.
Well, and then if inflation were to, just a quick follow, if it stays at 3 or drops even a little bit more, I mean, how much of an increase in unemployment do you think is acceptable to get that last bit of inflation? People are talking about the potential difficulty of the so-called last mile of inflation. So, but how much unemployment do you think is justified to get down that last?
So it is a very positive thing that actually the unemployment rate is the same as it was when we lifted off in March of 22 at 3.6%. So that's a real blessing, and that we've been able to achieve some disinflation. And we don't seek to, it's not that we're aiming to raise unemployment, but I would just say the historical record, we have to be honest about the historical record, which does suggest that when central banks go in and slow the economy to bring down inflation, the result tends to be some softening in labor market conditions. And so that is still the likely
I have no idea, Sid.
And, we hope that that's as little as possible. We have to be honest that is the likely outcome. The worst outcome for everyone, of course, would be not to deal with inflation now, not get it done. Whatever the short-term social costs of getting inflation under control, the longer-term social costs of failing to do so are greater, and that the historical record is very, very clear on that. If you go through a period where inflation expectations are not anchored, inflation is volatile, it interferes with people's lives and with economic activity, and that's the thing we really need to avoid and will avoid.
Michael McKee.
At this point, you say the policy is restrictive, but all year long we have seen growth surprise to the upside, unemployment to the downside, and inflation lately to the downside. So I'm wondering, by definition, should you be restrictive enough right now under these conditions? Do you think you might need to do more? Because I'm curious about what you see as inflation dynamics now. Is the economy still moving in a direction where it creates more inflation? People talk about base effects and higher energy costs, and now we have some large labor settlements. Or is the economy disinflating, and you're able to go back to the old Fed policy of opportunistic disinflation?
So I'll just say, again, the broader picture of what we want to see is we want to see easing of supply constraints and normalization of pandemic-related distortions to demand and supply. We want to see economic growth running at moderate or modest levels to help ease inflationary pressures. We want to see continued restoration of supply and demand balance, particularly in the labor market. And all of that should lead to declining inflationary pressures. Now, what we see is those pieces of the puzzle coming together, and we're seeing evidence of those things now. But I would say that what our eyes are telling us is that policy has not been restrictive enough for long enough to have its full desired effects. So we intend, to keep policy restrictive until we're confident that inflation is coming down sustainably toward our 2% target, and we're prepared to further tighten if that is appropriate. And we think the process, still probably has a long way to go.
Well, do you think under current conditions you are restrictive enough unless something changes?
Well, I think we think, today's rate hike was appropriate, and I think we're going to be looking at the incoming data to inform our decision at the next meeting about is the incoming data telling us that we need to do more, and if it does tell us that, collectively, if that's our view, then we will do more.
CISO went up from up like 12% to now.
Thank you.
down
Colby Smith with the
almost
Financial
4%.
Times. If September is in fact a live meeting, how does that square with the need for a more gradual tightening pace that you spoke of last month in explaining the rationale for holding the funds rate steady at the June meeting?
So a more gradual pace doesn't go immediately to every other meeting. It could be 2 out of 3 meetings, right? It just means if you're slowing down, the point really was to slow down the decision cycle as we get closer and closer to, we think, our destination. And I wouldn't want to go automatically to every other meeting because
Snap is
I just don't
moving.
think I think it's not an environment where we want to provide
Congrats
a
if you
lot of
guys
forward
snap-
guidance.
or, what's called
There's a lot of
snag
uncertainty
some
out
of
there. We just want to keep moving at what we think is the right
snap
pace.
on the
And
bottom.
I do think it
Spike
makes
it
all the
off.
sense in the world to slow down as we now make these finally judged decisions. And so that's what we did. And so I think it's possible, I mentioned before, it's possible that we would move at consecutive meetings. We're not taking that off the table, or we might not. It's really going to depend on what the data tell us. That's the best we can do.
So we shouldn't assume that every other meeting is the lowest tightening frequency, let's say. It could be, longer intervals in between as well.
I think we're going to look. I think we're going to make a decision about the next meeting, and then we're going to make a decision about the one after that, and I think it'll sort itself out.
Thanks. Howard Schneider with Reuters. Among your colleagues, there have been people who've said they feel that very little transmission has taken place so far from monetary policy into the economy, and there are those who feel, they say it's happened very fast this time and it's kind of up to date. Where are you on that continuum?
So there's a long-running debate about the lags between changes in financial conditions and the response to those changes from economic activity and inflation, right? So we know that in the modern era, financial conditions move in anticipation of our decisions, and that has clearly been the case in this cycle. So in a sense, the clock starts earlier than it used to, but that doesn't necessarily change the process from that point on, and it's not clear that it has. I'll tell you what we know and then what we don't know. We know that financial conditions affect economic activity and inflation with a lag that can be long and variable,
Guys,
or
I'm
lags,
frozen.
plural,
I
that can be long
gotta
and
do
variable.
something here.
A lot of uncertainty around the length of the lags, and by the way, that's just one component of the broader uncertainty that we face. So I'll tell you how I think about this. The first thing to say is we're determined to bring inflation down to 2% over time, and we will use our tools to do that. No one should doubt that. I would look at it this way, though. The real federal funds rate is now in meaningfully positive territory. If you take the nominal federal funds rate, subtract a mainstream estimate of near-term inflation expectations, you get a real federal funds rate that is well above most estimates of the longer-term neutral rate. So I would say monetary policy is restrictive, more so after today's decision, meaning that it is putting downward pressure on economic activity and inflation. We'll keep monetary policy restrictive until we think it's not appropriate to do so. So that's how I think about it. I mean, if I sum it up, I would say we've come a long way. We are resolutely committed to returning inflation to our 2% goal over time. Inflation has repeatedly proved stronger than we and other forecasters have expected. And at some point that may change. We have to be ready to follow the data. And given how far we've come, we can afford to be a little patient as well as resolute as we let this unfold.
On the credit side, I'm wondering if you saw anything in the latest SLOOS data that made you think you're getting a quantum of credit contraction beyond what you'd expect. The bank lending data really is, the growth rates edging down towards and heading below zero, which is usually a recession indicator.
So I guess the SLOOS will come out early next week, and I would just say it's broadly consistent with what you would expect. You've got lending conditions tight and getting a little tighter. You've got weak demand, and it gives a picture of pretty tight credit conditions in the economy. I think it's really hard to tease out how much of that is from this source or that source, but I think what matters is the overall picture is of tight and tightening lending conditions, and that's what this SLOOS will say.
Rachel.
Hi, Chair Powell, Rachel Siegel from the Washington Post. Thanks for taking our questions. Could you break down the reasons why inflation has fallen and what share of that credit you would give to factors that don't stem directly from rate hikes or that might be within your control at all, like easing supply chains and a drop in energy prices over the past year?
Yeah. Interesting question. So let me start by saying that the inflation surge that we saw in the pandemic resulted from a collision of elevated demand and constrained supply, both of which followed from the unprecedented features of the pandemic and the response from fiscal and monetary policy. And we've always expected that the disinflationary process would stem from both from the normalization of those broad pandemic-related supply and demand conditions and from restrictive monetary policy, which would help return the balance between supply and demand by restraining demand. And we think that's broadly what we're seeing. So to go break it down a little further, of course, headline inflation has come down sharply from elevated levels as energy and food prices have come down, mostly due to reversal of the effects from the war in Ukraine. And that's a good thing, and the public experiences that, as I mentioned earlier. For core inflation, I'd say there has been a role for both factors, both that I mentioned. Clearly, for goods, normalization of supply conditions is playing an important role, as is the beginning of the reversal of spending back into services and away from goods. Say take autos as an example. The combination of an increase in sales and inventories, while vehicle inflation has decelerated, points to a substantial role for supply. But there's also a role for demand, as the loans and things like that are more expensive. So they're both working there. Housing services inflation now starts to move down. Clearly, higher rates have slowed the housing market. I would say monetary policy is working about as we expect, and we think it'll play an important role going forward, in particular in non-housing services, where really we think that's where the labor market will come in as a very, very important factor. So we think both of those sources of disinflation are playing an important role.
And just to follow up, do you think that of those two sources, that core will rely more heavily on seeing an impact from rate hikes, or is there a more even split there too?
I think monetary policy is going to be important going forward, because we're sort of reaping now the benefits of the reversal of some of the very specific pandemic things. We're seeing that with goods in particular, with supply chains and shortages moving, and we're seeing. So I think going forward, monetary policy will be important, particularly in the sector, in the non-housing services sector.
Edward.
Do your thing, dog.
Thank you, Chair Powell. First, let me compliment your tie, the choice of tie.
I did.
Thanks for taking our question. So the Beige Book, it said, input cost pressures remain elevated for services firms, but eased notably for manufacturing sector. Is that an indication that there's a wage inflation pressure? And how do you target and pressure on the wage inflation without pushing the economy into recession?
Well, I think as it relates to goods, it's really an indication that supply chains and shortages are easing. And so what was the first part of it?
So wage inflation, like how do you target wage inflation without pushing an economy into a recession?
I don't think we're targeting wage inflation. I think what we're looking for is a broad cooling in labor market conditions, and that's what we're seeing. So wages have actually been gradually moving down. They're still at levels that would be consistent over a long period of time with 2% inflation. Nonetheless, we're making progress there. And by so many indicators, labor market demand is cooling. You can look at surveys by workers and businesses who see that. You can look at the quits rate normalizing. You can look at job openings coming down. You can look at just job creation in the establishment survey it's still at a high level, but it was at really an extraordinarily high level for most of the last 2 years. So you see cooling, particularly in private sector in the last report. So I think we see that, and it's happening at a gradual pace. So that's actually not a bad thing in a sense, because if what we see is a labor market, very strong demand for labor, which is really the engine of the economy. People are getting hired, many people going back to work, getting wages, spending money, and that's really what's driving the economy. But that it's gradually slowing, it's gradually cooling. That's a good prescription for getting where we want to get.
But still, we see a push to raise minimum wage. We're seeing a lot of unions go on strike or threaten strike. And the common thing is they come out with agreements like big pay increases, like UPS, and we have the auto workers coming up. Are you concerned then about a trend of series of big unions, these contract pushing wage inflation then?
Not for us to comment on contract negotiations. Not our job, not our role. We monitor these things and we'll keep an eye on them. But really, that's something that's handled at that level. And not
a large amount of people.
Victoria. Hi, Victoria Guido with Politico. I wanted to ask about the SEP, which suggests that you would cut rates as overall and core PCE get to around or under 3%. And so I'm wondering, is the level of inflation what's sort of important there as you think about getting to 2% and when you might start cutting rates? Or is the speed at which inflation is falling also important?
I think you'd take both into account. I think you'd take everything into account when you start cutting rates. It would depend on a wide range of things. And when people are writing down rate cuts next year, it just is a sense that inflation is coming down and we're comfortable that it's coming down and it's time to start cutting rates. I think, but I mean, there's a lot of uncertainty between what happens, in the next meeting cycle, let alone the next year, let alone the year after that. So it's hard to say exactly what happens there, what's motivating people.
So if it's sort of stubbornly in maybe the high twos, you wouldn't necessarily cut rates.
I'm not saying that at all. I'm not giving you any numerical guidance around that. I'm saying we'd be comfortable cutting rates when we're comfortable cutting rates, and that won't be this year, I don't think. It would be, but many people wrote down rate cuts for next year. I think the median was several for next year, and that's just going to be a judgment that we have to make then, a full year from now, and it'll be about how confident we are that inflation is in fact coming down to our 2% goal.
A good part of Wall Street has become more confident that the Fed is going to be able to engineer a soft landing, and they've reduced their forecasts for a recession. And I'm wondering if the staff has changed its view on the likelihood of a recession being likely, and if you personally have changed your view in terms of becoming more confident that you can achieve a soft landing.
C3AI,
So,
3 million off average volume.
It has been my
We are
view
in power
consistently
hour now?
that we do have a shot, and my base case is that we will be able to achieve inflation moving back down to our target without the kind of really significant downturn that results in high levels of job losses that we've seen in some past instances, many past instances of tightening that look like ours. That's been my view. That's still my view. And I think that's sort of consistent with what I see today. So, but it's a long way from assured, and we have a lot left to go to see that happen. So the staff now has a noticeable slowdown in growth starting later this year in the forecast. But given the resilience of the economy recently, they are no longer forecasting a recession. I just want to note that that our staff produces its own forecast, which is independent of the forecast that we, as FOMC participants, produce. Having an independent staff forecast, as well as the individual participant forecast, is really a strength of our process. There's just a lot of, I think, constructive diversity of opinion that helps us make, informs our deliberations, helps us make, I hope, better decisions.
And is the reason for optimism that inflation has come down and you still have a strong labor market? I mean, does that add to the optimism?
I wouldn't use the term optimism about this yet. I would say, though, that there's a pathway. And yes, that's a good way to think about it. We've seen so far the beginnings of disinflation without any real costs in the labor market, and that's a really good thing.
With the EMAs
I would just also say the historical record suggests that there's very likely to be some softening in labor market conditions, and consistent with having a soft landing, you would have some softening in labor market conditions, and that's still likely as we go forward with this process. But it's a good thing to date that we haven't really seen that. We've seen softening through not through unemployment, not through higher unemployment. We've seen softening through, job openings coming down part of the way back to more normal levels. The quits rate, so people are not quitting as much. We've seen participation, people coming in, and so labor supply has improved, which has lowered the temperature in the labor market, which was quite overheated, going back a year or so. So we're seeing that kind of cooling, and that's very healthy. And we hope it continues.
Zone here.
Jeff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jeff Cox from CNBC.com. You and other Fed officials in the past have suggested that you don't need to keep hiking until inflation hits 2%, that as long as you see continued progress. So I'm wondering, how close do you need to get with the inflation numbers coming down? How many months of data do you need to see that will give you sufficient confidence? And how far does this fight need to go before you're willing to kind of declare victory on it?
So the idea that we would keep hiking until inflation gets to 2%, it would be a prescription of going way past the target. That's clearly not the appropriate way to think about it. So, in effect, if you look at our forecasts, we the median participant, and again, these are forecasting out years, so take them with a grain of salt. But people are cutting rates next year because the federal funds rate is at a restrictive level now. So if we see inflation coming down credibly, sustainably, then we don't need to be at a restrictive level anymore. We can move back to a neutral level, and then below a neutral level at a certain point. I think we of course would be very careful about that. We'd really want to be sure that inflation is coming down in a sustainable level. And it's hard to make. I'm not going to try to make a numerical assessment of when and where that would be, but that's the way I would think about it. Is you'd stop raising long before you got to 2% inflation, and you'd start cutting before you got to 2% inflation too, because we don't see ourselves getting to 2% inflation until all the way back to 2 until 2025 or so. So.
Jennifer.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Jennifer Schonberger with Yahoo Finance. It's been over 4 months since a handful of regional banks, including Silicon Valley Bank, failed. When you look at credit conditions now, given Bank of California's acquisition of PacWest, does this acquisition suggest the full impact has not been felt, or are you comfortable saying that we've seen most of the ripple effects that may have occurred at this point, and how does this play into your outlook for policy?
So I don't want to comment on any particular merger proposal, but I will say things have settled down for sure out there. Deposit flows have stabilized, capital and liquidity remain strong, aggregate bank lending was stable quarter over quarter and is up significantly year over year. Banking sector profits generally are coming in strong this quarter, and overall the banking system remains strong and resilient. Of course, we're still watching the situation carefully and monitoring conditions in the banking sector. In terms of the actual effect on, if you think of a particular set of banks that were affected because of their size and business model and things like that were more affected by the turmoil in March than others, it's very hard, as I mentioned, it's very hard to sort of tease out the effects on this very large economy of ours from them tightening. They may be tightening a little bit more, probably are, than other banks. The SLOOS has been telling us for more than a year that banking conditions are tightening. That process is ongoing, and that will restrain economic growth. So I think we have to take a step back from. I can't separate those anymore. I think basically we're just looking at the overall picture, which is one of tightening credit conditions, and that's going to restrain economic activity. It is a restraining economic activity. So that's how I would look at it.
And how is that informing your outlook for setting policy?
So I think that is an expected result of tightening interest rate policy, is that bank credit conditions bank lending conditions would tighten as well. And so the question is it more effective this time because of what happened in May? I just don't think we know that. I think we're looking at the current data in GDP, and we're seeing strong spending. We're seeing a strong economy, and it's made us confident that we can go ahead and raise interest rates now for the third time since the March events. It seems like the economy is weathering this well, but of course we're watching it carefully and expect to continue to do that.
Hi, Chair Powell. Thanks for taking our questions. Megan Casella with Barron's. I wondered on wages if you were at all concerned about any inflationary impact of wages now outpacing inflation, which is likely contributing to the boost in consumer sentiment and the continued strength of the consumer that we've been seeing.
Well, wages in excess of inflation means real wages are positive. Again, that's a great thing. Of course, we want that. We want people to have real wages, but we want wages to be going up at a level that's consistent with 2% inflation over time. As I mentioned, nominal wages have been coming down gradually, and that's what we want to see. We expect to see more of that. That's just more of what's consistent over a longer period of time. We don't really think that wages were an important cause of inflation in the first year or so of the outbreak. But I would say that wages are probably an important issue going forward. Labor market conditions broadly are going to be an important part of getting inflation back down. And that's why we think we need some further softening in labor market conditions.
This goes sort of to the balance of risks question, but you mentioned at the start how you're keeping an eye on consumer activity and whether there might be some sort of a rebound there. And I'm curious what the Fed's explanation would be to families if further interest rate hikes start to hit the labor market, start to drive that sentiment back down. What's the message there of why you continue to keep rates elevated or to raise them?
Well, we have a job assigned to us by Congress to get inflation under control. And we think the single most important thing we can do to benefit those very families, especially families at the lower end of the income spectrum, is to get inflation sustainably under control and restore price stability. We think that is the most important thing we can do now, and we're determined to do that. And I would just point out that the people who are the most hurt by inflation right away are people who are on a low fixed income who, when you're talking about travel or transportation costs, heating costs, clothing, food, things like that, those, if you're just making it through each month on your paycheck and prices go up, you're in trouble right away. Even middle class people have some resources and can absorb inflation. People in the lower end of the income spectrum have a harder time doing that. So we need to get this done, and the record is clear that if we take too long or if we don't succeed, that the pain will only be greater. So that's how I would explain what we're doing.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Simon Urbanovich with The Economist. You had said last month that this meeting this week was going to be a live one. In the event, the market had assigned a roughly 99% probability to the rate move that you announced today. The decision was, of course, unanimous, and the statement was basically unchanged from last month. So may I ask, to what extent was the meeting actually a live one? Was there ever any doubt over the past 2 days about what the decision was actually going to be?
Well, I mean, was there doubt? I would say there's a range of views on the committee, and when you see the minutes in 3 weeks, you'll see that. There's a range of views about what we should do at this meeting and what we should do at the next meeting, and it's a process that we go through. Many times when we go into a meeting, the decision is not
tons of lots
fundamentally in doubt. Nonetheless, we have the meeting, and some meetings are less uncertain than others, and I'll just leave it at that.
Someone just bought 125,000 shares of
Evan Reiser,
TLRY.
Market News International. Thank you, Chair Powell. Financial conditions have been loosening at a fairly steady clip in recent weeks, the dollar, the stock market, et cetera. What does that mean for the Fed and being sure that inflation will come down to target?
So we monitor, of course, financial conditions, broad financial conditions. You're right, it's the dollar and equities, we're of course very focused on rates and our own policy.
Average earlier was
we're going to use our policy tools to working through financial conditions to get inflation under control. The implication is, we will do what it takes to get inflation down, and in principle, that could mean that if financial conditions get looser, we have to do more. But what tends to happen, though, is financial conditions get in and out of alignment with what we're doing, and ultimately, over time, we get where we need to go.
If I could also ask about the SEP from June that showed rate cuts. Do you expect the Fed to cut nominal rates next year while also continuing QT?
So that could happen. The question is, is that consistent with, so if you think about both of them as normalization, imagine it's a world where things are okay and it's time to bring rates down from what are restrictive levels to more normal levels.
Snap to 1040.
Normalization in the case of the balance sheet would be to reduce QT. So to continue it, you depending on where you are in the cycle. So there are two independent things, and really the active tool of monetary policy is rates. But you can imagine circumstances in which it would be appropriate to have them working in what might be seen to be just different ways, but that wouldn't be the case.
Go to Kyle.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Kyle Campbell with American Banker. I have a question about the discount window. I'm wondering if since the bank failures of the spring, if you've seen signs that banks have taken more steps to be proactive in assuring that they're ready to use that facility if they need to. And if you have any sort of thoughts on whether policies might be appropriate for making sure that banks sort of test regularly to show that they are prepared to use it.
Thanks. So that's a very important thing, yes, and yes to both sides of that. Yes, banks are now working to see that they are ready to use the discount window, and we are strongly encouraging them to do that. Banks broadly. We did find, as you know, during the events of March, and that that it's a little clunkier. It can be a little clunkier and not as quick as it needs to be sometimes. So why not be in a situation where you're just much more ready in case you need to access the discount window?
Let's go to Mark. Cameron.
Mr. Chairman, Mark Hamrick with Bankrate. You've talked in the past about getting the housing market back into better balance, excuse me, and also that the market might have bottomed. Where do you see that situation and balance or lack thereof right now, particularly with the constrained inventory of existing homes that might otherwise be coming onto market at a time when existing homeowners are reluctant to move? And of course, all of that happening with the 30-year fixed rate mortgage still around 7% on the heels of Fed tightening, and with what you're talking about, tightening industry lending standards. Are we getting closer to balance or farther away? What's your sense?
I think we've got a ways to go to get back to balance, really for the reasons that you talked about. With existing homes, there are many people who have low rate mortgages, and whereas they might want to sell in a normal situation, they're not going to because they have so much value in their mortgage, which means that supply of existing homes is really, really tight, which is keeping prices up. On the other hand, there's a lot of supply coming online now, and there are people coming in. A lot of the buyers are first-time buyers coming in at buying it, with these relatively elevated mortgage rates. But I think this will take some time to work through. Hopefully more supply comes online, and we work through it. We're still living through the aftermath of the pandemic.
We'll go to Nancy for the last question.
Hi, Chair Powell. Nancy Marshall-Genzer with Marketplace. Russia has pulled out of an agreement allowing shipments of grain, safe passage through the Black Sea, and alternative routes at this point could be closed off. Just wondering, how could that contribute to higher food prices and inflation generally, and how closely are you watching that?
We are watching it, of course, very closely. And you're right, the withdrawal from the Black Sea Grain Initiative does raise concerns about global food security, particularly for poorer countries that import a large share of their food. Grain prices did go up on this news, but they remain well below their peaks of last spring. And the moves that we've seen so far, I would say, are not expected to make a significant contribution to U.S. inflation. Of course, we will be watching that situation carefully.
So you don't think it would have a big effect on Fed policy at this point?
You wouldn't say so, looking at what we know now.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Okay. All right. So basically, exactly what we expected. I need my phone charger. Hold on a second. a second. I gotta pull my shit back in. Okay. Couldn't reach. So yeah, so basically that was all, like, we expected all of that. No surprises. The market had that shit already priced in. There we go. Q's trying at the 200 and VWAP. Just underneath. Bitcoin is also trying to curl back up. RSI on the Q's is a 48. Q's is a 200. RSI and Bitcoin is a 45 at the moment. That call wasn't nearly as bad as what I thought it was going to be. Like, there really wasn't anything negative said on it that we didn't already know. You know what I mean? Zella pushing 7.5. T2 up 9%. I see you, T2. Groupon is at 14.5. Also, looks like it found a top right there. Okay. AWIN just off 40% again. Top to 44. So both slightly off their highs. Bollinger Bands are getting tight on the Qs again. Whew, sliding right down the bull flag. Bollinger Band's very tight there on the Qs. RSI on the Qs is a 45. Can I look at T-Doc? Of course I can. T-Doc. Okay, first thing I have to say is this is a $4.76 billion company that is now up 30 on the day. So it's a very, very, it's not a large cap, but like it's like I guess a larger mid cap. That's up 30%. So you'd be paying 30% more than what you would have, say, yesterday. Keep in mind also that like usually it takes more money in order to move the higher cap things. On a daily, bro, you gotta take out that 200 on a daily. Honestly, I really wouldn't be like too comfortable until this thing was at $35. Because you're gonna run into resistance right where it's at, pretty much. Pac West going for 200. Yeah, bro, you're running into resistance right here. And then your next one's going to be just off 35 for the most part. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if you actually came down and formed a handle to get over this stuff. You're really liking the Tupperware play at the moment? What's the other company that does this? I feel like they have competitors too. Can anybody think of somebody in the same sector? I feel like they have at least one competitor. Teladoc Health. Who the fuck is their competitor? I know it too. Son of a bitch. Oh, Athena 1. Thank you, Robbie. Cool. I have calls for 35. Okay. Watch out that they don't try to burn you at 35. Watch out on the 34 calls. Because they might try to burn you at 35 and basically because it's a like 5, 10, 15, 20, like because it's like a milestone number. Sometimes I like to try to get my options just before that milestone number. That way they don't, like, basically try to pin them. Just something to think about. Potential double bottom on Tilray. We're going to be trying to fend off a death cross right here on the Qs. Interesting. I'll keep that in mind. Yeah, just... no problem. Whatever I could do to, have you looking at something that you didn't think was relevant, There's going to be no way that line's accurate. No way. Going for the 1348 and the 200 here on PACW. Tilray just got a lot of green blocks. A lot of green slapping to the ass. Not much movement off of it, though. Guys, congrats if you grabbed Snap when it was at like 10:08 earlier when I mentioned it. It's at 10:50 already. 187 on SFT? Whoa. Whoa, SFT. Whoa. That's down. That could be a really fucking solid play. What? Oh, 161 on COSM? My God. Yeah, I'd be a buyer on SFT. Like, no questions asked. If it went down, I would just DCA it. Peep that. It's getting a hard down right now on the daily to the resistance line that's at. Like, okay. Worst case scenario, it falls to there. I don't know. I think SFT might be a buy. Just me. It's me talking out loud. I think it's actually kind of a steal. I might actually buy it myself here. MNK was my best call out of the day. Well, I'm happy for you. Pac West. Go ahead. Q's trying to lift here. Just off EWAP. Came down, filled the gap, and then went. Nice. And now it's at 200%. Great for you. Did you play it or no? A lot of green blocks on TLRY. Snap is coming back with a vengeance, guys. It's already at 1054. Like I tried telling you guys earlier. Yeah, VRM to 220. Yikes. Carvana down 1%. Q's trying to get over the 200. APE to 176. And DWAC up 1%. COS is moving. Okay. COS is moving. Cost to about 450. Q's up through VWAP. They're just low volume, isn't it? Yeah, it's too light a volume. It's like 1/4 average volume. And day's almost over. TLRY going for the 200 on a super. Pac West about to get the 13 on the 200. Top is up 45%. A lot of TLRY blocks still. A lot of TLRY coming through. Yeah, Groupon still underneath that resistance line. Trying to punch the 200 again with TLRY. Let's pull up goev, I guess. All right. goev looks like it's trying to get its way out of the that bottom supply zone. Nice cup setup. Waiting on the handle. Same thing with the Qs. Cup setup. Waiting on a handle. And obviously with Pac West, you're going to see the same thing. And on TLRY, I mean, you could either call that a double bottom or you could call that a cup. I'm calling that a double bottom off support. To each their own. 8% on Xella. Hub C, 12.5. Still trying the 200 on TLRY. A lot of blocks are coming through on it, though. A lot of big block orders. That and goev, even though goev isn't moving. AI getting a few blocks. Cost new intraday high. Yeah, but see, the problem is the volume, it's not there for me to sit there and like watch and chart. My fucking power went out for a few hours. I was listening on my phone, but the chat is messed up. Thank God it came back on. Thank God. Thank God. goev trying to get out of that supply level. goev up. Where's the blue line at, though? There's a blue line. Good to see it up 15% on low volume. Yeah, I prefer, I just don't, I don't know. I don't like things up on low volume. I like things up on high volume. I like things down on low volume. You know? That's generally speaking, of course. Generally speaking. PACW going for VWAP. Maybe. Up 26%. Q's trying on top of VWAP as well. 13 on the 48 for TLRY. Again, price action is at the 200. Looking good. A-win. Just off 50%. Here come the Qs. 13 over the 48 and the 48 over the 200. They tried hard to get PACW down below 950. I think it will come back up and after. I agree. I agree. There's too much buying pressure to the upside. Too much buying pressure. I wouldn't be surprised if they started covering in after hours on PACW. Just saying. Like, watch out on those reversal calls. Before, when I was looking, I was looking at the 12s for ooh. I was looking at the 12s a few minutes, well, a little while ago here. Let me look again. I like the 10.5s for next week. They're only $15 right now. Not financial advice. SoFi? I only have so many screens here, bud. Alright, someone let me know if something happens with goev, please. If you don't mind. SoFi. Beautiful move. Go ahead, get up there. Testing VWAP on PACW. What happens to options though when they convert to shares on bank? So that's when the OCC is going to kick your ass. And that's why I wouldn't hold them overnight, personally. Or if I was holding them overnight, it would be like a straight up lotto. Because the OCC takes forever. Forever. Perfect. You already knew it was going to happen? Beautiful. Go ahead. We're going up, 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 up. Up, 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 up. PACW. If it's low volume, I don't really care about it. But thank you. About half average daily volume. About 15 minutes left if you're dealing with PDT, guys. Give me a big handle. Tons of buying pressure on PACW. Yeah, it's gonna go through the friggin' roof. Not financial advice. PACW short, like the average short on PACW was at like 827. We haven't gotten below 925 all day, so I mean they're stuck $1 under at least. Get ready for TLRY here to make a move. It's getting tight. Get it right, get it tight. The 24 is getting on top of the 48 as well. Good, we filled the gap on goev. Okay. Groupon is 16%. AWIN back to 51%. Wow, AWIN. AWIN's trying. Oh, come on, PACW. No, 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 no. We're going the other way. No, 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 PACW. Other way. MULN double cup. Can you let me know if MULN pops out of the double cup? Just because I don't feel like pulling up MULN to watch it. That like chart just pisses me off. I don't know what it is. TLRY, a shit ton of green candles there. Or blocks, excuse me. Still waiting on the handle here. They win to 56%. Okay. PACW, take it. Take it and run with it. Trying to hold on to VWAP here. Oh, PACW. Get up there. Time for you to go. T2 to 9%. Q's back down to VWAP. In the 200. Bitcoin is up though to 29,384. And it is above all of the EMAs. Here, let's actually pull it real quick. Oh, and we dropped 101 on DXY as well. PACW up. She might get nuclear. We gotta clear $10 with it though. Ideally. Ooh, finger went red. Hope C, hanging out a tent. Oh, I forgot to make it easy on myself. There we go. Snap back up to 1058. Congrats if you guys grabbed that near $10 this morning. BBIG back to 390. Zella chopping around, up 8%. Hard down on TLRY. 16% on Groupon. MULN broke down. Typical. I don't even think that PACW got started. Bros up 7%. PTPI up 7%. IonQ up 6. Oh, goev is up 6 now. Goev, okay. I see you. I guess that was the bottom. I might I might strangle this. PACW, like I'm considering strangling it. Let's see, hold on a second. Maybe with like an 850 put. Hold on a second. An 850 put for next week is $6. And then what is it? And then a 1050 call is only 15. So you could get a decent strangle off for $21 there. Just throwing that out there. Obviously, again, not financial advice, just something I'm thinking about doing. Just in case this, obviously goes against me. Bitcoin supply 73.5% in hands of long-term holders. Yeah, but it just the supply and demand from the people who are going to be trading it back and forth. That's going to dictate the price tag. Simple. Trying to break the trend on PACW. It just keeps like bouncing off VWAP back and forth. PRFX, you're calling the bottom. All right, so Jordan's calling the bottom on PRFX. All right, so we'll just throw that there for shits and giggles then. Just to see. Bitcoin in a nice little cup there. Sticks to 191. I think anywhere under $2 on sticks is a steal. See, the problem is here is that I have to be in position to sell goev on any fucking given instant. Coinbase of 2%. Coinbase on VWAP. EVGO to 416. Like, I have to be ready to sell this at any point now. Back to the trend on PACW. Through the trend on PACW. PACW up. Oh, come on. There you go. I see you. Holy shit, it's already 4 o'clock? Whoa. I didn't realize it was 4. Okay, well, all right. First of all, congrats on the day. I'm going to stay for a few minutes. I do have to call my boss at some point, so if the market gets hot, I'll just put you guys on mute. Or if I sit here for, 15 minutes and I see a whole lot of nothing, then I'll just get off. I do have a feeling that PACW might go nuts here, though. Call me crazy. Oh, okay. Well, me and Chad agree. What is this on? Is this on news? I don't know what the hell is going on with the NVX, but she's trying to pop on a super. There's gonna be a gap though. Oh, it came down and filled that gap. Never mind. Okay, so there's no gap now on the NVX. Price movement seems to have stopped on PACW. Pay attention to the volume. It's at 35.86 mil at the moment. Ooh, what the they must have had earnings, right? No? Okay, so something's going on with the NVX, though, if they don't have earnings and they're moving like this. And there's no news out about them. Something's going on. Or somebody knows something. Yep. What is up? Oh, the bid didn't move. Bid didn't move. Something's going on with the NVX. It's all over the fucking map. BKYI. Here, I'll just do it on goev's thing. Hold on. BKYI. BKYI. The NVX up. The NVX up further. Up 4% now. BKYI gonna launch, you're calling it? Okay. Alright. You called it. Let's put it right there. So we know where you called it. Bye-bye, ENVX. Bye-bye, Bitcoin. Hello. Just getting large volume after hours makes it seem like it's going to do something. Yeah, not always, though. Like, sometimes it could just be big money fucking, like, just fucking with, like, retail investors' heads, you know? Oh, look at SPY after hours. SPY went vertical there for a second after hours. Yes, it has. But if shit's gonna run in after hours, I mean, there's like Google's up 1% in after hours right now. What? Facebook's up 7% in after hours. Facebook must have had earnings. Whoo. They did. RBT's up 4%. Tomorrow, after this launches, because this is like, if this carries into tomorrow, there's gonna be a lot of gamma attached to it, and obviously, I mean, it could get pushed up pretty radically. At the top, there might be some like solid puts. Like after it runs. Ooh, Facebook just gave up all of its gains right there for a second. Hot tamale, hot tamale. Hot tamale, Facebook. VRM, down 2.6 throughout the day, up almost 1% in after hours, almost gaining what it lost. Facebook with that reversal, huh? Ouch. That's gonna fuck with the heartstrings if you had like a bunch of just like random calls or something. It's gotta fuck with the heartstrings. I want to see if Pac West does anything when the 200 comes, which it's right there. Are you guys seeing anything out there? Ooh, Bitcoin up. The FRG finished green after running yesterday, which I'm kind of surprised about. Got it. Got it, George. 1 second. All right. CTCX. CTCX. Woo! All right, PACW. Up 33% in after hours. Guys, I gotta call my boss. Question. Will you guys stay if I'm on the phone for a few minutes? Like, a few? Or should I just end the stream? Alright. Okay. Alright. Let me go ahead and let me... do this real quick. No answer. I'm gonna leave the camera part off, though. Let me go grab the dogs real quick. All right. Back in business. How'd you guys do today? Overall. Didn't make a single trade? Okay, fair enough. Exela has been good to me. Slow rise. Yeah, Exela has been good to you, hasn't it? Do you mind if I ask you what your average is on Exela? As always, you don't have to answer me. It just... especially for, like, the OGs, I just try to, like, keep, like, a mental... I don't know, just like a mental note of certain entries. That way I know that you guys aren't losing trades. Alright, your entry's at 523. Okay, yeah, dude, you're chilling. Bitcoin up. Yo, that mention on SFT before, like, SFT might be like a really, really, really strong play, guys. I'm just throwing that out there. It could come back down to 150 to like the 150 level. I doubt it. It could. Again, I do doubt. But at the same time, I don't know. SFT. Let me show you guys what I mean. So SFT is at 187 right now. Like, I'm sorry. Can somebody else take a look at that? Make sure that I'm not biased. Like, does that not look like it's gonna go up? Right into a support zone. Like, I'm wondering if it's gonna come down to like 180 though. 182, something like that. I don't know. I personally think that that's a solid look. CXAI, what did you close at? CXAI currently at 682. That might be a half decent look as well. COSM is at 163. I think that's laughable. I forget what this company does, but they're trying to go absolutely vertical. What is up here? The bid's all the way down here, though. It's the news. Oh, my aunt's calling me. Shit. Hey, Barb. Let me look at. I just want to look in the mirror. Is there any way that you could call me at the bottom of 502? Because like I'm working right now, but but all I have to do is just change real quick. So can you? Yeah. So please just call me when you're at the bottom of 502, and then I'll. Works. Yeah. Bye. Okay. I totally forgot that my aunt was coming in from New Jersey. Oops. Totally forgot. Because I was doing things like this when I was alerted. I was doing things like that when I was told. Yeah. Why did OCC ruin your life? Are you talking about the options? Like OCC as in like the Options Clearing Corporation, or like OCC as in the stock? Let me stick one of the dogs out. All right, back. Because if you're talking about the OCC as in like the Options Clearing Corporation, I could totally understand where you're coming from with that. If you're talking about the stock, then I have no clue. The only reason I ask is because I just had OCC on the screen. That's why. Bitcoin looks like it wants to go for more here. Hub C is up another 2% in after hours. I no volume. SPY. Look at the Bollinger Bands on SPY. And it looks like it's in a cup and handle setup. What are we doing? Bollinger Band's tight on Facebook. How tight they are on SPY. That's gotta move, right? Honestly, I just want them to at least run the chain on Pac West. At least bring it up to $15. Honestly, you know what? Speaking of the OCC, I wouldn't be surprised if tomorrow they added strikes to Pac West. Like, I don't know. I've seen more fucked up things happen. That's just me, though. Didn't they actually do that with MULN or BBIG like 2 years ago? I think. Like the price jumped to a point where they didn't think it was going to, so they just added a shit ton more options. It's about to pop. Go ahead. Do any of you guys have grand plans tonight? I'm actually going to Talal's fucking favorite place in the world. The place I'm going to would be like if I went to Vegas or something like that. Actually, my aunt is picking me up and taking me over to my great grandmother's, she lives in a retirement home, and so we're just gonna hang out and then probably get dinner or something. But I don't know. I just thought of you, Talal. I'd bring you if you were around, dude. Your favorite hobby. You totally come. Oh, man. Yo, PACW is like, I don't even know. So it's so high risk, high reward. Like that's all I can really say. It's so high risk, high reward. And the options are gonna end up getting fucked up by the OCC at some point, and we don't know when. But they're still like 22% short. I just don't know if they have to cover before they merge, which they should, because then there would be a new QSIP. So if there's a new QSIP, then in theory they should have to cover. Right? I mean, I just... if I'm wrong, please correct me. But if they're changing QSIPs, then they should have to get rid of their shorts. I think. Or, realistically, I guess they could short the company that they're merging into, which is BANC. Bella, stop it, please. Lucky's outside. Bitcoin's trying. This is either going to come down or consolidate, in my opinion. I don't see them both going up, especially when like this one is getting 0.65 per share. Like, I don't know, just a thought. And plus, there's a lot of resistance showing on the indicators. Bitcoin is going, though. How about that? Oh, you know what? My fucking dyslexia kicked in. See, I pulled up CCO on the chart earlier, and that's why I messed it up with OCC. See how my brain is just fucked up? I made a really bad call on something. It's not that I made a really bad call, it's just that I underestimated it. In the speed at which it would happen. I thought I had time. But I didn't. I thought like something was going to settle down. And it didn't. But honestly, the whole sector went, so it is what it is. It just, the one that I was looking at, like, it actually went the fucking most. And I hate that. I hate being wrong. I hate being wrong. Don't their positions get transferred into an... Yeah. So there's an agreed upon outstanding amount, okay? And what they're going to do is they're going to merge them together. It just stock for stock, straight, just like, hey, you know, we are equals, that kind of thing, you know, but what's it called? PacWest is getting 0.65. So, And also there is a $400 million cash infusion being put in. I don't think that should be ignored either. So I don't know. I just personally think that even if I had to hold straight shares of this, which I really wouldn't want to, it would have me avoiding the OCC. I mean, I would hit options in during the day, like throughout the day, but short the shorts, as Neil says, right? Short the shorts. Yeah, I know, but I like to absolutely like demolish plays, bro. Like, a little bit isn't good enough. I mean, sometimes it is. It depends what kind of strategy I'm applying, but like in the scenario of this was like a big YOLO, which I typically don't like making. But it just seemed like the smart idea at the time, and I trust my instincts. Like, this is gonna sound really fucking stupid, or like it might even sound cocky. I don't mean it to be, okay? I'm telling you guys that right now. But like when I say that the chart talks, like it breathes. Like you could see, like just like you could associate like different flicks like this way with like the ask bid spread with like across the board, and then like you could like get the order of them, and like it's I don't know. I don't know where the fuck I was going with that, but the chart could fucking basically breathe. So like sometimes I guess my trading plan really like it's more of like a trailing like stop, but it's like a mental stop. That probably makes the most sense. I think. This is why I watch your channel as much as I can. No, I don't want to teach. I'm not a teacher, so like just like if you're absorbing, awesome, and thank you for hanging out. But I am not here to teach. I'm just doing me and hanging out with you guys. You know? This is a bull flag right there. This is a bull channel. It's about to pop. Yep. Bang. And with Bitcoin, watch. Watch out on Facebook. I don't know if any of you guys are in Facebook. I might as well. I'm not actually going to change the name of this. Screw that. My aunt's coming to get me soon. Bollinger Bands are really tight on Facebook here, right at the end of my drawing. Bella, what is it, babe? You want? All right, I understand. Let me get lucky in a second. Watch out on CCO. It's trying to do something weird. One second. Hurry up, Bob. He's not ready yet, Bill. I'm sorry. Look at Bitcoin. Look at Bitcoin. It's in after hours, so fuck it. I'm pulling up XRP. Let's go. Let's see if we just climb that. Ooh, Facebook might look heavy right here. Ooh. That would bring down probably a lot of the market. The NVX, though. On the reverse. I really, really have a good feeling about PACW. I do. But it just... Oh, God. Fucking... Call me fucking... Cobalt. So, that's the name of the wheelbarrow I carry my nuts around in. Alright, let me switch dogs quick. I'm gonna be able to change down here. That'd be clutch. Sweet. I found different pants. We're lit. Yeah, how about I was walking home from the convenient yesterday? There's a convenient by my house. right? So I'm walking home from the convenient, and I'm just like walking along and just not even paying attention. I step in a crater of a pothole that's filled with water. That shit sucked.
Hey.
Hey, what's it called? I was just getting ready, so I didn't see my phone.
I'll be there in like maybe 5 minutes.
All right, sounds good. Love you.
Okay, bye.
Does anybody have any like questions or want to see data or anything like that before I have to get off? Anyone at all? You have a good feeling on SFT? I have a very good feeling on SFT. Not financial advice, of course. Alright, catch you later. Anyone else? Keeping an eye on NCPL. Okay. Check that out. NCPL. NCPL. Whoa, what happened? What happened? That's gonna be a technical buy, most likely. Jordan, can I give that to you tonight? Do you mind if I give that to you tonight? Like, does it make a difference? Like, can I give that to you like after I get back from my with my aunt? Please. Oh, okay. Just remind me though, okay? Just message me. The 30-minute RSI is a 67, and it already wicked through the 200. Dude, I kind of like this actually. Depending on whatever that news was that dropped it, of course. The 15-minute is a little bit more aggressive at a 72. What the fuck dropped this? Whoa, 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 whoa. NCLP is that might be a vibe, bro. That might be a vibe. That might be a vibe. I don't think that's near like a vibe as much of a vibe though as Pac West. To be quite honest. Unless there's options that you're playing. That's the only thing. It's just like I look at them side by side and it's like which one would I want to be in? You know what I mean? Alright, and then the other one was FRGE. Alright, so they were a part of the whole like bank run issue with Bitcoin and all that nonsense, right? But look at fuck, if I pull up the data, I might screw up the charts. Alright, so anyways, the top 3 owners in it are BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street. They own like over 30%. and it gapped down yesterday. Let's see. Wait, hold on. It gapped down yesterday, and that's where I took it. My average is, I DCA'd 4 times on it. My average was 780.81. I DCA'd 4 times. So, like, I could have done better, but, like, I'll deal with, like, what, 85th percentile? Something like that. That's fine. What's the hype around it? The whole thing is there's a merger that was just announced, right? And plus a $400 million cash infusion. So keep in mind that there's also 22% short at 821, I believe it was. I had it written down somewhere. I can't find the paper. I think it was 821 that they were trapped at, judging by the Ortex data. So now what's going to happen is they're going to merge, and then they're going to get 0.65 shares per every one that you own of PacWest. But you would think, though, that the short would have to close out before they change the QSIP, right? I mean, they're probably not going to, and they're probably like just going to like carry it over. But I don't know. That should be the normal process. So, like, I took it on a like a market theory play. Anyways, I'm gonna get off, guys. I appreciate you. You have yourselves a great night, and I'll catch you guys, I don't know, whatever time I wake up tomorrow. When is that merger? It was announced yesterday. Please read into it. Please read into it. Because I certainly do not know enough, and I have to go. Later, guys.